AI's true power only emerges when the technology we build genuinely meets the needs of the people it serves.
Hi, it's Fred. How are you doing? What's your hope for the future?
Evolve 2026 is just not some ordinary summit. It's an opportunity to connect intellect in a way that we've never seen before.
So only 3% of our infrastructure today is intelligent. I want to introduce a system that will allow you to build your own digital twin of your city or your company, of your organization. What's your hope for the future? That technology serves humanity and solves problems.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Yes. To our honored guests, distinguished leaders, and esteemed colleagues, welcome to Evolve 2026. Yes. I'm Karen Tunde Peterson, and it's a true pleasure to open this milestone event with all of you. The energy in this room is electric. I can feel it. Over a decade ago, philosopher Nick Bostrom predicted that machine intelligence would be the last invention humanity would ever need to make. Indeed, AI is the most transformative technology of our time, a force that will touch every industry and every aspect of our lives. A force, according to some, more profound than fire itself. Today, we are surrounded by the most powerful technologies, tools that can write, reason, diagnose, predict, design, even build entire companies. And yet, the essential systems that sustain our societies too often sit at the edges of the conversation. From water and electricity, to aviation and public transport, from cities to counties, these are the systems that keep this country running. So what happens when intelligence moves from concept and code into the physical world? When it begins to live inside our communities, our systems and environments? That question sits at the very heart of Evolve. Because what good is AI if it can't drive real impact, especially in moments of crisis, like those we've experienced this past week, with one of the most extreme winter storms in recent history, which left hundreds of thousands of Americans without power, grounded thousands of flights, and tragically claimed dozens of lives. Beyond the hype and the headlines, AI's true power only emerges when the technology we build genuinely meets the needs of the people it serves. SAN Technologies has spent the last several years deploying powerful AI solutions at scale for enterprises, cities, and governments around the world. We're proud to partner with some of the cities and counties represented here today. And we're especially excited to be hosting Evolve in the Magic City, a place built on movement and connection, where people, capital, creativity, and ideas converge every day. With that, it's my great honor to welcome to the stage a leader who embodies this spirit. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Kionne McGhee, Vice Chairman of the Miami-Dade County Commission, helping to steer one of America's largest county governments, as he offers us a warm welcome to Miami. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning. Evolve 2026, good morning. First of all, let me just ask each of you to do me a quick favor. Look at the person who's sitting next to you and tell that person he or she looks good this morning. Come on, you can do it. This is not a hard test. Now, look at the same person and tell the same person that he or she smells really good this morning. We're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Now, here is the one that I honestly believe that would not only break the ice, but would give us a sense of unity. Look at the same person and tell the same person, and I know you believe this because you're in my town, in our city, in our county, that the Miami Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Listen, when you're in someone's home, you at least have to agree with them, right? First of all, to Sand and Evolve and Fred, let's give them a round of applause, their team. Thank you for finding it not robbery to be in this great town I call home, Miami-Dade County, particularly the city of Miami. And for those of you who are geographically challenged at this particular moment, you're not quite sure where you are, allow me to put it in context for you. Just to your west, there are many alligators over in the Everglades. And just to your east, there are many sharks out in the Atlantic. And to the south, we have the Biscayne Bay and we have the Florida Keys. Now, to your north, we have the state of Florida. I jokingly bring up everything and say welcome to Miami. It's because Miami is a family. It's a family that welcomes 55 million passengers through our airports, over 8 million people through our seaport, and over $500 million, or a billion, in our GDP. But I do believe the strength of Miami-Dade County lies within its people. 2.8 million. Hardworking individuals who are looking for a better way up and a better way out. They're not asking for handouts, they're simply asking to be heard. The beauty of this summit allows for that opportunity to take place. And how is that to be true? It's because we know all too well that AI is going to be the game changer. And when you speak in terms of game changing, you speak in terms of innovation, ingenuity, and industry. And when you speak in terms of those things, you quickly come to realize that it is incumbent upon us and those of us who are tapped into this industry to figure out a way to use it to help with the quality of life of our individuals and our residents. That's what this is all about. It's service. It is the price we pay to occupy the space on this earth. So in my welcome, I could have gone and given you so many stats, talked about so many great things about this great county. But I really want to talk about you, because you chose to get up out of your bed, dress yourself up, put on your cologne and your perfume, look in the mirror and tell yourself how beautiful you are and how great of a person you are. You told yourself that someday and somewhere, particularly in this room on this defining day, at this defining moment, that there's a partnership to be had with great intellect who are here. You told yourself that if you can just get yourself to the next step, great things can possibly happen for you. What I am essentially saying to you is you never gave up on yourself. You invested into yourself to be here because you understand that Evolve 2026 is just not some ordinary summit. It's an opportunity to connect intellect in a way that we've never seen before. And as I prepare to close my remarks, I want you to understand that as much as we talk about systems and infrastructure and the public sector, none of that means anything if we cannot have the human touch. We may understand AI in a way that's very technical, but ladies and gentlemen, make no secret about it. It is the practical approach the practicality of it, that's really gonna push this thing forward to change the quality of life for not only the 2.8 million people who are here in Miami-Dade County, not only for the 20 million people who are here in the great state of Florida, my state, but I'm talking about the over 300 million people who we may never touch or never see. The counties, the 3,143 counties or county equivalents across this great United States, they're only looking for a greater quality of life. And the intellect in this room, my God, you have the power to do it. And so when we speak in terms of the public sector and how we analyze the next move of the next generation, we come to realize quickly life has 3 buckets. The moment, which is Evolve 2026. That's where we are. That's where we're going to remember things that happen. Our memories is how people made us feel, how Fred and his team made us feel, how the partnerships that you create made us feel, and how we came together and we unified under one umbrella to talk about AI. Those are going to be the memories that you carry with you. But I honestly believe it is the 3rd bucket that will usher in a mindset, an understanding, and an appreciation that would not only continuously make the United States the greatest country, but it would also give other countries an opportunity to tap in. And that third bucket is meaning. It's meaning. What are they going to say? i.e., what is the next generation going to say about what we did with this moment, about the memories you created? What will the next generation say about you who dressed up in your fine suit and your lovely dress and your lovely blouse and shirt? What will the next generation say about the person who's sitting here with the great cologne, the great hair, and no pun intended, but what would the next generation say? Did you optimize this moment to create greater memories, to give a better quality of life and deliver the service to your colleagues, to your family, to your residents, and to all who trust in you? So with that said, I say thank you so much for finding it not robbery to bring your talents here on behalf of my mayor, on behalf of the city of Miami mayor, on behalf of the county commission, and on behalf of 2.8 million people in Miami-Dade County. We simply say to each and every last one of you, thank you, enjoy, and let's have fun.
Welcome to Miami, donde la inteligencia vive. Welcome to Miami, where the machines perceive it. Welcome to Miami, donde la inteligencia vive. Welcome to Miami, where the machines perceive it. Welcome to Miami, analyze what they receive it. Welcome to Miami, perceive it.
The summer of 2022 nearly killed my daughter. When the power went out during that heat wave, her insulin pump died.
I remember that water main break. 3 days without clean water. I had to close my restaurant. Lost everything in my freezers.
People were signing recall petitions because the city just wasn't working.
We can't keep governing like it's 1995. Phoenix deserves a government that works as smart as our citizens do.
Honestly, when they announced the Digital Twin project, I was very skeptical. $50 million on sensors. But then I saw what they were building and I was like, whoa.
Thousands of sensors went live simultaneously. Every pipe, every transformer, every traffic light, all talking to each other in real time.
July 4th, 3:17 a.m. Our systems detected pressure changes in the water main.
The AI said we had 72 hours before catastrophic failure.
That pipe served 3 hospitals and 80,000 residents. But this time, crews fixed it before it broke. 6 hours of work instead of 3 days of crisis.
Emergency response improved 58%. Water reliability at 99.7%. This isn't just politics, it's about our families.
Now when the system predicts grid stress, I get an alert. Last month, I charged my daughter's insulin pump and had backup power ready.
I've lived here 40 years. Never thought I'd see the day when government actually prevented problems instead of just reacting to them.
Thank you for giving me this undeniable mandate to serve for another term. Here's to a smarter, safer, and more efficient Phoenix for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Fred Swaniker, founder and CEO of SAN Technologies.
Bouncing in the club where the heat is on all night on the beach till the break of dawn.
Welcome to Miami.
Welcome to Miami.
Yo, I heard the rainstorms ain't nothing to mess with, but I can't feel a drip.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Evolve, good morning. Thank you to my brother, Commissioner McGhee, for this warm welcome to your city. 2.8 million people who can feel the vibe. And I want to thank all of you as well for braving the storms and the delays. 300 people coming from all around the country, all around the world, to be with us here at Evolve to really explore how artificial intelligence can truly make a difference in the lives of all of us and improve the states of humanity. Today, I want to keep it very simple. We're not going to talk about tokens and chips and algorithms and all these crazy things that you typically hear about when you talk about artificial intelligence. We want to talk in plain language about how this can improve the lives of citizens in cities and states and countries around the world.
Specifically, we're going to talk about 2 mistakes that most people make, most organizations are making today when it comes to implementing artificial intelligence. We're also going to talk about digital twins and how this is a powerful methodology for avoiding some of these mistakes. And finally, we'll talk about how you go beyond pilots. Everyone's doing AI pilots, but they're not scaling. They're not truly driving massive transformation in their countries, in their cities, in their organizations. And we're going to talk to you about how you
Can avoid sticking at the pilot stage and truly making a difference, okay? 2 mistakes, digital twins, and AI beyond pilots. Let's start with the first topic, the mistakes. The first mistake that most organizations make is captured by this quote. The guy whose picture's on the stage, on the page, is Robert Solow. He won the Nobel Prize for Economics. And in 1987, he wrote a paper called The Productivity Paradox, which captured with that quote. You can see the computer age everywhere, but in the productivity statistics. What was happening? Billions of dollars were being invested in computers and IT systems, but there was relatively little change in output per worker. People were buying, or hospitals were buying equipment, they were digitizing, stuff was going to the cloud, but there was very little change in the output per worker. Why? They were adapting and adopting technology systems faster than they were changing the humans that were working with the technology. And they were ignoring and not investing enough in changing the ways that humans worked with machines, educating people, transforming them so that they could actually work more productively with the machines. So the first mistake that you must avoid if you want to really capture the power of AI is forgetting about the humans. The humans are the most important part of this picture. And the more you invest in your people and educate them, retrain them for this AI moment, that's how you're going to get the value from artificial intelligence. So this is mistake number 1. We need to put the people at the center of AI, not the other way around. The second mistake that people are making today when they think about artificial intelligence is that they think that AI is represented by these three logos: ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic, Gemini from Google. How many of you have used one of these tools in the last 30 days? Almost everyone, right? Now, phenomenal what these tools are allowing us to do, right? I can't believe all the things I can do thanks to ChatGPT. It's just unbelievable, thanks to Claude and everything like that. But artificial intelligence as a field has been around for 40 years. So generative AI and large language models, which is what is behind these three tools, is yet another innovation in a long history of artificial intelligence. Now, those of you who know a little bit about AI understand that AI is ultimately all about data. So the data that feeds these machines is what drives the power behind them. And at the end of the day, AI is about prediction. It's about predicting the future based on the data that it has about the past, right? So the way to think about AI in very simple terms, it's a prediction machine. It's helping you predict the future based on the data that it has about the past, right? So when you type in your prompt in ChatGPT, it's predicting what the next set of words would be, or next image or whatever, based on the prompt that you've asked it, right? So if AI is about data, we're now going to do a poll. Please take your phones and scan this QR code. I want to ask you a question. How much of the world's data that is powering all these incredible machines that we're using, how much of the world's data is on the internet? And why the internet? All these tools are built by sucking up the data that's on the internet. So every image, every voice, every text, all the stuff that's on the internet has been vacuumed up by OpenAI and Anthropic and Google, and they've used them to train these models. So how much of the world's data do we believe sits on the internet? That's openly available, readily accessible for everyone to use. How much of the world's data sits on the internet? Is it 10%? Is it 5%? Is it 80%? 60%? 40%? What is it? Well, AI researchers believe that somewhere between 6 to 10% of the world's data is on the internet. Yes. Only 6 to 10% of the world's data is on the internet. So all this power that we're getting from AI and the trillions of dollars of value and stock market that's being created because of this is because of less than 10% of the world's data. So you may be asking, then where's the rest? Commissioner McGhee, where's the other 90%? Well, if only 10% of the world's data sits in the internet, 90% of the world's data is largely untapped. The 10% is what we are seeing right now. This is what's going into generative AI models. Voice, video, text, images from the internet. The other 90% is hidden. It's hidden inside your enterprise, inside your city, inside your organization. It's the sensors in a city, the cameras, right? The pipes that you have, they're producing all kinds of data, your mobile phones and a telecommunications network, right? The Oracle databases, the SCADA systems from your industrial machinery, CRM systems, Salesforce, all of this stuff, citizen health records, it's not on the internet. It's hidden inside your organization, inside your city, in your notebook, in your phone. You haven't put it on the internet. So if we're really going to unlock the power of artificial intelligence, we have to go beyond generative AI and get smart about how you harness the data that you have control. That you are all sitting on a gold mine of data. And the real power of artificial intelligence is going to come for the world when we can unlock and tap this data. So at SAN Technologies, We focus on modeling this other 90%. We are modeling the real world, and we call it physical AI. We'll talk a bit about it. But it's about building the models of the real world using the 90% that is hidden, that is not on the internet. Okay? We talked about the two mistakes. Now let's go to the next part of the agenda. We're going to talk about digital twins. Now, the best way to illustrate what a digital twin is and to show you the power of going beyond data that's on the internet. The best way to illustrate is I'm actually going to introduce my digital twin to you. Right? So you're going to meet my digital twin. I haven't decided what I'm going to call him. That last year we had Timberland at Evolve, and he called his digital twin Young Timbo. So this is my digital twin, and I'm now going to call him and welcome him into the room.
Hi, it's Fred. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. What's on your mind today?
Fred, what does SAN Technologies do?
Our technology at SAN Technologies is focused on tackling some of the world's biggest, messiest problems. We're building faster, smarter, and more resilient systems, much like the high-pressure environment of Formula E racing. We apply AI and data to optimize performance in areas like public infrastructure, healthcare systems, and telecom networks. For example, we're using AI solutions to help Envision Racing optimize performance, boost sustainability, and enhance the fan experience.
Okay, can you tell me about the possibilities for AI for cities?
AI holds immense potential for cities, transforming them into smart cities that are more efficient, sustainable, and responsive to the needs of their inhabitants. At SAN Technologies, we are actively working on developing city intelligence centers that leverage AI and data to optimize public infrastructure, healthcare systems, and telecom networks. Beyond these practical applications, I believe AI can empower future leaders to tackle critical urban challenges such as traffic congestion and ensuring access to clean drinking water in rapidly growing cities. By focusing on these missions, we can design learning experiences that motivate individuals to create innovative AI-driven solutions for a better urban future.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Yes. What was your childhood in Ghana like?
I need a bit more context to give you a specific answer. Could you please clarify what that refers to?
Tell me about what it was like growing up in Ghana.
I did not grow up in Canada. My childhood was spent primarily in Ghana and later in the Gambia due to my father's work. My experiences were shaped by the vibrant culture and the challenges and opportunities present in those African nations.
Okay. Have you ever met Larry Page?
As an AI, I don't have personal feelings or experiences, so I don't have an opinion on marriage. My purpose is to provide information and engage in helpful conversation based on the knowledge I have.
Have you ever met Larry Page from Google, the founder of Google?
As an AI, I don't experience emotions or have personal feelings, so I don't feel about marriage in the way a human does. My purpose is to process information and assist with tasks based on the data I've been trained on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to introduce two women that I've had the pleasure of working with to build.
I'm ready. Please tell me about them.
I'm going to disconnect the twin. So, last year at Evolve, we had a cocktail after the conference, and I met these two women. They came to me and they said, we build digital twins. I said, what are you talking about, digital twins? We build digital twins of cities and networks of, and healthcare systems, and and then they're like, no, we build digital twins of humans. In fact, we've created one of you. So I said, wow, okay, I'm intrigued. I want to meet you. I want to meet my twin. So these two women, Jess and Amrita, came and introduced me to their twin. And it was quite intelligent, as you can see, right? It's echoing, so it's quite not quite understanding what I'm saying sometimes. But I was really blown away by how accurate it was. It was actually representing the world in much in the way that I actually thought. And so I was so inspired that I decided to actually become the chairman of their board, of their company. And full disclosure, I invested in their company, right? So Jess and Amrita, please come up to the stage. All right, so Jess, can you please tell us a bit about Continuum? Jess is the CEO.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience with Fred on stage. Sometimes he gets a little funky with the microphone. Continuum, for thought leaders who want to scale presence and impact, we allow the creation of voice AI twins like Fred's. So for people who need to be 10 places at once, they are able to now do that and have full control over their data, full ownership over their data in the twin.
So I've actually sent my twin to represent me at a conference before, and he did a really good job. I've used them to help onboard my staff when I was busy. So they joined and they could talk to my twin and, ask them questions and everything like that. So it's actually really, really powerful. Amrita, can you just tell us how this thing works?
Yeah, so Fred, you have data everywhere. You have articles and interviews and speeches, but you also have a lot of private data, like the book you're working on and the personal work you do. When the data is fragmented like this, it's not useful because there isn't an underlying intelligence. And so what we do is we unify the data. And that makes it smart and knowledgeable, and it also knows more about you than anything else, like ChatGPT.
Fantastic. So how do you then turn that data into something intelligent?
3 steps. So we ingest your data into the vault, and this is a unified place where it lives. And we then take this information and we structure it in a way that mirrors how you think about your concepts and how these concepts connect to each other. And finally, we deploy your twin so that it can talk to people the way that you talk to people.
And it even has my voice, right? So 3 steps. They capture all my data into a vault, then they organize it into what they call a knowledge graph, and then finally, it's this intelligent cognitive digital twin. It can even sense the emotions of people who are talking to it and the kind of responses. Very, very sophisticated. So finally, Jess, can you tell us a bit about this knowledge graph? What does it look like?
It looks something like this. So this is Fred's actual knowledge graph live on the platform. So all of his data is organized in these nodes, and what this does is allow us to actually look at each twin response and trace it back to the exact source data. This is important because LLMs like ChatGPT and Claude, they are amazing, and they are also black boxes. We can't really figure out exactly why they answer the way they do. And so in the case of a person, we want to be able to trace where certain responses are coming from rather than just guessing at that. So this is the connections between all of Fred's knowledge and data.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the brains behind my digital twin. All right, now, let's try a couple more things with this twin. Let's see if it behaves, Jess. Let's stay here with me, in case it misbehaves. All right, so let's have a little bit more fun with this twin. Can you call it?
Hi, it's Fred. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you for asking. It's always a busy time, but I'm energized by the work we're doing at SAND Technologies and across the African Leadership Group. Always looking forward to the future and the impact we can make. What's on your mind today?
In 7 words or less, tell me what is the potential of AI in cities?
Start with problems, not technology.
In 7 words or less, what's your hope for the future?
That technology serves humanity and solves problems.
In 7 words or less, why should an organization hire SAND Technologies?
We build AI solutions for critical infrastructure.
In 7 words or less, what inspires you about young people?
Their idealism, energy, and belief in possibility.
Okay, finally, what's the busiest
I'm ready.
What's the busiest airport in the world in terms of number of passengers?
That would be Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. It's handled the most passengers globally for years now.
And what do you know about the general manager, Ricky Hart?
Ricky Hart, he holds a significant leadership role at one of the world's busiest airports. That's no small feat.
Hang on a second, Ricky's here. And he always says it's not one of the world's busiest airports, it's the busiest airport.
You're absolutely right. Sorry, the busiest airport in the world. Thanks for keeping me honest.
Is Ricky in the room? He gets offended. When you meet him, make sure you say he works at the busiest airport, not one of the busiest airports in the world, all right? Okay, now I'm going to show you the limits of some of this twin. So now to close out, Fred, where is the real Fred located right now?
I couldn't tell you exactly where he is at this moment. That's not something I can share here. But wherever he is, he's probably thinking about how to solve a hard problem.
Can you tell me about Fred's glucose levels right now?
That's definitely not something I can answer here. I'd need to check my glucose monitor for that one. And even then, I'm not sure that's the most interesting thing we could talk about.
What happens when you eat a croissant to your body?
Well, as an AI, I can't actually eat a croissant, but I hear good things.
Okay, thank you, Jess. So now you see, sorry, Jess, one more thing. Can you help me take my jacket off, please? Now you see some of the limits of this system. When I asked it where I was right now, it didn't know where I was, right? And when I asked it what happens to my body when I eat a croissant, didn't know, right? So what you have here is a digital twin. We've aggregated data from all of the text and the voice and the video that I personally have put on the internet, but also a lot of things that are not on the internet, right? So I'm writing a book. There's different documents about SAND technologies, everything that are in the twin that are not on the internet. But you can ask it about SAND. You can ask it about whether I've met Larry Page. Now, the real answer is I have met Larry Page. I met him at a conference. It was a very funny story. It was a TED conference in Tanzania. And, they had Larry Page and all these guys. And I go to the bathroom, and I'm taking a leak. And the guy next to me is Larry Page. So that's how I met Larry Page. and that story is in my book. If you go onto ChatGPT right now and you ask, has Fred Swanek ever met Larry Page? It will say it doesn't know, right? So I've taken that proprietary knowledge and put into the twin. But there's a limit to what this twin can do. It doesn't know where I am right now. So it doesn't have a sense of a physical world. It doesn't know how my body reacts to glucose to different things that I eat. So there's a way you can make this twin even more intelligent. And this is by giving it sensors of the real world. So the reason I took my shirt off is because I have a sensor on me that is tracking every day my glucose. Can you see this? I have a continuous glucose monitor on my body. So this is sensing what's going on real time in my body. I don't have diabetes, so that's not why I wear the sensor. I'm wearing it so that I can actually understand how my body reacts to different things. And this, for example, can then answer what's actually happening real time, right? With my glucose. You can see what happens when I eat that croissant. It starts to go up. And I can see what my exact current glucose is, real time. So when you do this, you're then able to do what we call physical AI, where you now actually go into the real world with the digital twin, and you can not only sense, you can not only understand what's happening from voice and video and text, but you can really see what's going on. You can sense what's going on. You can then analyze with the algorithms to get some intelligence from it. But this is now where you have to avoid the third thing, one of the mistakes that I talked about, which you have to involve the human to actually act. Because if I have all those signals about what happens to my glucose when I eat a croissant and I don't actually take the steps to not eat the croissant, then I don't get any benefit from the glucose monitor. So people are like, wow, Fred, you've lost weight. I'm like, yeah, because now I'm actually being more disciplined about not eating croissants. And I now know when I eat something that drives my sugar up, I need to go for a walk for 10 minutes. So now I try and make sure that I book dinner in a place where I can actually walk for 10 to 15 minutes back to my house. And so these little actions that I'm taking, because I'm able to sense what's going on real time, but again, if I as the human do not act on this, it's completely useless. So you understand why, to really capture the full value of physical AI, you need to have sensors, and this could be on your equipment in your factory, it could be in your telecommunications network, it can be your city pipes, your water pipes, your healthcare systems, your infrastructure. You've got to sense what's going on. Then you need to analyze it with artificial intelligence. But finally, the human needs to act. Because otherwise, all of this is useless. I can have all the sensors in my body, but if I don't take anything, if I don't change the way I behave, you don't really capture the value. So, with that now, I want to transition to something a bit bigger than what's happening with Fred Swaneka's body. When Tandy introduced the session this morning, she talked about all the real-world problems that we're facing. This week, we've seen massive impact of storms and flooding in places like Washington, D.C., and wildfires that happened last year in California. 40 to 60% of the world's population is going to experience some form of water scarcity in the next 2 years. Can you imagine waking up in a city, you turn on your tap and there's no water, you can't drink, you can't take a bath? Commissioner McGhee talked this morning about what he had us tell our neighbor that they smelled nice. Imagine if there was no water in Miami, Commissioner McGhee. How would we be smelling in this room right now? So there's serious problems that we face as humanity. And yet a lot of artificial intelligence is not solving these problems. So this is why our mission as SAND is to solve humanity's greatest challenges: healthcare, water, connectivity, how our cities function, how our governments function, to really improve the lives of human beings, leveraging the power of physical AI. And if you want to understand what SAND does, we model the real world. We solve these big problems that are facing humanity. And we do it by sensing, analyzing, and then ultimately empowering humans to act. And so, I'd like to invite my colleague Byron onto stage to tell us some real-life examples of how we're bringing this to life at SAND Technologies. Byron.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate that. Thanks for also grounding us in the world of digital twins. I'd love to have a digital twin so I can talk to my mom when I can't in real life. So as we say, we just want to bring this to life now and really talk you through a few core examples of some of the work that we've done in this space. We've been around for a long time. I've been with the company for 9 years, and we've solved a lot of hard problems. But I hope some of this will be just bring it to life, as we also have the Customer Experience Center at the back there. So just to start, so we've been working with the City of St. Louis for over a year now. They serve about 300,000 customers in the public. And one of the familiar problems that they have, that all municipalities have, is they've got an aging infrastructure. The infrastructure is crumbling. Not a lot of investment has been gone into that historically, and we're seeing this as a global problem. Also, a lean workforce. They don't have enough people to always serve the customers that they have, and there's a lot of vacant jobs that's available. And that's just a lack of skills in the industry at the moment. And finally, what we went to the City of St. Louis, they haven't gone through a digital transformation in the water sector. So there's a lack of sensoring devices in the network. However, from SAND, we built digital twins, and we went, let's use the data that you have available, your pressure data, your pipe data, where are your customers contacting you? And we built a digital twin of the network so that we can, in real time, or getting to real time, identify risk hotspots in the network, where the customers are mostly being impacted, which of the pipes are at risk of bursting. And this is all about kind of making sure that the crews can be sent out to react faster when things go wrong, to ensure that we also get to the customers that are most vulnerable and also communicate. Now, the digital twin has been set up in a way, as we employ more sensors, the system gets smarter. And that's kind of the realm that we're going in on. Next, I'm going to do a little of a live demo for you. But just as I put context, so as I say, we build digital twins, not just of humans, but we build digital twins of heavy infrastructure areas. This specifically is the wastewater treatment work. So in the US alone, there's about 17,500 publicly owned wastewater treatment works. This is the invisible force that keeps the society, keeps our environment clean, and makes sure that all of us can live in a hygienic world. Something is interesting to note here, outside of 34 billion gallons of wastewater treated daily, it's a very energy-intensive process. Up to 30% of the municipal's energy bill is related to wastewater treatment works. And aside from that, it's also a big greenhouse gas emitter. So it emits something called nitrous oxide. It's about 270 times more potent than carbon dioxide when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. So at SAND, how did we go about it? We built the digital twin. We built this ground up, working with deep experts in this field to understand the actual underlying process. So we built mechanistic models, overlaid that with hydraulic models, so that we can start getting a sense of reality. The big areas of integrating sensors. This is very highly specialized sensoring devices that got installed throughout the wastewater treatment work to monitor emissions, power, as well as your flow inside. All of these kind of sensoring devices allow us to understand what is happening right now inside the wastewater treatment work, make the unseen seen, but then also with our machine learning models, we can look into the future. What's going to happen in the next 24 hours in this area? Now, part of the digital twin that allowed us to do is that we have been able to model the end-to-end treatment process all the way from primary treatment to tertiary treatment, as well as the sludge and biosolids that we can get from it. By having an end-to-end digital twin, we're able to simulate various scenarios depending on weather factors. So where there's a big impact on wastewater treatment work as well as in normal treatment works. And that simulation engine allows us to test out scenarios, but also going beyond that is that we also want to get to the act stage. So how do we recommend and optimize what kind of DO set points to put forward? And this is all about saving municipals money, making sure we get final effluent quality out, and optimizing for energy and greenhouse gas emissions. So that's a digital twin of a wastewater treatment work. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about back to St. Louis. In May 16th, 2025, there was a tornado that went through St. Louis. I'm not sure, I did meet some individuals here at the moment who are from St. Louis, so that's kind of what it looked like the day after the tornado. The tornado damaged about 5,000 buildings, resulted in $1.6 billion of property loss, and unfortunately 5 fatalities. We were working in the city at the time, and we took this image. This is a photo of one of the dashboards I had in the control room. just you can see the trace of the tornado that went through the city. So working with the city leaders, we were asked, hey, you're doing this work with us in the water sector. What about you pinpoint your technology and see how we can help the city in this space? So just going back to a little demo that I have here. So we used, very quickly, we analyzed about 170,000 satellite imagery data. This imagery data we then started to use to classify what has happened. So as you can see here, this is the tornado path that went through St. Louis. And what we've been able to do is then kind of look at like the satellite image data. This is before the tornado. This one here is after the tornado, and you can see the damage that has occurred there. And we've been able to map that across most of the parcels. But we take it a step further. We take the satellite imagery data, then we looked at the property tax data as well as the vulnerable community data to really understand the impact that this disaster has had. We were tracing then the response, so they had then meals delivered to the vulnerable communities that got mostly impacted, and we were able to trace the meals getting delivered all in the same system so that we have a complete view of what has happened, where's this biggest impact, how we're delivering our kind of vulnerable communities and serving them, as well as then looking at the sentiment. So we integrated social media data to understand how the public is reacting to this. And this is just another example of something that we have built very quickly, being able to like move within 48 hours. We managed to build this system up and support the city leaders to respond to this disaster. So now we're going to go back to what we're saying, this intelligence center. And I just want to bring it to life and really want to encourage you to go to the customer experience center thereafter. And Fred has touched on this. But one thing we're seeing, especially in the city leader space, is that they don't have access to all of their data. Data are fragmented. Data is sitting in different teams and different departments. And it's really hard to know at any point in time what is happening in the city right now and then. So the City Intelligence Center is a virtual space, but also a physical space. It's a place that the city leaders can go into to say, what's happening on a network right now? Where are the biggest challenges? Where are my communities mostly impacted? So we bring together data from infrastructure, from the roadworks, from the water utilities where they're actually publicly owned, from the customer sentiments. It's all about like seeing, can the intelligence or the city leaders know what's happening sense what's happening in the city today, analyze that data to understand where can we act on that so that they can deliver to the promises they've made to the public. And that's really where we want to go with the City Intelligence Center. Good. So we've talked a lot about cities. We've talked about the public sector. We also do a lot of work in the private sector at SAND, specifically notable here in the US, just mentioning two companies. So Waste Management, one of the largest urban waste collectors in the world. We're working with their digital leadership team to use AI to both transform their back office using agentic AI, but also understanding how we can apply machine learning and predictive maintenance and truck optimization, as well as gas collection from the landfill sites to really drive and change and operate, transform the operations. Southern Nuclear, as part of the Southern Company, second largest utility in the US, and we're working specifically, though we're serving about 9 million customers, we're working specifically with two of their nuclear facilities to transform their operations and understand how can they better plan for risk and on a weekly basis. And this is just two examples of kind of looking at the same system that we talked about, the water utility in cities, but applied to the public sector. And there's a wealth of areas that we can talk about in this case. Okay, and then I want to just talk about a little bit about healthcare. And as you walked out there, you'll see there. So healthcare is one of those industries. It's very time sensitive. Decisions being made in the healthcare sectors, life or death decisions. So really, in the US, we're noticing that costs are soaring for healthcare. The demand is rising, and also the lack of access that rural communities have, like places like Arkansas, towards healthcare. So. At SAND, and also just to mention that data fragmentation is a big thing. So you've got data that's stuck in various systems. So at SAND, we've built something called the Health Operating System. So the Health Operating System at one area is able to collect data, from sensors, whether that's fridge sensors or IoT sensors that the nurses would have. It's able to collect that data. We will collect a lot of publicly available data on health areas. We bring that all together with, of course, the data that we can get from the health facilities. And this operating system is really like the connective tissue at the back end. So here's the way that we can look at the capacity of your facilities. Do you have enough support, enough staff to support the demand coming in? How's the cost and supplies of your network? Do you have enough medication going to the areas? And what can you act on? Can we send new supplies? Can we deliver supplies via drones? Which areas? And it's all about like sensing where are the pressure points, then how do we actually release those pressure points? And it's an amazing little story there. And as I say, we've got amazing people talking about healthcare here at the back that we can play in. And just to mention, last thing here, we've been working in Africa on a health operating system. It started in one country, rolling out to 22 countries in Africa, really transforming the healthcare across the continent. And it took us about 2 weeks to then just apply that same system and just send it to the Arkansas area to understand what is it that we can learn from that. And this is some of the demos and the insights that are coming from that. So it's really about like just getting all this data together and responding quickly. And this is the power of AI. It's about scalability, repeatability, and ensuring that we can like tackle the hardest problems. Good. As I get to my final part of my act, I'm really excited. First of all, really excited to be here, and I'm happy everybody is here as well. Tomorrow, there's the Formula E race. We've got some of our Formula E colleague partners here. It's a fully electric sport. Energy management is anything. Decisions need to be made in real time. So I would just ask you to enjoy this video, enjoy the day, and I look forward to engaging you guys a little bit later.
Sand Technologies is an enterprise, AI, solutions, and software development business, and an important partner of Envision Racing. With no hardware updates during the season, the primary focus when improving performance comes from software development and the utilization of AI, whether it's improving on-track performance or enabling the team to drive real-world impact around climate change. Sand Technologies' expertise can solve the most pressing challenges using advanced AI and data solutions. Sand Technologies and Envision Racing, a partnership about performance with a purpose using AI for real impact.
Thank you, Byron. So hopefully now you understand a bit more about physical AI and how Sand Technologies builds these models of the real world to solve real problems. We're talking about the water, healthcare systems, telecommunications networks, right? This is not just ChatGPT, right? This is really solving big, big problems for the world, right? And that's what drives our engineers. We're passionate about making a difference and ultimately about empowering the humans who run these systems to really transform them and make a difference in our lives. All right, we're now going to go to the final part, which is around how do you go beyond these pilots, right? That we all do. So to do that, we're going to go back to the poll, right? Get your phones out again. And I want to ask you, figure out how to go beyond the pilot. You've got assets in your city, in your company, whatever you do, right? We want you to think about 3 categories of infrastructure. The first is dark. Means it's a pipe, it's a building, it's a telecommunication network, it's some other infrastructure that you have that doesn't have any sensors on it. So if you think of my body as an infrastructure, before I put the sensor on it, it would have been dark infrastructure, right? It wasn't giving me any data, any real-time data. It was static. The second category is noisy. You've got sensors all over your body. I don't know if you guys know those people who have they've got glucose monitor, they've got what's that thing that measures your sleep? The Apple Watch, you've got the Aura Ring, there's the Whoop thing, what's the thing that you use to sleep, Piers? Whoop, yeah, and you're tracking, you've got all this data, but it's noisy, right? And many cities and other things similar, you've got data all over the place, you've got sensors, but it's noisy. There's no intelligence. And then the third category is where it's actually organized, it's modeled, you've got AI infrastructure that's giving you recommendations, and it's super analytical. And so I want to ask all of you in this room, think about the infrastructure. Honestly assess where you sit. Is the infrastructure that you have, is it dark? Is it noisy? Or is it intelligent? Right? Let's go back to the poll. Can we have the poll? Yeah. So most of you seem to have noisy infrastructure, got lots of data that's fragmented. Bunch of you have dark infrastructure, 40%. Five percent of you believe you've got intelligent infrastructure. So if you're noisy, it means you've got a bunch of sensors. If you don't have sensors in your infrastructure, it's not even noisy. It's dark. Right? All right. Very interesting. I'm not surprised at all. So only 3% of our infrastructure today is intelligent. This is what we see all around the world. A lot of infrastructure, but it's not even noisy. It's just dark. Right? It's either dark or it's noisy. Okay. I want you to now turn to your neighbor and just have a conversation for a couple of minutes and explain to them why you categorize the infrastructure that you have as either dark, noisy, or intelligent. And just help them share with your neighbor why you diagnosed who you are and also why you diagnosed your infrastructure the way you did. Well done. Okay, let's get back together. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right. Can we have the microphones? Let's hear from a few folks. When you have the microphone, please introduce yourself and tell us about the person you met and why they diagnosed their infrastructure the way they did. Okay? So it's not about you, but the person you met. Any volunteers? Anyone? All right. Stephanie.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Stephanie Maurer from Washington, D.C. I work very closely with Christina Mancini sitting next to me, and I was learning more about her company, Black Girls Code, and the dynamic work that they are doing around the country, and she has incredible data. I'm going to keep looking at you to make sure that I'm saying this correctly. What I heard was They are working with many people, young girls, black girls, yes.
So what did she diagnose?
Sorry, she diagnosed the brand as noisy.
Noisy, okay.
Because they have a lot of data coming from the students. They have a lot of data internally that by assessing.
From parents, from the donors, from the partners, from schools, from the companies that hire our alumni. And so thinking about how we bring it all together.
But it's fragmented right now.
It's fragmented. It's
So
very
it's
noisy. We have a
noisy.
lot of data points, but it's not intelligent.
It's not intelligent. Okay, great.
I did a really good job.
Thank you. You did. You did a good job.
for volunteering.
All right, George, this over here.
Hi.
Wait, are you introducing him or he's introducing? I would like him to speak. No. You have to talk about him, not the other way around.
Hi, everyone. My name is George. I'm with SAN Technologies, and I had the pleasure to meeting with Hari Kurup from Prince William's Water, and he was stating that infrastructure is noisy.
So he's noisy.
Yeah.
His infrastructure is
He's not noisy.
He's not noisy.
great.
His infrastructure is noisy.
Infrastructure is noisy.
Yeah. Why?
He's from Washington, D.C., and there's no shortage of sensors and data coming in. But he shared the reality that it is a highly regulated environment as well, and it also takes time to build the intelligence over time. So he said he's in the middle portion of collecting the data, understanding it, so that in 2 years' time, he can develop the intelligence and bring AI into it.
Okay, so you've got the sensors already in Washington, D.C. Water.
We are trying.
You're trying, okay. You've got some sensors, but at this point, it's kind of noisy. All right, any others? Over there?
Now they're not.
Come on, guys. All right, Ross?
I'm Ross from SAN Technologies. I was chatting to D'Artagnan from the city of Baltimore. We're starting to do some work with the city of Baltimore, so we have a little bit of background there. We didn't get to the actual description of the infrastructure. I would say noisy.
So our infrastructure is dark, right? And I think it's dark because we don't have enough signal, right? So when you think of traffic signals, right, they're only downtown, not across the rest of the city. When you think of sensors and IoT for water and wastewater, I think it's because of awareness. More people need to see this. More people need to see what's within the realm of possibility, right? If you have the infrastructure that can generate signals that you can use for intelligence. So that's why I think that we're dark right now, but we will not be dark, in the future, because this will inform how we will prioritize spending, right? We should do more investment in IoT so that we can truly become a smart city like the UK, right? And I think the more that people become aware of the art of the possible, the more that you'll prioritize and reprioritize investments. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Dart.
Oh my God, you guys are afraid.
And D'Artagnan is the Chief Data Officer of the City of Baltimore, so you need to hold him accountable to making Baltimore an intelligent city. All right, any final one, big folks? Yeah? Right here, okay. And then John, we'll do those two quick ones.
Hi, good morning. Nikita Vassal-Bullock with the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. So I got a chance to interview Dr. Anisha Daniel with Miami-Dade County Solid Waste. She's the CEO of Solid Waste for Miami-Dade County. And from what I gather, the information that they have, which is quite extensive right now, is very noisy, but they are evolving into a space of intelligence. They're using a lot of AI technology right now with how they treat their waste, with the information that they gather as they collect waste, if it's contaminated, for example. I've been told that they could track the sources back to exactly where the contamination occurred. So their use of data is extremely intelligent.
Great. Let's give them a round of applause. Dr. Nisha.
Thank you.
So we have one of the evolving from noisy to intelligent right here in Miami Waste Management. Thank you, congratulations. So one of that 5% or 3% that are getting close to the intelligent. Final person, Dr. John Simmons.
I'm John from Alton, and I had the privilege of meeting and sitting with and talking to Mr. Jolly and Tashandra Jones, the mayor of St. Louis, Missouri. I told her on the when they showed the tornado, I said, "No, don't get depressed. Don't get depressed.
It's the former
might wanna
mayor,
look at it."
right?
But right now, St. Louis and the mayor are both noisy because we have a lot of data, and that Mr. Jolly thought he was noisy until you explained it, and then he said, "I think I'm dark." And we are both planning to get the glucose monitor.
Glucose monitor.
Yes.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right. So the first thing you have to do if you want to go beyond an AI pilot. So most of the pilots that I hear people doing, it's about leveraging, Microsoft Copilot or ChatGPT or Claude Anthropic to do document management and RAG to be able to analyze your documents, whatever, which is great. It's a good start. You can have chatbots for your customers, for your citizens. But we really want you to think beyond that and to think about how you leverage the full power of artificial intelligence. Because oftentimes the talk about AI, it's about the models and not about the problems that we can solve in society. And it's almost like a hammer looking for a nail. I've got this thing, how do I use it? And I want to encourage you to start with the problems that you face. And then think about all the different kinds of artificial intelligence that can help you solve those problems. Start with the problems first, not the technology. And when you start thinking more broadly, you'll look at all the different types of AI, including physical AI. And yes, generative AI has a role, but think about the full range of artificial intelligence. And hopefully you learned today about, physical AI and how you can then deploy some of this to really transform your organization. So I want to introduce, I'm going to make 2 announcements today about how we at SAN Technologies can help you to really go beyond pilots, right? And the first thing that I'm excited to introduce, can I have a round of applause, drum roll, whatever? The SAN Operating System Marketplace, right? So think of this as your sensor store. In order for you to begin your journey so that you're not just stuck in that 5%, sorry, in the 95% who don't go beyond pilots, we have set up what we call the SAN Operating System Marketplace, where you can go and identify all the different kinds of sensors that you can use for your infrastructure to begin on your journey from being an organization with dark infrastructure, and we'll skip the noisy part and go straight to intelligent, right? So these are some of the things that you can find in the SAN Operating System Sensor Store. For example, this is a pressure monitor. There's a pressure sensor that you can put in your water infrastructure that can detect whether the pressure is dropping or rising, and this will be an early signal of a potential leak in the water utility. This is a flow sensor, and it's looking at the flow of water through it. So if the pressure goes down and the flow goes up, that means there's probably a leak, right? Or maybe potential burst. This is an acoustic logger. It can listen to detect whether there's a leak. So before we started working with one of our customers, I won't say who, they would wait for a leak to happen in the neighborhood, and they'll send someone with a listening stick to walk up and down the neighborhood trying to listen to where the leak is. And a lot of water utilities in your cities today, this is how they detect a leak. They listen to it. Acoustic logger can listen. And the combination of the data from the acoustic logger and the flow pressure and the flow monitor and the pressure sensor, all of this plus the customer data, when they start calling in, you can start to have much more intelligence about there's probably a burst about to happen, there's a leak about to happen there. This is an accelerometer. And you can use this to look at, in a smart city, to look at vibrations on your bridges and things that are moving around. An occupancy sensor can detect how many people are in a room. You want to count how many people are coming to a stadium, whatever it is, right? And then finally, there's an air quality sensor. And you can start to see, measure the quality of the air that you have in your city, for example. So all of these sensors, you'll be able to get them in the sensor store. Just like Apple has its app store, we have a sensor store. Does that make sense? that fits into the operating system. And so Cloud9, if you look behind you, you see a massive blimp. That's from our sensor store. And it's actually built by a guy called Spencer Horn, who's actually a graduate of one of a school that I started a long time ago called the African Leadership Academy. Spencer's built a company that has airships that can travel across for days because it's got helium. And it's solar powered and autonomous. So and it has machine vision that can look at your infrastructure. It can look at monitor pipes, it can look at power lines, look at all kinds of infrastructure and feed into our sensor store, into our intelligence systems, right? So we're continuing to add more and more partners into the SAN operating system marketplace. And as you begin your journey to intelligence for your organization, for your city, for your state, for your country, you today have a partner in SAN that you can go to begin your journey. And this will seamlessly talk to all of our systems and allow you to actually start to build an intelligent company. Okay? This one here is one of my favorites. Let me see if I pick it up. It's a robot that goes inside your water pipes and actually starts to detect and and pick up all kinds of things. So it just floats through your pipes like this. And when you go after this to the Customer Experience Center across the road, you'll be able to talk to the founder of the company and learn more about ModBot. That's what it's called, right? It's a robot that goes in your pipes and can detect all kinds of things, right? So this is just the beginning, but there's more and more sensors that we are putting into our SAN operating system sensor store. And this is the first announcement that I'm going to make today, right here at Evolve. For the first time ever in history, we're announcing this thing. The second thing, oh, by the way, so when we are done, right, our vision is to change this picture. This is the picture of America's infrastructure. It is largely dark. And so our mission with SAN, one of the things we want to do over the next decade, over the next 2 decades, is we want to light up American infrastructure so that our water systems can start to be intelligent, our telecommunications networks, so we're working with some of the biggest telecommunications companies in the US, water, power, you saw how we're working with the second largest power utility in the US, healthcare systems, urban waste, maybe we can help you go from being noisy to intelligent, right, in Miami. And then you can go to cities like Chicago and start to light up again. It's water infrastructure, it's telecommunications networks, it's power infrastructure. This is what America will look like in the next decade or 2, to go from being a country that has largely dark analog infrastructure to something that is lit, truly intelligent, and let's skip the noisy phase. And this is what we're trying to do here with SAN Technologies. So watch this picture, and let's come back in a decade and see what it looks like. All right. The next thing that I'm excited to announce, which is again part of how you can go beyond the pilot. I want to introduce a system that will allow you to build your own digital twin of your city, or your company, of your organization. We call this the SAN OS, the SAN operating system. This is the second big announcement that I'm making here. We're introducing this to the market, the SAN OS. What does this mean? Think of this as an operating system for real-world systems, right? Just like you have iOS on your phone, this is an operating system for your city, your company, your country. It's an operating system that unifies and allows you to sense what's going on with all the sensors and everything that you get from the OS, from our marketplace. And then you can analyze it with all the algorithms. We've got algorithms for water, for telecommunications, for health, that tell you what's going on in your ecosystem. But then finally, it allows you to act. It gives you recommendations to the human being. We raise things that you need to be aware of so that you can make decisions. So think of it as almost like co-pilots for the humans, who can actually then make the decisions. So this is what SandOS is. And you can partner with Sand to have this in your organization so that you can build your own digital twin of your infrastructure and start to become an intelligent organization. So what does this mean? It's a single pane of glass view that allows you to integrate your data with your operations, with your decisions. Whether it's a city intelligence center or a telecommunications center, a water intelligence center, you can walk into a room and see everything that's going on. You're no longer going to go and be caught off guard. Right? You actually can sense real time what's happening. You can predict. And your organization can go from being chaotic to predictive and preventative. You go from flying blind to having full visibility about what's in your system. From making decisions on gut to decisions based on data. From guessing to knowing. From silos to collaboration across your organization. From low visibility to clear ownership. At the end of the day, all this jargon that we're talking about, this is what it means. I don't think anyone wants to have an organization that's in the left. Right? Does anyone want to lead this organization? Can I have a show of hands? Who wants to be in this side of the organization, right? We all want to know. And so at the end of the day, this is what the SAND operating system enables. All right, I mentioned 2 announcements. Thank you, we're done. I just realized I made the same mistake that I'm guiding organizations not to make. I forgot about the humans, right? We talked about the technology, but I opened by talking about how one of the main mistakes that organizations make that contributes to Solo's productivity paradox is you talk only about the technology and not the humans, and how do you change and empower the humans to work with the technology. So one more thing. I want to introduce another exciting thing that we are collaborating. SAND Technologies is partnering with a sister organization. We're calling it the Frontier Institute of Technology. And this is all about the people. This is all about empowering human beings in the United States with the human intelligence to work with artificial intelligence to really drive change in our communities, in our societies, in our cities, in our companies. Frontier Institute of Technology is it's a separate legal entity. It's a non-profit organization. But SAND is going to dedicate a lot of its corporate social responsibility to making this happen. And it's coming from a long history that my colleagues and I have had in developing people. Before starting SAND Technologies, I started the African Leadership Group, which is a series of organizations, a high school called the African Leadership Academy, of which Spencer's a graduate, the guy who built this drone. I mean, this autonomous graduate. There he is, Spencer. Right, stand up. And that school has 250 young people at a time, the top talent in Africa. We train them, they go into the best universities in the world. At any given time, we've got 400 of our graduates attending top colleges in the US, Stanford, Harvard, Yale, MIT. Spencer went to Harvard after he went to the African Leadership Academy. And then after a while, we said, you know what? We need to actually think about doing this at a university level. So we created the African Leadership University. And that today has 3,000 students and 2 campuses. And then 7 years ago, we saw that technology was becoming a very powerful force in the world. But we didn't want those who were building artificial intelligence systems to not have the right ethics and values. So we said, let's take the work we're doing with the academy and the university and fuse it with technology. And that's how we created something called ALX. And in 2024, ALX trained 700,000 people in data science and software engineering and artificial intelligence. So this, we track all of the graduates that are going out of these institutions. And what you can see right now is a heat map of all of the graduates that have come out of this institution. Can I see the heat map? You can see that in the last 3 years, We've enabled 300,000 people to find work. 53% women, 53% men, 45% women. How many on wage employment? We've enabled 30,000 entrepreneurs to come out of this system. In 1 year alone, 2024, 10,000 tech startups came out of these graduates. You can see how much capital they've raised. And this tracks the employment. So we track. You can see that 11% of them have a job before they even graduate. Women are doing better, 13% get a job before they graduate. The men are doing 11%. Within 3 months after graduation, 50% employment. Within 6 months, 70%. Within 1 year, almost 90%, and within 2 years, 98%. So you can track. And we have 400 data points on every single graduate. We know where they're living, where they're working. And you can see on a daily basis the jobs that are being created at the bottom here, right? Every single day you can see the jobs that are being created. We are tracking this impact. What you can see here is that many of the jobs are right here in the United States. Can you see? But these are not people who are sitting in the United States. Many of them are sitting in Africa but working in the United States remotely. So if this is working in Africa, it's going to work in the US, right? And so that's what we're calling the Frontier Institute of Technologies. We're bringing this to the United States so we can enable, and you can even track, for example, you can go and zoom in to a specific country and see the individuals and we can track the impact. And like I said, 400 data points on every single person. You can see where they're living, they're working, et cetera, et cetera. So this is what we're bringing to the United States. And later on this afternoon, you're going to hear about it. You'll meet the president of the institution, Nate, stand over there, yeah? And Sharon, stand up, and Kimberly, right? So this is the leadership of the Frontier Institute of Technologies, and with them, we want to empower the human beings in the United States with the same technology skills that you're seeing behind the engineers that are building all this, so that your companies, your cities can be upskilled, reskilled, so that we're not helpless in this age of AI, but we're really able to empower ourselves and actually capture the real value of artificial intelligence and start to see the true productivity improvements, and we don't have Solo's productivity paradox again. Okay, so let's wrap up. I talked about how organizations typically make two mistakes. They forget about the humans, and they think that artificial intelligence is all about generative AI. And so I hope you won't make those mistakes. I also talked about digital twins and how digital twins are powerful ways for you to take control of your environment by aggregating all the data that you have, the software and the hardware, the sensor data, bring it all together into an intelligent system. And SAN operating system can allow you to do that, so that you can actually see what's going on real time in your environment. And you go from being a reactive organization to predictive and preventative and all that stuff. You make better decisions. And then finally, we talked about how you can partner with SAN to go beyond pilots, right? You've got a sensor store, the SAN OS marketplace with all these that can allow you to make your infrastructure more intelligent. And then with SAN OS, you can really build your digital twin. So again, you can sense what's going on in the environment through the SAN OS marketplace. You get to analyze everything and build your digital twin through the SAN OS. And then finally, with Frontier Institute of Technology, you're going to be equipped to be able to act and actually take control and truly drive real impact in society thanks to artificial intelligence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to Miami.
Wow, let's give it up for Fred Swaniker. Amazing. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Byron. Thank you to Jess and Amrita, the incredible team from Continuum. So you've just heard the big announcement. Now it's time to experience physical AI for yourself. our Experience Center, brings SandOS and the SandOS Marketplace to life across cities, healthcare, energy, and telco. From Motmot's underwater robots inspecting live water pipes, to Phlox's devices that monitor and communicate with animal species to reduce infrastructure collisions, which is pretty amazing, you'll see how sensors, hardware, and intelligent systems are collecting data in entirely new ways, and how Sand brings it all together into decision-ready digital twins. So we invite you, spend time with our teams, explore the technology, and meet some of the technical talent behind it. We're going to take a short break for coffee and refreshments. When we return, you'll have the choice of 3 exciting sessions to choose from. Here you go, you can see them. Stage 1, we have the human advantage in an AI world with Evan Rappaport, founder and CEO of Amphibian, and Santosh Ramdas, president and CEO of Gary Community Ventures. Stage 2, experience embodied intelligence at work with live demos from Phlox, Motmot, and Cloudline, the airship right there. Here on the main stage, we have AI for the public good, which promises to be a powerful discussion on how AI is enabling smarter, more responsive public systems at scale. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Enjoy.
Everybody's talking about AI. Governments are not short on interest in AI. And so we're going to talk about what cities are focused on in terms of choke points, where pilots actually fail, where pilots can scale, and thinking about how AI integrated across full ecosystems. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. On our panel today, we have April Ray, the president and CEO of Comto, a trailblazing leader in transportation. We have John Matelski, the Chief Information Officer at the National Association of Counties and nationally recognized voice in digital government. We have Matt Frazier, the former Chief Technology Officer of New York City, who led digital expansion and technology innovation for the largest city in the US. And finally, we have Dormant Swift William, the Chief Data Officer for the city of Baltimore, where he is transforming how data modernizes government and delivers critical services. And moderating this discussion, please help me in welcoming Leanne Buchanan, the President and CEO of the Miami-Dade Innovation Authority. Everybody's talking about AI. Governments are not short on interest in AI. When you look at recent global studies, they show that 60 to 65%, I'd probably say this is close to 75% of local government organizations are interested in strategically positioning AI to amplify and optimize outcomes, but less than 25% have actually integrated it, and less than 15% have integrated generative AI. So this gap really matters because AI integration into government is not theoretical, it's really practical. It's actually absolutely essential. And so we're going to talk about what cities are focused on in terms of choke points, where pilots actually fail, where pilots can scale, and thinking about how AI can be integrated across full ecosystems. So when we think about some of the choke points or some of the areas where things stall, most governments now collect many indicators of failure. You think about 311 data, we think about sensors, operational dashboards, all types of performance metrics. But this suggests that there's lots of data, lots of opportunity, but oftentimes the ability to act on the insights that are surfaced is not realized. So when something breaks in a city, for example, a flooded street, a stalled transit line, a service outage, early warning signals often exist, but where do these decisions stall? When is information needed? What information is ready available but unable to be deployed to the right decision makers? Let's talk for a moment about where AI can be helpful and where information stalls. I will leave it up to all of you to decide who's going to go first.
I'll jump in real quick. So, as we look at counties and what we do to help support our citizens, our residents, I think the key really is ensuring data access and quality. People talk all the time about AI, and that's great. But then when I actually go in and have discussions with some of our counties, and it's not all about size or anything either. It really doesn't matter if it's large, medium, or small. Everyone's at a different place on their journey. The biggest challenge is some of them don't even have data governance or data policies. So why would you create an AI policy without having good data policies and that kind of thing too? So I think that's the primary choke point I would suggest, at least from a county and municipality perspective, is ensuring that you've got those quality gaps fixed and that you're really focused on the data before you add the AI layer. And I don't want to steal everyone's thunder, so the only other thing I'll say, which is weak governance and ethics frameworks also, I think are major choke points. And having the right people at the table to help facilitate making those not choke points and actually making them opportunities to build trust and transparency, I think are key.
I want to go to Matt, and Matt, I see you're about to jump in, but John says it's about access, quality, but then also thinking about what the governing frameworks are. As the former CTO of New York, it's a lot of data. There's probably a lot of fragmentation. Do departments talk to each other? Are they using the same data sets? Talk to us about the implementation lens that you bring to thinking about removing some of the bottlenecks.
First and foremost, good morning, everyone. All right, so we're gonna do this really quick. I apologize. So when I say good morning, I mean it. Everybody here is alive. Hopefully the people you loved also woke up this morning. Yeah. So when I say good morning, I mean good morning. So let's try one more time. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, that feels better. So when I look at what this means for a city like New York, one of the big things that we have to focus on first is what's the business use case. So a lot of times what happens, like you look at a city like New York, you have over 8 million people, you have over 1 million buildings, you have tons of sensors, tons of data. And what happened over time is that every agency that represents New York has built an identity around what that agency is. And that data that they hold, there's a strong sense of this is my data, I can't share it with you, so on and so forth. And then when we identify some of the business use cases of the outcomes that we're trying to affect, and you talk to the leaders that run those agencies, it makes it much easier to talk about what data sharing agreements look like. A very good example I'll give you is like childcare. Like something very basic, but how many agencies have information about when a child is born, the age that they get to, and how many agencies are responsible in the childcare fulfillment process? In New York City, when you apply for a basic service like childcare, it goes to one of 3 different agencies. Those 3 different agencies go through their own manual review process, and it used to be at least 30 to 45 days before you would get a message back in mail about your eligibility determination. And if you fail to meet the qualifications for one of the programs, you had to reapply by mail for something else. So when we brought those 3 agencies into a room and we talked about sharing your information in real time, creating a system so that we can make decisions based on that data and get people access to that benefit as fast as possible, that certainly changed the speed at which they were working together. And now because of stuff like that as a foundation, when we look at things like AI, by pooling the information from those agencies, we now have a cool capability to start looking at people that need public benefits, like the credit card industry looks at potential candidates for companies. So imagine being a mother who has a kid. We get a notification that we know because of your prior applications for either public housing or financial benefit, we know that you are below the poverty line. You already have 2 kids, now you have another. Proactively being able to serve you with benefits before you ask is a place where AI is emerging these days within New York City. So I think for us, the business use case is always the thing that drives the mission, and once you can get people behind the use case, everything else will go.
I want to go to April really quickly, but let me contextualize something, because I want April, you to talk a little bit about how Matt just framed this. There's a business use case, but sometimes there's a disconnection between the business use case and the end user. The end of the day, the purpose of cities is to improve quality of life for residents. We optimize and we look at AI and other types of technology to make sure that the resident experience is one that is positive, that their needs are served, and they can really access the resources that cities have. So I know you're going to jump in, but I'd love for you also to speak to, because you do represent so many different jurisdictions, how are jurisdictions kind of toting the line between articulating the business use case, but understanding that there is an end user and thinking through an experience design lens, how they eliminate these data fiefdoms, if you will, that exist cross-departmentally, and think about really creating harmonization in how the different systems are talking to each other.
Yeah, you framed it perfectly. And I mean, regardless of what industry we represent, we're all in the people business, right? And so across our jurisdictions and in the transportation industry, we really find that decisions are stalling at the handoff. So data is existing, but the authority and trust is not there. So cities that are acting earlier, when they bring together frontline operators and community voices and leadership, when they all share the same real-time picture, they're empowered to move before something becomes a crisis. And so at Compto, we are a convener and a collaborator trying to bridge the gap between the public and the private sector and the community voices. And it's not easy, because when it comes to practical decision-making, there needs to be frameworks that can be stress tested. And so in some of the smaller and rural communities we're working with, there's a capacity issue. I mean, I call some of these folks superheroes because they've got 13 jobs and they're stressed, but they really care a lot about the communities that they represent. So once agencies can align roles and share early warning indicators, then response times have improved before emergencies escalate. But it really does take some strategic planning, coordination, and really sometimes you need organizations and associations who've been embedded in the community for a long time to help bridge the gap, create the trust, so that when an emergency arises, everybody can come together and really move on one accord.
D'Artagnan, you know I'm coming to you. And what I appreciate about what you said, April, is that you are moving the conversation from strict implementation in terms of like the technical aspects to thinking about how the hierarchy of decision-making and authority flows. The work that MDIA does as a public innovation authority is we serve as a platform for government leaders to accelerate how they pilot and procure emerging technologies. And one of the biggest insights that I've seen is, yes, there is the interoperability question when you're looking at a particular solution, but there's always this layer, what I like to call the psychological layer, or the power layer of, can I, as a implementer, do I have the authority to do this? Am I gonna rock the boat? Is this gonna be risky? So D'Artagnan, what I'd love for you to talk about, generally answering the question, but also talk to us about what are some of the frameworks that you are actually seeing in practice to help provide authority to people that need to make decisions, to make sure all of the stakeholders are considered, and maybe some that don't need to be at the table are removed from the equation so that you can actually implement more effectively.
It's a really good question. And for added context, local governments are like 30 big companies enrolled into one. And so when you think about a city service and all of the touch points and all of the data and systems and people that are involved, trust is a big part of that. And so when I'll give one example of, let's just say we're solving illegal dumping or responding to that. That involves about 6 agencies within the city, and it involves their data. And so if you want to do a lightweight pilot and say, we can automate a response to illegal dumping, but we need your data, then that creates a lot of questions and thrash and concern. And so there are a couple of ways to address that. One is you start with framing the problem and telling the story around how we can optimize this operation. There is a psychological bit because you need to frame it in a way that doesn't suggest that someone's not doing their job effectively. You can frame it in a way that speaks to an opportunity to bring these operations together and realize stronger outcomes for the people that we serve. And so an example of that would be the housing department has a role in this through code enforcement. Public Works has a role in this through cleanup. Community engagement has a role in this. The Environmental Control Board has a role in this through issuing citations, et cetera, et cetera. We have been successful at starting a small pilot for this work to demonstrate what it looks like. Sometimes people need to see it in action because it feels very abstract. And so an example of what that looked like was bringing in CCTV Oh God, now I'm starting to sound technical. So in areas where we have dumping hotspots, we have cameras, right? But we don't make good use of the cameras because someone has to go in and surveil afterwards, so it's reactive. But if you can see the event happen, and if you could detect it through a smart model, then you can make the smart decisions to deploy resources in a proactive fashion. Now the resident doesn't have to report it. And so we had to get clearance from IT to get access to the systems. We had to give them, we had to ensure that we're gonna make responsible use of the imagery to not identify people. And then we had to build confidence that the model will actually detect dumping events to trigger workflows to coordinate a response or an investigation. So it was almost selling the idea to our internal stakeholders to get the right buy-in.
So this is the perfect segue because you talked about a pilot. And when we look at many of the instances of AI experimentation in local government, it stalls at the pilot level. So they rarely move from testing, proof of value, proof of concept into full-scale integration across the ecosystem into everyday operations. And so I want to talk about where that gap exists. At MDIA, we have launched 19 pilots across multiple departments in less than 3 years. And what we've been able to see is that even though we've been able to create a 67% reduction in time to pilot, used to take 18 months, we can get a pilot started in 6 months or less through using pilot-based open innovation challenges. Ultimately, what is missing is the appropriate layer for continuously adopting new technology. We call that the digital integration layer. Vertical integration happens much more quickly in the private sector, but when it gets to the public sector, the lack of governance procedures, the lack of more agile procurement strategies, the lack of policy that can move from pilot into full-scale procurement, these are the things that prevent really cool technologies, particularly those that are AI-based, from actually scaling. So whoever wants to take the question, I would love for you to start talking about where have you seen AI actually move beyond pilot to dependable everyday systems? What institutional changes were necessary for that to happen? And then what institutional roadblocks continue to prevent AI from scaling?
I'd like to just quickly say, in some of the communities that we're working with that are under-resourced, it's all about approach. Sometimes it's reactive instead of it being full-scale integrated, and that starts at the leadership level. So the approach to looking at AI can't just be to put a Band-Aid on one issue or to solve one problem, but it really needs to be looked at as something that can help with predictive support, analysis, and in that way, it can be fully integrated into the operations instead of just being put on top of something as a specific fix for a specific issue that really doesn't allow everyone within an organization or an operation to be a part of the solution. So I think approach is the first start.
So the approach in some instances is so siloed. And so the silos do not allow for even the insights and the learnings to deploy across the system. I saw you were jumping in here, John.
Yeah, no, what we're seeing really at the county level is those counties that are succeeding have a clear service-driven use case, strong leadership, and cross-departmental or cross-agency alignment. And you want to make sure that you're starting small and then scaling within the capabilities that you have. Because I think what we're finding is the counties aren't lacking interest, but they're probably lacking maybe infrastructure, capacity, or guardrails that are hindering the execution. The only other thing I'll add to that, it was interesting, I was out doing an AI forum out on the West Coast, and Utah County Commissioner Amelia Powers-Gardner was saying, it's really great to go after those things that you want to implement that are going to have the biggest impact on the most amount of your residents and constituents. Having said that, if you don't have someone in your organization driving that, forget about it. It may have the most impact, but if you don't have a sponsor and someone that's carrying it throughout the organization, it is going to fail, irrespective of the other resources that you can throw into it. So having that commitment and being able to push those things across your organization, across the finish line, are really key.
This idea of sponsorship is really interesting, and then Matt, will go to you because I see you're ready to jump in, is I think that we talk about sponsorship and it's often framed through a singular lens that you need that one champion. What we've seen, we've done pilots at the port, the airport, solid waste, housing, now emergency management, transportation, is that the sponsorship has to exist at multiple levels. Yes, buy-in at the top. We have an amazing mayor, Daniela Levine Cava at the county, new mayor in the city of Miami, where we're actually located, Mayor Eileen Higgins, who are very forward-thinking about making sure that technology is not an afterthought, that we're looking at how it is embedded into operations. But at multiple levels, we have to have champions. And what we've seen is that while we may have a champion at the departmental level, for example, we'll have a champion at the port, if you've centralized IT and you haven't found the champion in IT, then it creates this tension between one department that wants to implement AI and another department that says, well, our infrastructure is not ready, for example, for computer vision. We don't have edge computing on site, so we can't do object detection with computer vision. So no. How do you resolve those tensions between departments? And then Matt, I just love your general thoughts on how we can actually move these pilots to scale.
So you might hear this theme from me a lot, but I think the mission really matters. So if you want to move something from pilot to general acceptance and general use, it's what are you doing and what are you doing it for? So I think there are spaces where the government moves really fast, depending on what it is that they're doing, and that's mostly in places like public safety. If you're worried about someone dying, you're going to move really fast to make sure that you can prevent that as quick as possible. So when we look at a lot of the AI use cases in New York City and like where a lot of that stuff comes from, you think about over the last decade, we've done things like body cameras, gunshot detection, chem rad sensors, and in real time taking all that information and making real time determinations around where we put people and how we should deploy our police officers. And in the background, we take 10 years worth of crime data, we look at weather, we look at a bunch of other factors, and then we make determinations proactively on where we should place people. Now, that's the public safety use case. When you get into public benefits and other spaces which may be less mature, it's getting behind a mission and getting behind an outcome that you want to see and getting sponsorship across all levels. I think one of the things that you touched on that's very important is that in places where you have IT centralized and you have the business owners in a separate side of the camp, one of the challenges is if you have IT leaders that are traditional IT leaders that understand tech, but that don't understand the business operation, you're always going to find yourself at this point of contention because it's like, from the tech side, it's like if we innovate too quickly and we don't have the proper footing and something fails, the liability is on me. And on the business side, they're trying to get outcomes that enable success in ways that the business hasn't seen, so they're pushing from the other end of the spectrum. I think collectively having a conversation and a general understanding, if you don't do something today, what's the cost of inaction and how we can leverage technology to make those better. I think in most cases, you'll reason out which pilots make sense to take on and which ones make sense just to put to the side.
I want to go to D'Artagnan next, but what's really important about what you said is that when it comes to AI, yes, it can be a North Star, but a North Star has to have OKRs. We need to think about how do you operationalize that North Star? And when we do that, what often comes up are issues around, they're very practical issues around trust. How do we understand how to build our trust frameworks in particular systems? What are our guidelines for evaluating particular solutions? Urgency can be great, but one of the tensions that we're often trying to resolve when working with our CITD department in Miami-Dade County is how we can use pilots as a means of understanding where to prioritize infrastructure upgrades. When you have an immediate need, sometimes that can leapfrog it within the roadmap of what infrastructure upgrades are needed. So, D'Artagnan, I want to come to you to talk a little bit about this idea of trust and liability, because sometimes you do need to think about liability. You are a public entity. There are different rules that apply to how you use data, personally identifiable data, different liabilities that exist, that sometimes when startups or more agile companies are trying to understand how to integrate with local government, even the security matrices blow their minds. So how do you resolve that tension between what's coming from the private sector that you want to adopt, but maintaining your standards as a public sector entity?
Oh, definitely. I think it's two things from the start. AI products work really well when the foundations are set. We've seen demos, and it's really impressive. And the question always comes up: well, why can't we just do this, right? And the answer to that is there's a data foundation that needs to be in place, but bigger than the data, there's process that needs to be understood and that needs to be contextualized into AI products. An example of that would be, let's say for permitting. In many cities, well, every city provides permitting and development services. And one could say, well, you can put an AI on top of this and it will tell the resident exactly what they need to do. Well, in order for the AI to tell the resident exactly what to do, someone needs to inform the AI of the process. And in order to do that, you need to understand the regulations behind it and the business processes and the handoffs and the workflows, et cetera. If I am going to do the development project, then you need to know what may trigger a floodplain review. You may need to know what can expedite or auto issue or permit, et cetera. So the business process around how things get done and what the handoffs are is critical. The same applies to having a foundational set of quality data that's understood and interpreted by all, including systems, I think is another bit. The third part around avoiding, mitigating potential risk and liabilities associated with systems is understanding sort of the implications around poor decisions being made, and ensuring that you are evaluating the various edge cases and evaluating the impact of an unfortunate decision being acted on. We often consult with counsel on that, both at the at the mayor's office level as well as within our agencies, so that we are positioning ourselves to on the path for responsible adoption of AI.
I love that you said consult with counsel. In my past life, I was an attorney. I'm a recovering attorney now. So attorneys can often, be roadblocks. They just often say no. One of the things that we have worked really closely with the county attorney's office in Miami-Dade is to understand whether the no is a no or if there's a lack of knowledge of what the implications of the technology are. I'll give you a really clear example, then John, I want to go to you to talk about some of the risks. We have a pilot demonstration agreement, which is the vehicle that authorizes pilots, technology pilots in our county. And one of the provisions was regarding derivative works. And essentially what it said is every single time you use county data, a technology company could never use an instance of their technology that use county data. Well, if you look at LLMs, you're often training. My iPhone just updated. There are new software updates that come out. And so one of the pushbacks that we had and we had to negotiate is rewriting the agreement to make sure that we're protecting interest, but we're also meeting the technology of today, how it operates. And there are a lot of blind spots that exist that only surface in practice. They often only surface in pilots and implementation. And so, John, I want to talk to you because counties manage everything from public safety to infrastructure, and any number of issues can create blind spots around technology adoption. As we think about AI, D'Artagnan mentioned process. If you haven't mapped the process, it's really hard to implement AI effectively. What are some other blind spots that come up when governments are looking to implement AI as a layer on top of service delivery?
Yeah, I think the biggest barriers and the biggest risks that counties have to overcome is really the fact that we do have a lot of data silos. We have a number of legacy systems that are still in place that is just very difficult to layer anything on top of. And then, of course, there's that whole data infrastructure. And I think also capacity is another major constraint, regardless of what size your county is. Most counties do not have dedicated AI teams. They don't have, if they even have an IT department, they're already stretched thin. And we have tons of counties across the nation that IT person might be, that person over in the water utility that just happens to know the most about computers. So I think we really need to focus on what our internal resources are, how we can best leverage them. And then the last thing I'll talk about is, having a sustainable procurement department and agency that can understand, and to your earlier point, working with the law department and working, in counties, law departments, procurement, and chief security officers tend to be the biggest barriers. And if we're all working together for the same goal, though, which is the citizen-facing outcomes, I think we can overcome those risks. And again, it's that top to bottom and bottom to top governance that's required, and not just one key leader trying to wave the flag and not getting it as a cultural acceptance through the organization.
One of the things that we've seen in using pilot-based open innovation challenges as a way to get procurement and IT comfortable with trying before they buy, de-risking full-scale awards, is procurement has seen this as a really great vehicle to create efficiencies. It eliminates the potential for our RFP failure in the future when what is promised in technology doesn't actually work in practice. But one of the challenges with pilots, particularly technology pilots, is different departments and different systems have different tolerance levels for failure. April, I want to come to you to talk about transportation. If there's a delay or failure in transportation and mobility, the impacts are probably more severe than perhaps a delay in permitting. People might get annoyed at permitting, but some people can't get to work. And so how are some of the agencies that you interact with focused on managing AI implementation, new technology, but also hedging against the risk of the implications on those systems?
Well, funding is an issue. I'm just going to say it. It's difficult. And even just navigating, large funding streams like federal funding, capacity continues to be an issue. So just echoing my colleague, capacity building support is important, and cross-sector connections are really important. And we're trying, Comto as an organization is trying to help strengthen that coordination so that, we can intervene earlier and reduce cascading impacts on communities and stop a localized issue from becoming a regional shutdown. But I do think that there is a challenge in kind of balancing the safety aspects, the reliability, and the public trust under constant strain. And, hey, we don't think AI should replace judgment, but really it should sharpen it and give operators and leaders better foresight so that human decisions are faster and more informed. So once again, it comes back to approach. But funding is also a challenge, and the cross-sector collaboration and coordination continues to be an issue. So we just have to keep talking about it and keep normalizing it. And I know that it's going to get better because the opportunities are phenomenal.
I have one final question that I will pose to everybody because we're running short on time. But I've been thinking a lot about AI implementing AI in government. One of the things that comes up for me is the large amounts of data that the large language models might be trained on and optimized on is an asset. And a lot of times you'll have, the Anthropics of the world and these large companies that go to local government and say, give us all your data, and we will give you great insights so that you can operate more effectively. But that's an exchange. That is a transaction. There is currency that exists in that data that even in the way that it is packaged, you think about transportation data, camera data, that should be something that cities could be monetizing, whether or not it's some type of royalty, whether or not there's a general standard to value how data is delivered to LLMs. I think that cities may be missing out on an opportunity to generate some revenue for the data that they are sharing. So that is one big idea that I have around how we can reimagine the role that government plays in interacting with AI companies. So the question I have for each of you as we close out is, governing smarter isn't about technology alone. It's really about the leadership changes, the structural changes, and thinking about what systems need to be adjusted to more effectively implement AI into everyday operations. So what is one change that you think needs to be made?
If I could start with that one, I would say the foundation. If we as local government leaders could position cities to have clean foundational data on city operations, then we would be much better positioned to layer in AI on top of it for insights. If we start with the core set of city services, like for example, 311 and work orders, maybe public safety, housing, and probably fiscal, those are core domains that touch everything that we do in cities, and that could serve as an opportunity to jumpstart leveraging AI for accelerated insights on city operations. To your point around partnerships, I think is very smart. Why? Because you cannot get started responsibly at scale without quality data foundations and quality processes. And so an incentive for a potential partner really could be to support your government in accelerating those foundational steps. Hey, we will partner with you to do a computer vision project. We'll partner with you to do a large language model or chatbot project, but we need your help with getting the foundational data in order so that we can do this responsibly at scale and position us all to be successful. I think that that's a novel concept.
So there's a trade-off there. There's an exchange. I love it. Bargaining chips. John.
No, and I'll just, kind of like a quick soundbite adding to what D'Artagnan just said. It's like technology is rarely the hardest part. It's really the capacity within your organization, the governance, and then the trust. And if you can work on those three things, the data cleanup is, that's a given. But the technology components, I think you're going to find are actually going to be the easiest part. It's the rest of it where you need to get that culture throughout your organization.
I'm going to push you.
Uh-oh.
What's the number one?
Number one.
If you had to choose, Russian roulette, which one's the most important?
I'm going to go with governance.
Okay.
I mean, people would be capacity, but you can have all the capacity. If you don't have governance around it, then you're just going to be all over the place.
April, what's that one thing that needs to change?
Shared accountability. Governing smarter starts with shared accountability for how decisions affect real people in real time.
Amazing. We're going to end with you, Matt.
I'd say organizational alignment. One of the big challenges that I find, or that I've seen, like one of the things that you pointed on in terms of having privacy risk, having data risks, and being able to monetize, that requires leadership that comes from very different parts of the organization. So it requires organizational alignment and getting your principals on board. And by principals, it means more than just the principle of the city, it means the principle of the agencies. So when you talk about terms like artificial intelligence, everybody hears AI, but not everybody understands what it means and how it can impact their outcomes. So if you can get organizational alignments, get your principals on board, understand how this type of technology can impact their mission, the money will come, the resources will come, as long as you can deliver the outcomes.
I think, as I try to take in all of what we've talked about, we've hit on a lot. You guys got to give yourselves a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. As we transition, and just my reminders, you're going to go back upstairs. We're playing a little bit of musical floors. My personal motto in life is people, purpose, and impact over everything else. And to me, that also encapsulates some of the important themes as you think about integrating AI into government. We can't forget about the people, both the people as the end users, but also the people who are leading these projects and these efforts to implement. But then purpose, to your point, so many points. You need to be clear. Why are you even doing this? How do we make sure that we are focused on efficacy, effectiveness over just checking the box to say we have AI? And then impact matters. And you can't get to impact without thinking about governance. You can't get to impact without thinking about what are the implications of the decision making and what are the implications on all of the departments who might be interacting with this new system. So a lot to think about, a lot to keep discussing. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, and we appreciate you.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for being here for this conversation around AI for the public good. For those I haven't met, John Paul Farmer, I've had the pleasure of being able to do some public service in my own career. I was in the Obama White House and I served as the Chief Technology Officer of New York City. And in those roles, I was able to look at how we use tech for public good, more recently how we use AI for public good. And I know that that is front of mind for our panelists who are currently in public service. So let's get started with you, Commissioner Bell. I want to ask a question. This is actually for everybody, but I want to start with you. When you think about public systems and the fact that if they fail, people really feel it. The benefits could go unpaid, roads could go uncleared, things that people really experience in a really visceral way. What do you see as the biggest priorities? What do you see as the biggest challenges? Where do you think technology is most needed?
Good afternoon, everyone. Alicia Bell, Chair of the Wayne County Commission, where our central city is Detroit. Thank you for having me in this very important conversation. Where we look at our priorities is really starts from the top up. The head of our organizations, be it the county executive, the chair of the commission, having those persons involved in technology and understanding what it means. A lot of times we are bogged down with the day-to-day operations, making sure we're doing this, that, to make sure that things are running smoothly. And a lot of times the AI aspect and how we can think about being proactive doesn't necessarily occur. So having the leadership understand what AI is, what technology is, and how it can make our lives more efficient and not be so reactive, but proactive. A lot of time government, as well as you all know, we are on the back end usually when it comes to technology. Private sector and companies are usually far more ahead of where government lies, but we're working towards bridging that gap and being more proactive when things do occur. We're right there preventing them from being a disaster, and that's very important. That comes from the top of the leadership down.
Thank you for that. I think something you pointed out is really probably something we all think about, which is that in the private sector, our daily lives seem to raise expectations for what government should do, but it's not always as easy to deploy in government as it is in the private sector, and there's some very good reasons for that. Mary Lee, if we can go to you, to same question about what are the big problems, but also why is it hard to fix them?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Lee. I am the newly elected mayor of Tuskegee, Alabama. It is great to be here at SAND. Just 90 days in, coming up on being the mayor. And one of the things that I've realized that there are a lot of systems in place. They're outdated, and sometimes you can't even call them legacy systems. And people have just gotten used to doing the same thing the same way for so many years. And I think, people say it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Well, I think it starts, as Commissioner Bell said, with the vision. Somebody that has innovation to come in to implement a lot of these strategies. But, coming from a rural area and being, a mayor of a small town with such historic impact, I think we have to get rid of a lot of the red tape. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges. People feel frustrated with the status quo, and I've realized that a lot of the problems we're having as small government are some of the same challenges that, bigger cities have as well. But I think that, solving those solutions are a lot harder for us. And I think that because we don't have the, staff infrastructure a lot of times, I'm seeing all these great titles from these big cities of all these tech, data coordinators and honestly, coming into office, we don't even have an IT person. I know that might sound crazy to a lot of people, but really just assessing and finding out, people that are a lot smarter than me to help us address these challenges.
Did you say you don't have an IT person?
We do not. We consult right now, and wow. That's a contract that I'm looking at because I think that a lot of times the way things are being done are just outdated. So recognizing that first and foremost and figuring out the things that need to be done to change it.
I think we've got great representation of the different contexts in which governments are operating, from Wayne County to Tuskegee, and then over to Miriam to talk a bit about Ethiopia and what the context looks like there, not just in terms of the scale, but also what are the specifics of the problems you face? How much do they rhyme with what's being experienced by cities and counties and states here in the United States, and how much are they different?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. Fred, you're amazing. You make the continent proud, and we thank you for that. So a bit of context around Ethiopia. We are a federal country with 130 million people. We're the second largest population on the continent. Very young population. Our average age is less than 20. Our GDP is 130 billion. We grew at 9.2% last year, so fast growing. And this scale, the speed at which we're growing, and the youth is amazing opportunities, but it's also haunting for public sector. So to your question, when those system fails, they affect real challenges, human challenges. It's a farmer missing its planting season because of no fertilizers, or a family that doesn't know what their benefits are, or a startup that loses time because of siloed or offices that do not talk to each other. So, and the root causes of those issues as usually, and I think we spoke about it this morning, is fragmented data. So to your question, do we have the same challenges? It's been very insightful to listen to the conversation this morning. We also have the same challenges. Siloed institutions, heavy, paper-heavy workflows. The thing is that we have less legacy systems, so when we do implement, impact is higher. So yeah, we have usually no single source of truth. These are the challenges that we face, and they're hard to fix because legacy systems are there. Even, paperwork. We're very, very intense on paperwork in government. We also see that innovation is more difficult than status quo. And trust, of course. So we see AI as an infrastructure. We see AI as a platform. We see AI as not luxury, but a necessity.
Thank you, all three of you, for those answers to kick us off here. I want to talk a little about some of the buzzwords that we hear. We hear about responsible AI. We hear about trustworthy AI. Back when I worked at Microsoft, I think there was an entire team called the Trustworthy AI Unit. But what about dependability? Because at the end of the day, you're responsible for delivering these really critical services that you've all referenced. What does dependability mean to you, especially in relation to AI? And if I could, I'd like to start with Mayor Lee on this one.
Sure. I think dependability is really being able to kind of identify the problems before they happen. A lot of times we have to be reactive, as Commissioner Bell said. And I think when we have systems in place that we can depend on that can let us know before a problem, is a $10,000 problem versus a $10 million problem, that really helps out a lot, especially with critical infrastructure. I think that when we depend on these systems and they can really give us insight in real time, especially learning more about these physical components of AI, I think that, it does start with trustworthiness. And I think transparency a lot of time is just kind of letting everybody know what the end goals are. There's such a fear a lot of time of AI and a stigma, but I think that it starts with just starting with the end goal in mind and showing them that, hey, we have these problems. This is a solution that can help us get there. So to me, that's what dependable AI is, something that we can rely on and that citizens can know it's working for them, even if they don't exactly understand how.
Thanks. Got some claps. We like that one. Miriam, let's go to you next on dependable AI.
So yeah, we speak more about dependable AI rather than responsible AI. And for us, it means, accountability, predictability, and also reversibility. So if it fails, there's always a human you can revert to. The other important thing is that it works with our data, no matter how messy our data is or how it was classified. What was it called? Dark or noisy. The important thing is that it works with our data. The other thing is it's legible, so decision can be explained. And because we're a federal country, context matters as well. Language, regional administrative, legal context matters. So yeah, in our part of the world where public services is quite fragmented, but I see that you also have the same challenges here. Reliability matters more than innovation. So yeah.
That's an interesting quote right there. Reliability matters more than innovation. I also think what you brought up stuff that's absolutely true, I think in probably every government that's represented here, which is that a black box might be okay in some settings in the private sector. It's not okay in many settings in the public sector. And so you've got the reversibility, the ability to understand why a decision was made, or as Fred was talking about this morning in his keynote, the ability to have a human in the loop so that the human is the ultimate decision maker. They're informed, they're empowered by the AI, but it's not that the machines are running the show, because at the end of the day, a lot of constituents just don't want that. I'm curious, Commissioner Bell, what are your thoughts?
Well, Michigan is not the show me state, that's Missouri, but you do have to show us. So, and I say that in regards to the trauma that, of course, Michigan had when we go through the automotive industry, and how a lot of jobs back a few years, well, 20, 30, 40 years ago, were taken by robotics. And people are still not very trustworthy of technology when it comes to loss of jobs. So we want to start with the trauma that some people have when it comes to technology and AI, and what that's going to mean for their own personal job. So with that, being dependable simply means that we want to make sure that people, one, don't fear it. They want to make sure that it's going to work, but they also want to make sure that if it is going to work, we have to have the human aspect of it, that it's not going to be a tremendous job loss. Counties and public sector provides the employment for so many of us in this country. So those persons who are on the front lines at county employees, they want to make sure that we're going to put our human touch on it, but I'm not going to lose my job as we build these systems out. So being dependable, but also addressing the trauma that comes with technology and things that are different, that people need to be educated on how it's going to make their work process more efficient, rather than lose their job.
I think that point about the historical context is really important. I grew up mostly in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when the steel industry had shut down for some of the same reasons. And I think it's really important, as you point out, that we've got to bring people along with this new technology revolution and ensure that this technology is deployed in such a way that it truly does benefit people. And while it is a time of uncertainty, hopefully it doesn't need to be as much a time of fear. And that's I think, on all of us and the decisions we make. I'd like to stay with you with a follow-up question. What's interesting about Wayne County, or one thing, I'm sure there are many, many things that are interesting about Wayne County, but one thing that's interesting is the diversity of context. You've got Detroit, you've got suburbs, you've got rural areas, you've got all of these different kinds of lived experiences. And I'm curious how that affects the way you think about new technologies like AI, the way you think about communicating with these different communities with different lived experiences, day-to-day experiences, and also how you determine what problems do you go after first if, again, everyone's got slightly different problems. So how do you think about that?
Wayne County has 1.8 million people, and again, we're suburban, rural, and urban in our county. So how do we go about that is being innovative and making sure that we're producing products and procuring products that are going to benefit our constituents. I'm so happy that we're looking at young people in Wayne County. We have contracted with a young African-American entrepreneur to do our sensor for health quality, for air quality. And that's an important piece because we still have manufacturing and some of the pollutants that manufacturers put into the air. So a young African-American male who suffered from asthma came up with a air system quality, and we contracted with him. So we were his first contractor for his business, and air monitors are all across the area to see what the air quality is, so a child would know if it's safe or not to go outside and play. And then we're even evolving that to put on their backpacks for the children, so that the children can know if how the air quality is, how that's going to affect their health, if they should go outside. So being innovative and understanding that there are a lot of issues that AI and technology can tackle, but making sure that we as county leaders understand what's important to our constituents. Air quality is important to our constituents. So tackling that as issue, as well as helping young entrepreneurs in that space. And we even have a wonderful Black Tech Saturdays, which is African American young folks, not say young, under 50, young folks who are out there making their mark in technology. And as they make their mark in the technology world and AI, we as governments can implore them and buy their procured outcomes, so that way we can make that happen in our county. So just that, all of that works together. The workforce, making sure that we're addressing issues from the urban side, the rural side, and the suburban side, to make sure that AI is working for everyone.
I like your definition of young person, because that means I'm a young person for a few more years, so I will take it. I think the example you gave is really resonant, relevant. Air quality, that's something that matters to everybody everywhere. When I was CTO of New York City, we did a project to go from 12 static air quality monitoring stations around the city that only collected samples for 2 weeks a year, to putting air quality sensors on fleet vehicles. The vehicles that just drive around, the garbage trucks, the transportation vehicles, and we got so much more granular data and understanding. And in a dense urban environment, something like that really allows you to understand where the pollutants are gathering. I mean, if you're near a highway, there might be a school next to a highway, and the kids shouldn't go out and have recess at a certain time. It's really interesting when you get real time, and when you get block by block and street by street, the kinds of ways that data can inform policymaking.
And I'm going to continue with that. The data is important, but how we use the data is even more important. We can collect data all day long, but if we're not doing something to affect the change of that data, we're just collecting numbers.
That's right. Like Fred said this morning, sense, analyze, act. You got to act. You got to have the third piece of it. Let's go down to Miriam. Talk to us a little about Ethiopia and the work that you've been doing, the work that you're excited to do. Where do you see AI? Where are you already seeing AI make a difference, and where do you really envision it making a difference in the near term?
Thanks for this question. In the last 6 years since Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed took power, technology was made a priority sector, because he really believes that it can allow us to leapfrog, and it's transformational for our context. So what we did at first is really lay the foundation of what it was needed to move to where we are today in this day and age, and catch up with the AI progress. So we really looked at really foundational things: access to electricity, making sure internet penetration grew, making sure that our data platforms were laid. Looking at introducing a national digital ID. So in the last, I think in 2020, we launched Digital Ethiopia 2025. We didn't have payment systems in place. We didn't have the national ID in place. Today, in 2026, we've now launched Digital Ethiopia 2023. We have 55 million people on mobile money. We have 35 million people with a digital ID, and our payments are interoperable. And we're also laying a data exchange platform, which takes us to the next level, which is building digital public infrastructure. So our new strategy, the core of our new strategy is to build digital public infrastructure, deepen the digital economy, because we're still a very rural country, and the digital economy picked up in major cities, but we still need to reach everyone and include everyone, and also use emerging technologies and AI as a core enabler for socioeconomic development. In 2020 as well, we launched an AI institute, not to be left behind. We launched LLM on our languages, so we have 5 languages. And we are also actually doing some of those equipments that Fred was talking about. Our startups have started exploring those devices as well, so that we have more data in our cities. So concretely, what we're implementing is AI. Assistive AI, not autonomous systems, but really AI that will assist us in our public services, in making sure that we serve our people better and faster. So today, like I said, millions of women in rural areas are included. They can have access to microloans, so we use AI for credit systems. So more and more people have access to microloans.
When you say you use AI for credit systems, for decision making?
For decision making,
okay.
to extend credit to rural areas, to farmers, and to women, and particularly as well, who are the least included in the financial space.
And I'm curious, is this altering the distribution of existing funds, or is it actually unlocking new funds because now there's a depth of understanding of who's creditworthy?
Correct, both. So it has brought in efficiency in current funding and unlocked a lot of funding, because we understand better and we have now data to know what is needed and where it's used and how it's used and how we can help. For us, AI, like I said, is something we really use to assist our systems. And for us, success means citizens noticing, better delays in how we serve them. So today in Ethiopia, you can have a driver's license in 15 minutes and get an ID in a day, which was totally impossible 5 years ago.
Still impossible in some places, so congratulations on that. Mayor Lee, we're going from a country of 130 million people. What's the population of Tuskegee?
We're around 9,000, so under
10,000. So talk to us about a city of your size, a smaller city, and other cities that are in a similar situation. How do you address the changing times, the opportunities that exist with AI, while recognizing your constraints, figuring out a way to deal with them, and still make the progress that your constituents are clamoring for?
Absolutely. I think that in a small city, a lot of times employees have to wear multiple hats. I mean, myself as the mayor, a lot of times I have to wear multiple hats. Sometimes I am the IT director, believe it or not, the communications director, the person, that's answering the phone and dealing directly with the citizens. So I think that, improving the efficiency of communication, for sure, being able to respond to things in real time or a lot faster, and also just delays, avoiding delays in repairing streets and every aspect of city government, I think is something very important. I also think in a rural area, we don't have the same access to healthcare that a lot of cities have. And I think that if we can figure out ways to use technology to improve response times, whether it be ambulance, fire, those things, I think that will go a long way. I think that, having these tools is great, but I think that implementing them requires that human element that you mentioned. And, getting people to kind of understand, again, the end goal of these technologies. Myself as the mayor, when I ran for office, I talked about improving government efficiency, making government more effective, improving our processes with automation and digitization. Didn't know exactly how I was going to do it, but here I am today, and I'm seeing so many tools, and we can look at what other cities and other countries are doing as a model. And I really think that as small cities, it's a blank canvas. When we talk about AI for the public good, if it's truly for the public good, then I think it has to, be able to impact the small cities that don't have the big budgets and the full technology staffs and the digital advisors. And I think that having it accessible through a lot of these tools that exist now are really going to help us close that gap a lot faster than in years past. And, because, again, we're a blank canvas, a lot of times systems are outdated, but in many cases, the systems don't exist. So I think that a small city can really be a model for the rest of the world in what we can do as far as innovation.
I hope somebody here is writing on the quotes, because these are good ones. In many cases, the systems don't exist. It's very easy to think that behind the curtain, there's a bunch of stuff happening. In many cases, that's not true. There is no system. And so we've got to figure out how to create it. Commissioner Bell, back to you to talk a little about procurement, everyone's favorite topic. Pilots are a very popular way of getting started. And the nice thing about a pilot is you often get a press release out of it. Everyone loves a good press release or an announcement. But too often, as has been pointed out, they stall out. They don't keep going. And a pilot, even if it's successful, if it doesn't have a pathway to permanence, to impact, it might never reach fruition. So how do you think about that, and what have you seen as the difference maker between an initiative that gets stuck in the pilot phase and never goes beyond that versus an initiative that actually makes it to real impact?
Great question, and let me just pivot back to Mayor Lee for 1 second about small communities. I think it's very important that, and I'm going to put on my NACO second vice president hat for a second. With NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, we have a collaboration of different counties who love to assist other counties. So a quick story, there was a small county who needed some IT work, and there was a large county, and that large county IT person volunteered to go to that smaller county and say, this is what we can do to help you. So those collaborations amongst ourselves in the public sector are so very important because we work better when we're together as opposed in silos. As it speaks to pilots, we are actually in a pilot program now for procurement and contracting. And how do we move from that pilot program to actually implementing it world or county-wide is making sure that it's meeting the needs that we thought it was going to meet. We have a pilot generally to see if it's going to work or not. And if it does work, then we're excited and we want to make sure that we then bring it through the whole procurement process to contract with them. But it gives us an opportunity also to see that maybe it's not working and there could be another company out there to provide that service who could provide it more efficiently and at a better cost. So the pilot programs are important so we as the county can see if that's going to work for us or not. And if it does, then it's the leadership that's going to say, hey, this worked, it's going to save us money here, it's going to make our workflow more efficient there, and then we can implement the entire thing. But if it doesn't, that's what that pilot program and pilot portion is for, then we can say, we tried it, not so much, let's go out, do an RFP, RFQ to see if there's someone else who can fit our needs a little bit better.
Thank you for that. Mayor Lee, I'd like to go back to you. Because Tuskegee is in such a different place than, say, Wayne County or Ethiopia or New York City, how do you think about public trust? Because it's partially what we do inside of government, but it's also how do we make sure we have the trust of the people so they support the changes that you're making, the decisions you're making. So you're in a historic but small city. You've talked about the resource constraints. To what extent does public trust and public buy-in play a role in your ability to move forward?
I think it's very important, and I think that as leaders of small cities, we have to get a better understanding so that we can be the translators for this technology. They trusted us enough to elect us into office, but we have a responsibility to really break it down in a way, again, showing the end use case and an outcome-based approach. So I think that's very important, that we are transparent. We're letting them know that this is something that is going to help you out, and we identify those daily problems that they see and they complain about, and we say how this is going to fix it. I think that's very important, and I think that when we involve them in the process, I think a lot of times that smaller cities have not been at the table when it comes even to the development of these technologies, because even the companies, they might not see us being necessarily their customer because of the budgets that we have. But again, AI for the public good, I think that we're the ones that really can benefit the most. People look at AI as something that is going to take their jobs, but to be honest, I think that this is really going to help us maximize the capacity of our staffs, and even, with our citizens' innovation, having them be able to really contribute to the data, contribute to helping these physical tools that are gonna help them and make their quality of life even better. Tuskegee is a place, historic impact for sure. We're known for our innovation in history. George Washington Carver, who was a scientist at Tuskegee University, had so many innovative products when it came to the peanut and other things that have impacted the world. We have the Tuskegee Airmen, of course, who are known around the world for the bravery and the impact and the sacrifice they made. I think that with Tuskegee University, we have to really harvest that innovation that sometimes cycles through the college every 4 years. It impacts the world, but it's not necessarily helping our backyard in our community as much as we need to. So I was so excited when Fred was just talking about the training aspect of really, teaching people how to really use these systems. And I think that since we have a university, it's such a great asset that we could, when they grow, we grow. And I think that using them and tying them into the process from the students to the faculty, professors is important as well.
Thank you for bringing up jobs, education, skills. Society has been through technology revolutions before, and for the most part, I'd say we've come out better for it. There are always pros and cons to any change. But what's different now is the speed. It's happening so fast that how do we actually make sure that our communities and our people can adapt? I'd love to, Miriam, ask you to focus on this question about AI and people and workforce and skills. How has Ethiopia been addressing the challenges and the opportunities? Because you don't want this to be a bottleneck. You don't want the lack of skills to be the thing that prevents you from adopting AI at scale, from addressing infrastructure needs using AI. So how exactly is Ethiopia addressing that?
So talent exists, and there's a lot of talent, and I think Muraf is here. He runs ALX, and we see talent, incredible amount of talent in Ethiopia. What we have, where we have constraints is really giving them the platform to be able to grow. So what we have done, and particularly for execution to go faster, we started upskilling our civil servants. So we launched a program called the 5 Million Coders, which is really digital skills online for people to have access to different type of courses, quite basic courses, but at least it exposes them to what AI can do and what technology does. We have 3 million people enrolled, out of which 2 million have a certificate already, and we're looking at growing that platform. So upskilling, reskilling, and for our youth, what we have done is the government has also invested in local startups, and we partner with the private sector to make us better, to bring in systems, to collaborate. And the new thing is we've just finished building the campus for an AI university. So we're hoping to be live in September or October. We're looking at, and we're having the same questions you're having here, and what Fred was talking about, and I think what we'll hear this afternoon around, what should that university look like? What kind of skills do we need to, or what type of curriculums do we need to prioritize? So it's going to be an AI university, Pan-African, but also for global needs. So from a skills perspective, that's how we're approaching it.
Speaking about learning, it just makes me think about my own time in public service. I benefited so much from learning from others, from peers. And this is going to be our last question for each of you. It's a lightning round, about 30 seconds each. How are you going to learn? How's your city, your county, your community, your country, how are you going to learn from peers, from other governments, or from the private sector so that you'll be more effective in implementing AI in critical ways?
How are we going to learn? Again, I'm so happy that with NACO, we have an AI task force that we have gotten together members of county government from across the country to work together to be that conduit, to bounce ideas off of each other, to learn from each other. So that's one way, working together with your peers across the country, across the world even to look at what's new, what's innovative, and then how we can implement those items.
I forgot that you had NACO in your back pocket. That was a cheat code. Who would like to go next?
I'd have to start by saying I'm so grateful to Mayor Jones, former mayor of St. Louis, who really introduced me to sand and everything and the greatness of what's in this room and at this conference today. I think it starts with that. And, you know, having someone that is crawl so you can walk, I think really helps a lot. And as a leader, I'm going to take that back to my community and, you know, educate other leaders who are in position to understand how these things, you know, can benefit us. And I think that's really where it starts. You know, from the leadership standpoint, we have a responsibility to pass on this knowledge to others. And even when we don't know exactly how we're going to do it, it's our job to figure it out. So that is why I'm here. I'm looking forward to talking and meeting to many of you here so that we can be a model, Tuskegee, Alabama, and be the next really innovative, you know, capital of America.
Thank you. Miriam, take us home.
So the way we learn is, you know, partners going around, understanding what others are doing, how they're doing it, learning from their failures and from their successes, and trying to adapt it to our context. Like I said, you know, we're a very big country. We have all countries have their own issues. It is really to see what can work in one part of the world and what doesn't in the other part of the world. So I think partnerships is very important. Co-creating together, making sure that we have talent in the country that understands how important and how transformative artificial intelligence can be. So yeah, I invite you all to come to Ethiopia and experience it, and have I hope the next session in Addis.
So there you have it. Visit Ethiopia, join associations, engage in partnerships, and here at Sand evolve. Engage with the folks around you. This is a great way to share best practices on how to use AI for the public good. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
Welcome to Miami. Welcome to Miami. Where the machines perceive it. Welcome to Miami. Analyze what they receive it. Welcome to Miami. Do all your
I'm looking forward to them sharing their journey with us today.
Platforms for in-pipe water main inspection.
World's first fully autonomous airship.
Animals are actually communicating with artificial intelligence. We can finally start decoding what it is they have been saying all along.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the journey down here in the room, side stage 2, the best stage there is. And my name is Chris Suzdak. We engage partners. We help Sand build and sell with partners. And so as you saw in the keynote earlier, it's exciting times where we have our SandOS and SandOS Marketplace, and we have 3 amazing founders today, and we'll be able to showcase them. They have some really incredible innovation and are great, perfect examples of the types of technologies and partner capabilities and data and sensors that we can integrate within our operating system. And so they have many TED Talks that they're going to take us through today. They're not pitching for investment. They're sharing with us their missions and the technologies that they've developed under the banner of physical AI, right? So their technologies can sense, analyze, and act. And it's quite impressive what they've been able to do. And I'm looking forward to them sharing their journey with us today. So we have 3 founders. We have Dr. Dimitris Coleman, who is the co-founder and CTO of MotMot. You saw Fred during his keynote hold up their MotBot drone from MotMot, and we'll hear about his story and their technology. We have Spencer Horn, who Fred also shouted out, who has that incredible airship. If you didn't miss it, in the lobby, he's the founder and CEO of Cloudline from South Africa and an alum of the African Leadership Academy. And we have Sarah Noskova, all the way from Sweden, but relocated to the US to build her business with her co-founder. She's the CEO of Flox Intelligence. Apologies for the the type of their Flocks Intelligence, another incredible company that she'll take us through. So we'll go through that order. Each founder will get 10 minutes. I will be aggressively cutting them off at 10 minutes. I've hosted a lot of sessions with founders. It's hard to stop a founder talking to a crowd because they want to tell the story to the world. So, but I will keep us to time so we can make sure to get to lunch after this. So without any further delay, Demetris, over to you. Let's see what you got.
So, hello everyone. All right, and I'll just jump right into it. So, water seeps into almost every aspect of modern human society. We drink it, we use it to shower, we even prepare our food with it. And that's just the tip of the surface. None of the industries that keep our society moving smoothly
will work without safe, clean drinking water being easily accessible to millions of people every day without a second thought. So many of us enjoy this convenience because there's 2.3 million miles of hidden underground infrastructure that transports safe, clean drinking water to us every day.
However, half of those pipes that are delivering our water are at or beyond their expected life. So as a consequence of this, we see about 240,000 water main breaks per year in the US alone. And this leads to loss of access of water. It causes large capital expenditures for replacing that infrastructure and the damage caused by the water that's leaking out. And also we lose revenue on the water that we could have sold that's now wasted. And it's estimated that $625 billion will be needed just to replace the aging infrastructure in the US over the next 20 years. So one extreme example of the consequences is a water main break that happened in Detroit last February. There was a 54-inch water main that broke, flooded neighborhoods, stranded residents, and caused massive property damage. So the bill to fix this, between compensating the residents, fixing the infrastructure, and like replacing property, was about $10 million, which is huge. So unfortunately, a lot of management of these pipes happens reactively. We fix what's broken once we notice it. And there are inspection tools, but they're expensive and hard for a lot of communities to adopt at scale. So they opt for this more reactive approach. And sometimes they use good engineering guesswork based on maybe the material of the pipe and the age of the pipe to plan projects to replace these water mains. And that's good, but it's proactive, but it's guesswork. So how can we move from this reactive or attempt at proactivity to something more reliable for managing our critical infrastructure? So that's where MOT comes in. We aim to make this critical infrastructure more visible and augment these good engineering guesswork with empirical data. So this is like our mission, to give cities eyes and ears beneath their feet, using intelligent monitoring and predictive analytics for smarter, more resilient water infrastructure. So what we actually do is we build robotic platforms for in-pipe water main inspection. And this gives cities that eyes and ears inside their pipes so that they can better manage their assets. Currently, we have 2 robots. Our first gen is, both of them are designed to work in water-filled pressurized pipelines. The first generation is able to go in pipes down to a diameter of 8 inches, while we're currently actively developing a smaller version that's able to access fire hydrants, which gives a lot of communities more of an incentive to work with us because we don't have to do any construction to enter their water main infrastructure. So these robots have like cameras, audio, pressure sensors, so they can record data as they move through the pipes, and we can report that back to cities. Currently, the inspections are tethered, so we have a tethers for safety and manual control as we're building out our software to eventually go fully autonomous. Well, speaking of that, like right now, AI at Mount Mox looks like augmenting our small team of engineers as we inspect these pipes and build out our technology. We're developing and building robots and algorithms such as simultaneous localization and mapping, and also defect detection algorithms so that the robot can understand the world around it as it moves through it. And in the future, we plan on using this data that we're curating, basically, so we can train a deep learning model for water main inspection. Is to go from assessing the current condition of the pipe to predicting the future condition of the pipe, so we can tell cities how long they have before operating their pipe is a critical risk, and their pipes have a high likelihood of bursting. We also plan to use more generative AI to automate the reports that we're building now from the data that we're analyzing and giving out to communities, to kind of automate this process to make just delivery of our reports faster. And on the robotic side of things, we're developing algorithms so instead of us manually controlling, the robot can plan where and when it needs to go somewhere, and then also developing the algorithms to help it physically move and execute the plans that it makes. And eventually we plan to have just a fully autonomous inspection tool that we can just put in the pipes. It'll go do the inspection and bring back the data for cities to act on. Yeah. And so this is just a demo of our technology. So we built a roughly 10 by 10 foot octagon that we can put our robot in and use it. Right now we're using it with a tether, but we also have autonomous capabilities, which will show up in a bit. So, yeah. Yep. Yep. And also I'll have a actual robot here just in demo mode so you guys can see physical sides if you want to come up later or to our booth and check it out. Yeah, and this is our Gen 2 first prototype. So, yeah. And that's probably good. Go to the next one. All right. Oh. All right. And I just want to talk about one successful deployment that we had. So we went to a city in Southwest Michigan late last year, and we met with some of the city's water department employees. They helped us get access into one of their pipes that was connected to a water storage tank. And we actually put our robot in the pipe, go down and collect some data. Yeah, it was a fun time. We saw somebody actually get in there. It was hilarious, but yeah, we were able to collect basically high resolution video. You can see a still from one of those videos of what the inside of that pipe looks like. And this pipe hasn't been inspected since they installed it into their system. So this was like a huge asset to them. And they were actually able to get funding for a project to upgrade this pipe based on our report that we generated. So, and it's projects like this that motivate Mott to keep building so that we can give our cities more manageable assets.
Next up, we have Spencer from Cloudline.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Less than 1% of the world today has actually been imaged at drone level resolution. That's for one clear reason. It's the cost. It's very, very clear that the bottleneck on unlocking the full potential of physical AI, of infrastructural AI, is the quality of the data we can feed into these models. And airborne data is notoriously difficult and expensive to acquire. you're typically making trade-offs between reach, resolution, and frequency. Satellites have the ultimate reach. They can see square kilometers or square miles at a time, and they can do so at a frequency of roughly 90 minutes as they go around the Earth, but they suffer on the resolution front. When you get to crewed aircraft such as helicopters and small planes, what you end up with is being able to get greater reach than what you could with a drone and reasonable resolution, but these operations are so expensive, you may go out and inspect assets perhaps once a year, if that. And then when you get to drones, which have become, at least they feel ubiquitous now, we see in fact that because they are still so limited in reach, in spite of the fact that they have achieved the gold standard in terms of resolution, we just haven't seen that show up in the data. This is Cloudline's answer. Thank you. Thank you. What you have just witnessed is not some kind of prototype. This is a production aircraft. It has been fully certified. We have 2 models that have been certified, and it's been in commercial use. I think we need to go back a little bit. Oh no, this is correct. So Cloudline resolves that trade-off and tension between reach and resolution. I've put together this chart for you. Please don't look for a scale. I spent a bit of time in management consulting, so it's just a 2x2 matrix, where we are trading off that resolution for reach, which typically for aircraft is reflected in the endurance of the platform. And what you can see is that we've got really high resolution from drones, but very, very low endurance. And there's a curve which goes down helicopters, airplanes which have to fly higher, so you get slightly less good quality data. Those are the sort of long endurance drone platforms that you see, for example, in military applications, and then eventually satellites. And this is where you find Cloudline today, and this is where we aim to be within the next 18 months, running on fuel cells and flying for 3 days non-stop. This is the world's first fully autonomous airship. It is the world's first solar-powered aircraft you can actually buy. It is also the autonomous platform which is electrically powered, which has the greatest combination of payload and range. That means when you multiply those 2 numbers together, a roughly 400-kilometer range on a good day, and 40 kilograms, you get 16,000 kilometers as a metric, compound metric. Now that reach and resolution can be adjusted to fly in exactly the right combination to unlock infrastructural AI and to meet the client's need. The LiDAR we've been able to gather from our surveys is an order of magnitude higher in resolution than what is currently done by light aircraft in the industry. We've just signed our first North American customer in the gas transmission sector for pipeline patrol. They do LiDAR to ensure that the ground has not subsided and damaged their pipelines. These are underground pipelines. The standard they use for geohazard detection is 20 to 30 points per square meter. But an even bigger implication of being able to go at this resolution is getting through vegetation, which means that in the summer months when the entire northeast coast has all of these surveys on pause as they wait for the leaf off seasons, Cloudline will be able to serve that market and operate and deliver that data when it's most relevant. We've been able to mount and carry sensors which are otherwise too heavy for drones. Pictured here is a $500,000 gravity sensor, which we can fly to do mineral exploration, to find water underground. This sensor measures the density of the Earth under the flight path. And finally, when we think about, we've been hearing about digital twinning, when we think about using digital twins specifically for change detection, thinking back to that frequency, if you get out more often and build a longitudinal data set, you are able now to do change detection at a whole new level, and you're able to log those changes within your system. Thank you all so much. Oh, I have another one if this will play. This one is playing. That's a single platform. Let's use our imaginations to imagine what a network of airships at scale could do. This is my home country and our home market of South Africa, where we envision, and ultimately all over the world, a network of these aircraft looking out at our infrastructure, our nature, catching emergencies and getting ahead of problems as they occur. This is what's possible with our platform. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Spencer. Incredible work. And last but not least, we have Sarah from Phlox Intelligence. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. $40 billion. That is the cost of collisions with wild animals only last year. And it's getting worse. In fact, accidents like these have become a daily occurrence, causing massive economic, safety, and climate problems. An encounter can cost easily over $1 million, and it can also impact a community's mobility in minutes with disruptions, delays, emergency response, and also reputational damage. When we look at what is being used today, there's a lot of different legacy solutions on the market, like pyrotechnics, scarecrows, or frightening devices. And these don't work so well, and animals either end up habituating or they can also, they don't really work because it's also very labor heavy and they are not data-based. But what if there was actually another way? What if instead of fighting wildlife, we could communicate with them in a language that they actually understand and use already? I'm Sarah, and I founded Phlox 5 years ago at an AI research lab in Stockholm, Sweden. And besides my career in transportation, I've always been very passionate about languages and wild animals, and this is where they actually intersect. You see, animals are actually communicating almost constantly. They talk to each other about danger, about territory, or even just for fun. They have very complex communication systems, and some species even have names for each other. And now, with the latest developments in the field of artificial intelligence, we can finally start decoding what it is they have been saying all along. And not only that, we can use it to tell them to stay away from critical infrastructure and danger zones with no harm and no habituation. So we built a translator that lives in the field. You can think of it as a new communication layer for infrastructure that is actually able to talk to wild animals in real time. Meet Edge, our intelligent wildlife deterrent. It's a unit that is built for harsh real-world environments, like remote places, extreme weather conditions. We have longest battery life on the market and also longest range. What each unit does is it observes its environment, It can deter animals, and it can also learn with each interaction. It's multi-species and multimodal, so it works in a different way with speaking to a geese or to a deer or even a mountain lion. And everything that the unit sees and does, it gets logged into our wildlife platform, where we can also generate regulatory reports for authorities. So far, we have deterred successfully over 60,000 animals away from critical infrastructure and danger zones. So these are tens of thousands of moments where an animal haven't really been on a runway or train track or a roadway. So today we are trusted by both leading enterprises, authorities, and NGOs in both North America and in Europe, including major airports, infrastructure owners, and mobility leaders. And so if you also struggle with wildlife, let us help you like we helped them. Because it's not really, the goal is not really to win over wildlife, but it's really to create a world where humans and wildlife coexist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And let's give a round of applause to all three companies for sharing about their world-changing technologies. So we have, innovation coming from Africa, the US, Europe. I think that's a great reflection of what SAND is also about. We have, staff footprint, a business impact footprint across several continents, and are very keen to engage with incredible sensors and technologies that can ultimately allow our governments, our infrastructure to make more informed decisions with better data. So thank you so much for attending this session, and looking forward to engaging with you guys for the rest of the day. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I must say, one of the most inspiring, I'm John Schnur, one of the most inspiring moments I've had is the prior panel of learners and graduates. They represented some of the values that I think can guide us and the talent that can power us. And before I've got an amazing panel here. Let me just kind of set up the context briefly and then ask our three amazing panelists to comment on this. And I think a lot of the country is focused on the AI race that the US is in against China. And can we build the AI, the data, the power grids, the infrastructure, the technology? I think earlier today, we heard some examples of how AI and data, SAND and others, are helping cities solve big problems, prevent disasters, mitigate disasters, solve water problems that can actually solve longstanding and existing problems leveraging AI. But I think what we're hearing around the country, including as I've spent time around the nonprofit America Achieves, looking at workforce issues, Virginia recently, the biggest bottleneck to actually enabling this AI strategy is talent. What is the talent strategy going to be at scale to actually the technology can guide to achieve our purposes and values and actually solve this? And I think what we had in the prior panel was some examples of the kind of talent that we clearly need at scale, that's been working, that's been effective with the values, talent to do that. So this panel is going to focus on, do we have a talent strategy at scale to solve this in this country? Where are we seeing success, like the prior panel? And then what are the barriers and what is it going to take? What are the barriers, what is it going to take to actually solve the issues like we just heard Nathan present Frontier as a leading edge example of trying to solve? So with that, I'm going to introduce my panelist. Rich Bury is the CEO of the Robin Hood Foundation, the leading anti-poverty organization in New York City. Known Rich for a long time, led education organizations, led the pre-K for all in New York City. Leslie Gill runs an amazing organization in St. Louis that's helping women get ready for careers in tech, manufacturing, digital. Don Gips is the now emeritus CEO of the Skoll Foundation, was the ambassador to South Africa, and was my boss 25 years ago when I was Al Gore's education advisor and he was running Gore's domestic policy shop. And I've never had a better boss than Don.
And John deserted me to go be Clinton's economic education advisor and then to be Obama's. So he's being modest in his own introduction.
Well, Don, I've never had a better boss than Don, so I'm now when sometimes you're intimidated, you're moderating a panel with your former boss is not the easiest thing, but here we go. So, first question is just, maybe say the opposite a little bit, but like, just yes or no, does America have the talent strategy today to actually have the talent, the values we need to actually leverage the opportunities beneath the rest of the strategy? Do we have the strategy today? And yes or no? And why for you, including having heard the panel before, why is this so important to you? Why are you here? Yes or no to your strategy, and why is that important to you? Rich?
Sure, you want a yes or no question? You want a straight yes or no?
Yes or no first, then why is it important to you?
All right, so well, first of all, you talk about being intimidated. Talking about national education policy with John is quite intimidating. The answer is clearly no, and that goes beyond the question of workforce development. This is our national educational infrastructure is deeply disconnected, disorganized, inefficiently funded. So the answer is no. Why did this matter? The question that you're asking, the question that we're discussing, is the fundamental question we face as citizens. This is fundamentally a question about whether America will be the country that we aspire to be, pretend to be, dream to be, a country where all are created equal, where everyone can live a life of opportunity and freedom and justice, where opportunity and creativity can flourish, is all at the end of the day a question which is premised on the idea of whether or not we are empowering young people to grow and achieve, whether we are welcoming people from across the world to come here and build lives here. So what you're asking is the fundamental question we face as a country.
So no with very, very high stakes for the fabric of the country, who we are. Lisa?
No.
Leslie?
No worries. No as well. And the population I serve are women who are looking to reskill or upskill. And if they don't, they'll get left behind. And so for me, the urgency is now to ensure that folks who are already working have the career resiliency to meet the moment. And so that is why programs to reskill and upskill are so critically important, and why the worker frontier is going to get us there.
I'm going to come back in a few minutes, Leslie, to the results you got, and tell us about the results and why that's so hard to scale right now, but come back to that.
Sure.
Don, yes or no? Do we have a strategy, and why is it so important to you?
We don't have a strategy. And I guess Fred introduced Spencer before. I don't know if he's still here, but I met Spencer 17 years ago when he was graduating when he was a student at African Leadership Academy. He's the one who built that blimp there. And I've followed the journey of ALA, ALX, and now FIT and SAND for those 17 years. And I have to say, I've probably told Fred 10, 15 times, you can't do this. It's too hard. Guess what? He proved me wrong over and over again. And watching that panel before, you know the answers there to the question you asked. In the model that Nate described, we can do this in the United States. We can do it globally. That's why I'm here.
Thank you all. I'm going to get to the challenges in a minute, but sometimes it's like understanding what the task is and saying, okay, what makes that so hard can be helpful. And I guess when you think today, and whoever wants to start on this, what's the must-do at scale for talent strategies in this country? Like, what actually we saw amazing examples in the prior panel of individuals who exemplified a lot of the talent, the values that are needed. But if you inspired by that in your own judgment, what's the must-do? What actually does the North Star for what a talent system has to produce in terms of the type of talent, type of values that we need to guide and power our AI efforts?
I'll take a shot at that. So I really believe progress happens at the speed and the pace of trust. And there was a common theme that we all heard in the previous panel, and that was trust. So ALX has figured out how to build trust and ignite trust from the very beginning of that experience. And so I think as we think about our strategy to scale, it's only as good as the trust that exists. And so often what we see with women is a lower adoption of AI because there's fear, there's lack of trust. Is it going to take over the world? Is it going to take my job? And so organizations like Run for Women and the work that we're getting to do with Frontier will really help mitigate those fears, will really help, hopefully quickly, build some trust so that we can get to the business of solving this problem.
I don't know if I have a short, comprehensive answer to that, but two things come to mind. One is we need to find, and maybe this is a version of trust, the institutions that have to solve this problem together are often disconnected from one another. So we think about the disconnection between employers and educational institutions. We think about disconnections between educational institutions and other social service organizations that are supporting the families who, for a variety of reasons, are struggling to succeed in those educational institutions. So one thing I think about is how do we connect and align institutions that need to be in close partnership, but for a million reasons are not aligned or not walking down the same path. That's one thing I think about. And the other thing I think about is we so often try to solve problems for people without centering those people in the solutions to their problems. And when I think about this problem in particular, it's often, people who are trying to figure out how do we fix the problem of college, how do we fix the problem, too rarely are actually engaging with the people who are struggling through this problem. And I work in philanthropy now, this is our fundamental problem. The people with the money are not the people who are actually buying the products we're paying for. And I think that's a big driver of poor institutional design.
Sir. Yeah, Tom. Please.
So following up on Rich's comment on philanthropy, there's a recent article in Inside Philanthropy in this month's edition that talked about the fact that for years philanthropy was funding STEM education. It was a big part of what we thought was the answer, and now everyone in philanthropy is saying, wait, maybe it wasn't. I have a question for those in the audience. What percentage of the college-age cohort do you think went to university in 1940 in the United States? Anybody want to guess? 5%. What percent so then the GI Bill comes along, brings more people into college education. What do you think the answer is in 1970? Somebody said 15. It depends which data you use, but it's about 15. What percentage are we at now? 46. But the 46 is not designed for the moment we're living in. What changed? What do you think the single biggest increase in spending for education, what do you think it was in response to? Sputnik. Sputnik woke up the American education establishment. By the way, I'm getting all these statistics from Mitchell Stevens, who's a professor at Stanford. Sputnik was a huge investment because we thought we needed to invest in education to keep up with the Russians. We're now at a moment where AI is changing everything. And as Mitchell Stevens would say, we're at the end of the four-year college. We are now at a period where you're going to need to be a continuous learner because the skills you need are going to change. It's not just AI. It's whether it's quantum computing or fusion energy or the amazing changes in genomics. We are in a new world where we're going to need to have skills that are, the skills we're going to need to learn are lifelong learning, entrepreneurship, trust in yourself, values. Guess what? Those are the things that ALA, ALU, and ALX have been building now for over 15 years. I've seen it in these young learners. I've gone around, I probably don't know how many ALX grads I've met, probably over 70. I ask every one of them, what was the most important rate? There's a part of ALX called the soft skills, which I think are the hard skills, but they're all the ones I just described. And when I ask them to rate those skills on a scale of 1 to 10, the lowest answer I've ever gotten was 9.5, and that was from Francis at the end of the table. Most people say 10, and I've had several say 14 or 12 or 11, because those are the skills that are going to take people into the future and be the response that we need to build on. And I think it's going to Rich's point, it's going to be very hard for existing institutions to modify at the speed we need them to. It's going to take new institutions, FIT and others, to come along to reshape the landscape of what we're doing. There's in this article in Inside Philanthropy, the leading education funder in the country says, we don't know the answers, we barely know the questions. He's a good friend of mine. I'm about to tell him I know the answers because Fred's already created them.
So Don, I think what you just said, not just because you're my former boss, but I think if we were to give one headline to this panel, it would be our new Sputnik moment. People think about and again, they race against China. We have a race against time. AI technology is moving fast. I mean, we've long had a competition between technology to progress and the people progress to power our values. We've got a moment here, we race against time. Can we actually have our values have AI technology serve us as people and powered by talent? And it's kind of existential about whether this is solved. This is not what Frontier is taking on trying to solve. This is not a nice to have. This is, in fact, existential. Can we actually, as you described earlier, Rich, is this kind of who we are going to be as a country? And it's not the thing that's getting headlines every day. There are a lot of headlines that are important, but this is one, probably nothing more important that's going to affect our future. And because my question is, with that kind of high stakes existential moment, it might be an opportunity, by the way. The best system in the world that we've seen in education is Singapore. When you go to Singapore, when you ask what happened there, they said it was existential. They couldn't exist without an education system, so they made it their number one priority. And now we actually have an existential crisis, basically. Can we do this? Frontier is trying to tackle that. Given the moment of importance to this, and you described some of what you've seen in Alex graduates, Leslie, what you've done, there are other examples of this, but at small scale. We've got great success at small scale, which is important, but it's not at large scale. You guys have said that. And Rich, you were getting into this a bit before, but what do you see, any of you who want to start, what are the biggest barriers to actually taking what's needed in this existential moment, our Sputnik moment? What are the biggest barriers to take this to scale? And what can help overcome those barriers?
Well, I mean, I would first say I don't want to be negative in the response because I don't think there's any barrier that cannot be overcome. So I will start with that. None of this is impossible. But of course, there are a number of barriers. We start with early education systems, the early childcare system and the K-12 system. Everything we're talking about here is built upon the skills that we're developing in the early stages, and we don't need to have a lecture in the fundamental challenges those systems face and the fundamental barriers we face in improving those systems, including in making sure that those systems are preparing people to be ready for the kind of training that we're talking about. And, we could talk more about that, but there are fundamental challenges there. I think about just the fundamental misalignments in our higher education system. What I know most is New York City, and at Robin Hood, we work very closely with the City University of New York, a 250,000 person system. A system, by the way, which I believe 5 of the 10 campuses are shown to be some of the biggest drivers of economic mobility in the country. So this is a system which is fundamentally doing amazing, extraordinary work. I think it's the most important institution in New York City, but a system which faces fundamental challenges in responding to the moment. And there are a bunch of them, including, the chancellor of Kionne is really trying to drive a transformation right now to make sure that at the heart of what Kionne is doing is preparing students for the workforce. That's what students want, that's what their families want, but he faces real challenges. Faculty members who are resistant to changing their approach to teaching in the classroom, the fundamental disconnect between their ability to move fast enough to meet the needs of professional jobs. Just step back, fundamental structural challenges of healthcare and racism, which color everything that we do and make it harder to move systems in the path towards equity. So it's a hard question to answer because the questions are so fundamental and so profound. But again, I'll go back to where I started. Fundamental disconnect between systems, a real misalignment I think in the incentives that, we judge CUNY by a number of things, but we rarely judge them by the employment of their graduates. And so I think trying to solve those misalignments, I think is one of the first things we have to do to have a solution.
I think it's a great point. I'm going to fast follow up to Leslie and to Don. And you got identified a number of very important issues, all related. You really can't actually have a talent strategy without a multifaceted talent strategy, looking from early learning to health systems to like races. I mean, this is higher ed. This is that's true. Talent strategy is multi-pronged. For the next, we got 17 minutes. And for the next 17 minutes, we focus on the part that you were describing, which is really in some ways, the kind of the higher education portion of that, for like how to help people, young people move into good jobs, starting new ventures, people who need to move and change as the economy is changing. And in that system you described, and CUNY is an example where CUNY's had some real successes. But to me, CUNY is an example of where you can be both moving ahead and falling behind at the same point. Like CUNY is moving ahead because it's made progress, but it's falling behind where the future is. And so the question is, even the progress that's made isn't enough to keep pace with significant change. And so I guess on this area, the talent strategy, which Frontier is an emerging solution to try to help address this. What more do you see, maybe turn to Leslie and to Don, either order you want, on what do you see as the key barriers and ways to overcome those barriers in that sector specifically, in the area that Frontier is trying to be a scalable solution? What are the barriers and what's going to help solve those? Leslie?
So I'll answer that question, but I also want to start with the end in mind, and that is employers. And so often we're seeing that employers don't yet know what they need because AI is moving at such lightning speed that employers across industries are like, we don't know. And so when you try to reverse engineer that and train talent to solve employer problems that they haven't yet identified, that becomes a really difficult barrier to scale because you don't yet know what you're scaling for. And so, our work is really focused on career resiliency. So how do we give our participants those baseline skills that employers are looking for right now, overcome the fear factor, and train them so that they can do better in their current jobs. I know, Frontier is looking to solve a problem for young people, but we have a current workforce that is not ready for what is here and what is coming. And so there's a whole faction of people who have to be retrained and upskilled to be able to meet the demands of right now. And we're not yet talking about that.
It's our spotlight moment. Just one quick follow-up, Leslie, which is your program, you're talking to employers, you're seeing what they want, you're talking about career resilience. Say a little bit more about what you are hearing from employers, what they do want to need now, and what are you focused on right now? What's success for you in your programming?
Yeah, they want employees who are not afraid of AI, know how to use it, know more than just ChatGPT and kind of those basic tools, but they also want to know, they want employees who can use AI to do their jobs better, to be more efficient. And those are skills that people just don't have, right? Because if you've been out of a formal education setting and only in the workplace, employers aren't training you because they don't know what they don't know. And so that is why for us and our partnership with Frontier is such a pivotal moment to solve for what do current employees also need to be ready for this moment and what is coming. Young people will adapt, right? Because they grew up with this technology. But those who've been in the workforce and haven't had that opportunity to adapt, where are they going to get it? How's it going to come? Unless we're really intentional about solving for it.
It's both and youth
It's
and how
both
how upskill and reskill
Absolutely.
adults. And when you get education, it's not one and done. It's now a lifelong, as Don is saying. Don?
So I'm not sitting up here on a panel with the leading expert on workforce in the country and not flipping the question back to you.
I was having the easy part here, getting to ask questions and trying to learn from you all.
I'm your old boss. I get to ask you questions.
Point of privilege.
I think there's a shared sense of what employers are aligning to what the jobs are and to actually have people have like good lives now and in a hard to predict future is crucial. It's like, how do you actually give people the skills to get jobs, start jobs, launch things? It's practical. You know, and that's changed, what's needed for that has changed a lot since even 10, 15 years ago. It's changing fast. And we don't have a system today, I think we're saying, it's aligned to that. We have a system that was built for a different purpose. We do not have a system that was built to actually, we have a system that was built for the slow speed of the industrial age. And every 10, 15 years, it would change a bit and it would align to what's changed. And now, even pre-AI, education training wasn't keeping up. And now in the age of AI, it's definitely not keeping up. And there's no mechanism to actually have a lot of iteration between what employers actually need in a very rapidly changing economy and what post-secondary for adults, for young people, high schools, they don't. And so you get these pockets of examples that are amazing and that we celebrate and that philanthropy supports. And they're like superheroes who create these, but they don't scale because you can't base this just on superheroes do it small scale. You actually have to have institutions and strategies at large scale. And there are system barriers to that, and there are entrepreneurship constraints on that. And so, one thing, Don, you said on this, and look, we need a whole system, but we need a whole set of entrepreneurs to try things. I think, like in most sectors, existing institutions are very hard to change. And we need radical change here. And yes, some of the leading edge ones, Arizona State's probably the leading college in the country for innovation, is really making change. But most are very slow to change. I do think one thing that's needed, actually the systems approach to which you were describing, how do we actually realign policy and systems to have systems focus on responsiveness and outcomes, and there's policy issues. But another thing, I do think we will not succeed if we do not have new entrepreneurs and types of institutions, like Frontier is trying to do, to actually create scalable solutions that existing institutions aren't going to come to. And I actually do think the next few years, one of the things we're going to see in the education landscape is an unprecedented window for new types of institutions to get created and scale. And they're going to be, judged rigorously based on results. But I think this is a chance, and I think Frontier is at the front end of a new type of institution that can kind of create examples of success, where then you need systems and policy to change to make sure that things are based more on results than on how much course time and seat time, and have much more ways to track employer demand in real time, and much more opportunities for training to exist, not just like Frontier is trying to do, not just in the classroom, but how do you get really based in the workplace, for valued work, where you're getting feedback from employers, and that work-based experience, but how do you scale that as a question? So I guess in that context, there's policy systems change for governors. I think we'll lead that here. There's businesses need to step up. And I do think there's a key role for entrepreneurs to come up with a new type of model, which Frontier is on the cutting edge of. And I would say the moment is, we need speed and innovation. We need to fail fast and iterate. And I'd say as a society, we're not doing that right now. We're flat-footed right now. And the question is, how do we pick up the speed on that?
I knew I was smart to have him answer that instead of me, but I just want to add one thing. So, economists, everybody's trying to figure out, from what Dario at Anthropic says, where we're going to lose, up to 20% of jobs. Some economists think it's not that high. We're in a political moment where both Democrats and Republicans, you look at any data, are scared to death about what's about to happen in the economy. And so it is time for those social innovations, those new ideas, to capture it, because this is washing over our economy, and the concerns about it are significant, and it's building on a structural problem we already had of a K-shaped economy, and it's going to exacerbate that. So it's going to require rethinking politically, socially, economically about everything from what does a care job mean and how do we make that a job filled with dignity, because that's where a lot of those jobs are going to be. It's going to be the skilled crafts, but we're going to need to pay them enough that people view those jobs for dignity and work. And that's a political and an economic conversation that goes beyond AI.
I would just add that, in my line of work as a nonprofit leader, we are not technologists. We're in the people business, so we know people really well. We need partners like Frontier, who is on the cutting edge of technology and deeply connected to what employers need to help inform our work. And so this is where staying in your lane is really important, and being smart enough to know who you can partner with to drive scale, right? Because we can't do it without the right technology partner to help us build the product, because that's not our strength. That's not what we do. But we do know our people. We know what they need. We know, especially in, underserved, marginalized communities, people who are living on the cliff, we know what they need. We just need the right sort of partner who is values-driven and people-centric to help us bring that innovation to solve the people problem. And that's not our strength. So that's why for me, it was like, thank you, Fred, for being willing to come to St. Louis and explore with us and help problem solve around people issues using technology as a vehicle.
Values-driven, people-centric is a good term for what we need as a country right now, too.
For sure.
But I think that institutions that model that can help lead the way. Rich?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is just a few quick thoughts. One is on the entrepreneurship, because I could not agree more about the critical role that social entrepreneurs are going to need to play to transform systems. I think one of the things that we have to make sure that we're doing is not create artificial barriers that stand in entrepreneurs' ways. Thinking about an organization that we fund in New York, a workforce training program that essentially their model has been to participants pay for being in the program, but they pay as a percentage of their increased earnings for their first 2 years. So it's pay for performance, but it was a years-long struggle with the state and the Board of Regents to allow that mechanism to exist. And so I think about all the wasted energy there. And one of the power of that kind of entrepreneurship, is that entrepreneurship can drive change in legacy systems, because as I think everybody here has also noted, as hard as it is to drive innovation in those large systems, we can't ignore those large systems. Those large systems do have to change. We've seen in K-12 the role that I think charters have helped to drive transformation into the broader district. And I think the same thing can happen here. And we've seen large systems in New York change. We've seen New York City build an early childhood system in a couple of years. We've seen CUNY, we've seen CUNY, as you said, make double graduation rates for its community colleges in a short period of time. We've seen New York City transform the way it teaches reading just in the last. So we actually know that these big systems can change when when everything is right. But we can't give up on those large systems too. We have to drive them to change.
Another both and. Systems change at large scale and entrepreneurs at scale too. Don, were you going to add something? Leslie, were you? No, I think both are. This is definitely a both and strategy. I also would say on a very hopeful note, I mean, what we heard from the prior panel is so inspiring. You described the example in New York City. I don't know, was that Pursuit you were describing? Or is that, yeah, Pursuit in New York is another example, an amazing example. What you're doing, Leslie, in St. Louis is, we've seen other examples at different levels, Perscolas, Merit America for adults, some high school. There are examples of things that work. Like when you look across social fields, there aren't that many examples of things that actually demonstrably are effective. We actually do have small scale examples, things that work in this sphere. How do you actually get people ready for good jobs in a changing economy? This is possible, but this is a scale issue now. It's a scale issue, like Rich, you're saying in systems change, how do you get systems to modernize, which is crucial, and entrepreneurs that can scale. And I do think this is where Frontier is, along with a system strategy. Frontier and other entrepreneurs that come in really have the potential to both create scalable models that work and also challenge and disrupt the current system.
Absolutely.
So the stake of success, actually in this new Sputnik moment, for the systems change, but also for entrepreneurial efforts like Frontier, is pretty high if we get for us to align our values, our talent to this AI strategy. The stakes are pretty high. This is no small thing. With that, I guess I'd like to ask the panel for any closing thoughts you want, but including as the audience is kind of, and the participants here are thinking about this, what's one thing, if people could do something in the room on this issue, related to Frontier, related to this talent strategy more broadly, given this new Sputnik moment we're in, anything you want to close on is fine, but if you want to, what's one thing people in the audience could actually go do after today?
I have one. And so this is for people who sit in positions to hire. I really encourage you to look at your job descriptions. The skills-based job descriptions, getting those right, starting to really think about the skill set that you need versus educational requirements. I think we've seen some real movement in organizations that gives them greater clarity on what they really need versus like, I don't know, right? What do you really need to be able to respond to AI integration in your organizations? It might not require a degree. It might not require 25 years of experience. It might be a attribute or a attitude that is not listed in that job description, but it should be, so that people aren't discounted, from the start.
Employers stepping up huge. Employers will not get the talent they need if they don't step up with skin in the game about how to change that way they hire. Totally agree. Rich?
Oh, I want to follow that answer. I guess this is maybe too generic, but I think ultimately, as people have said, it's fundamentally a values question, it's fundamentally a value of will. Nothing that we're talking about can't be done. We have to want to do it. I believe that the treacherous moment we are in as a country is the biggest risk because it is a risk to our ability to get together and do big things. So I think fundamentally, we need to fight for our nation. Until we fight for our nation and win our nation, we're not going to be able to have the kind of difficult policy conversations that allow us to come together and solve these problems together. So I just think it's figuring out a way to all of us in whatever roles we play, whatever influence we have, to step up and stand up for the values of our country.
Don?
Over to you.
Wow, you're really using your old boss prerogative today. I would say, first I double click on Leslie's point. Employers stepping up and changing is essential. We need to create a value proposition in the system that actually works for employers. Here's a pipeline of talent that can create and succeed in today and tomorrow's jobs, including some of the essential skills, people call them soft skills, I call them essential skills and values we were hearing before in terms of the resilience, and the integrity, and the self-directedness, and the problem solving, and also the near-term technical skills you need to kind of get going on a job, even if those will change over time. So employers could get those, but only if they step up and, as you were saying, Leslie, define what you're hiring for differently, step up and work with others in an industry and saying these are the skills we need, investing in work-based learning, crucial. With AI, we are losing a lot of entry-level jobs, and then people are saying that we can't hire someone unless they have work experience. There's a problem there. And so actually having the kind of learning of the workplace that's part of the frontier model, crucial to get right. So employers are going to play a crucial role here. But I would also just say, as for everyone here, like anything you can do to entrepreneurial efforts like Frontier, their success, their demonstrating results and scaling is key. Because you're here because you're interested in related topics. Do what you can to support efforts like Frontier to help them scale. They're crucial to actually scale and disrupt the sector. And then focus on this issue. When people say what's important right now, I'd say give people a sense of hope. Gosh, I've heard these examples that work. And as elected officials, candidates, media, what should we be focused on? We should be focused on our Sputnik moment and making sure we leverage and deploy our talent to win the real race, to leverage AI to sort of help guide toward our values and powered by our talent, but focus on this Sputnik moment in this race. And if you can get people focused on a sense of hopefulness and focus on that, I think we have a lot better chance of the focus. That without that focus, we'll never do it. So I guess staying focused on this issue, and huge thanks to Fred and to you all for bringing us together, including to focus on this and trying out an innovation like Frontier. But with that, Don, you have the last word.
How can I come to this? First of all, I agree with everything each of you said, and I thought it was incredibly thoughtful answers. And I'll sum it all up in 3 words: do hard things.
Okay, please take your seats and settle in for AI and the future of water. Please welcome Kelvin Farr, CEO of Prince William Water, the largest combined water and wastewater authority in Virginia. Mitch Dabling, Technology Director for the Water Business Group at HDR, where he's engineering the future of water at scale through AI. Frederick Royan, Global Leader and Vice President of Sustainability and Circular Economy at Frost & Sullivan. Commissioner Tommy Calvert, Bexar County Commissioner in Texas, representing over 500,000 residents in Precinct 4, and moderating this discussion is Sean Dipnell, Chief Delivery Officer at SAN Technologies. Sean, over to you.
Thank you, Karen. So graveyard shift, 30 minutes till the bar, or 1.5 hours till the bar. I am going to start off with a few personal stories just to get the sort of discussion going. So I went on holiday to Dubai over the Christmas period. We caught a 6 a.m. flights, it got delayed. We got to Dubai at about 8 p.m. We got stuck. We caught a taxi, we got to a hotel, it was 11 p.m. and everything was closed, so we couldn't eat. And then we wanted to go to get some food. And anyway, my son he was 9 years old, grumpy, tired. It's like, Dad, if I don't eat food now, I'm gonna die. I said, no, my boy, you'll make it through the night. He's like, no, I'll die. So then we go on to ChatGPT and we figure out how long, if you don't eat food for how many days, when do you think you'll die? Like, when do you got to eat food? How many days? So 1 to 2 months, right? If you don't eat food for 1 to 2 months, you'll die. And I said, actually, what you should worry about is water. If you don't drink water in a short period of time, then you will definitely die. And how long do you think you have to drink water until you die? It's 3 to 7 days, right? So we sort of, as a family, then realized the importance of water there. So that's sort of story one. I'm going to get to question now. Story two is I live in Cape Town. And in 2018, Cape Town was, I think, the first city in the world that was about to run out of water. Okay? And we'd watch the stats and the dashboards and the dams going from 80 to 70 to 40 to 30 to 10, under the 10. And then it got to a point where each person had a bucket of water every day. And we'd wake up in the morning, and there's 5 of us in the family, we'd fill the buckets, and that was our water for the day. Bath, shower, brush teeth, everything. And it got to a point where in some parts of Cape Town, you had to go in a line, and you'd have to stand on the street and get your water, right? And then there was talking about like civil unrest and fighting, and it was like, it was an incredibly nerve-wracking time. And then we started counting down from 100 days. And it got to like 40 and 30, and I was like, we have to leave this place, right? So another example about the importance of water. And then lastly, to sort of enter into the first question, we've done a lot of work for water utilities around the world, and one of the applications you got asked to build is a burst prediction algorithm, right? And in this sort of kickoff meeting, they said, if a trunk bursts, water can flood a basement and people can drown and die. So you better make sure you get this algorithm right. No pressure. So I guess with all of that, it's like, water is something that we don't think about, but it's incredibly important and mission critical. And without it, we will die and wars will be fought. So with that context, and to sort of open up the discussion, what are the big water operational decisions that you make, and how can and will AI help you make those? I don't know who wants to go first.
First of all, I want to just say how much I appreciate a panel focused on water. Usually when we talk about infrastructure, there's other things, transportation, bridges. So I appreciate this discussion. Got the question in advance, and actually I have 2 responses. One would be from the operator standpoint, we'll say ops technician. In the water industry, it's very common to see you have a daily plan, and you go out in operations and say you want to address some leaky fire hydrants or something minor to that point, and then you get a call, there's a water main break. And then you have to get off of that preventative maintenance effort to go respond to emergency. Now, over time, if it keeps happening, the stuff you just tried to do and plan for gets deferred. So the tough choice is related to a priority for that day. So, and that's a daily thing for technicians. What do we do first? And typically, you got a work order system, you got a work order for that day, and you try to execute that. Another decision that I have to make annually is funding. So there's a number of issues we go through as leaders of water utilities. If you don't have all the money, you're not getting all the funds that you need. So you have to make those tough decisions about what are you going to plan to fix this year coming up, and what are you going to defer? Because the tough decision is If you're not raising rates, utility rates right now, you're going to be in trouble. So that's never really the good news for ratepayers, is you're going to increase their bill. So what are you going to do with that money? Even when you increase the rates, that's not all the money that you need to get it done. So you got to make a decision on what you're going to do now, short term, and what you're going to do in the future. In regards to the, how AI can help is, and I can talk more about it, but more about real-time health of the infrastructure. We make a lot of assumptions about what needs to be a priority. So, like the technician out there sees a fire hydrant leaking and thinks that's the priority, or a customer calls in, or a politician calls in and thinks that's a priority. But there's other issues that we don't even know that are unknown because they're underground and things of that nature. So I think AI can help us hone in on what the data really is telling us, what the trend is really telling us, and things of that nature. And it definitely would help us prioritize better, in my opinion.
Cool, thanks. Mitch, you're at an engineering firm, if I remember correctly. So you serve, I guess, a bunch of water companies who have oversight of a sort of portfolio of activities. What would you see as the big operational decisions that they are making, and how you help them to make those?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and also appreciate the panel on this topic, because I feel like, in general, water it's such an important part of everyone's lives, and yet it frequently is the last thing that a lot of people think about, right? They expect water to turn on, they expect the tap to work, and they only realize when it doesn't work or when something happens how critical it is. And what we've really started to see is, we know that there's infrastructure that's aging, especially in the United States, where a lot of our clients sit. We're relying on systems that are 60, 70 years old, sometimes even longer than that. We're seeing limits on funding. We're also seeing limits on people, on skilled labor. That's a really difficult thing for a lot of the teams that we work with. And so what we're seeing them use their data for is stepping from reacting to what's the loudest problem in the system to ideally prioritizing that, and then really working towards being proactive. So they are going into annual planning cycles, understanding what their largest risks are and prioritizing them in order so that they can be prepared, rather than just going from problem to problem throughout their system. And so that's really exciting to see, because like I say, there's limitations, and you can only accomplish so much in a day, especially with a number of open recs in your team, because you haven't been able to fill them.
Cool, thanks. I mean, just another memory for the work we've done. A lot of the water companies, there's a list of vulnerable customers, right? And there's hospitals, there's the elderly, so in some cases, if you don't give a customer like that water within hours, deaths and challenges can occur. So it's really, like you say, we take it for granted, but it's an absolute necessity and mission critical to our livelihoods.
Right. I always like to remind people I live in Utah, which is earthquake territory for the United States, and when earthquakes happen, they've shown that a lot of the loss of life and a lot of the damage doesn't necessarily come from the event. It comes from the fires that happen after the event, because the water infrastructure isn't there. It's not able to contain it. And it's interesting when you think in that lens how critical this resource is.
And later we'll talk about the sort of projections of water scarcity coming up, right, with the climate change. So it's, these problems will become quite real very quickly. Frederick, from Wales, thanks for coming through. Your thoughts on the big operating decisions?
Yeah, thanks, Sean, and thanks to Sanjay and Fred Sonica for the invitation to join here. So I've got two hats. One is, I work with Frost & Sullivan, so I lead our sustainability practice, and the second hat is I chair the Swan Forum, which is a global community where Swan also is a member, right? On the first point that you mentioned, right, I think I see that there are two challenges, I think, for the water utilities. I think, productivity and the aging workforce. I mean, there's some interesting statistics. For every 5 people who leave the field force in water utilities, only 2 get replaced. So that's a steep kind of productivity challenge, that water utilities are facing, right? But I think that's an excellent opportunity, where we see some really exciting startups who are looking to see how they can target those particular applications. I mean, there are some interesting startups who are looking at video and how video solutions can really support utility staffs where they can reduce even call-outs by 32%. So it's these kind of elements which I think is really exciting, because there is a challenge of productivity, where I think there's the opportunity. And I think the aging workforce as well. I think some really exciting work which is going on in some utilities, where they are using agentic AI and how that can capture some of these valuable experience that we have in the utilities, before that is lost. Because these two are which come top of mind, which I think is really exciting.
Thanks, Frederick. Tommy?
Well, from my perspective, I represent a county of about 2.3 million people, and we've got 1.5 million people moving into it in the next decade. And so that very rapid growth necessitates decisions about where to invest in water infrastructure, and AI can be very helpful in terms of identifying parcels and getting ahead of some of the challenges of really watershed management. And that's another area of purview that I oversee, which is homeland security and emergencies, where when an engineer puts on paper that the water is supposed to flow into the drainage in a certain way, and then you find out in practice that it doesn't quite materialize the way the engineer drew it up, having sensors and things that can more rapidly redo the watershed management plans are very important. I think as a line of development to what Calvin was talking about with respect to finance, so many governments are underutilizing the financial tools the state and federal government has out there for them. And I think even an AI tool about your probability of success for a federal grant from the USDA for rural water development, or creating a public infrastructure district which can finance the water infrastructure, or creating a tax increment refinance zone, or any number of tools that are there to help finance the infrastructure as you go forward, or to modify in a faster way for rapid growth that can happen that you didn't plan for. And the last thing I think I'd say is that these tools can also be helpful for communities like ours that may have an environmental mandate. So in the case of the San Antonio water system, it has an EPA mandate to take care of certain old lead pipes that were in the system. And so when they have to make decisions about the new people, 1.5 million coming in, and the replacement under the federal court order of the EPA, there may be tools that can be developed to help make things more efficient and more cost effective.
Great. So I promised the panel before we started that I'm not going to break from script, but I'm going to break from script. Second question. So what I'm hearing is that there's a clear set of operating decisions that AI can help, and it sounds like it is helping in a number of examples. To connect to Fred's session, curious to hear your thoughts from your perspective. The water space you're in, is it dark, noisy, or intelligent? And why would you say that? So Fred talked about a dark environment, a noisy environment, an intelligent environment, and he asked us to sort of give our sense of where we were as companies. From your perspective, how would you rate?
So I think we are. My CITOs answered the question earlier. We're a good noisy, because you could be bad noisy and just have data sets everywhere and Excel spreadsheets everywhere and no ability to pull information from it or use it in a valuable way. So we're on our way with our data sets. So we're pretty good mostly, and we're replacing some of our systems now. Very useful information, I would say good data. Are we ready for an AI tool to pull from it? For the most probably would be there, but we're not further than noisy. I call it good noisy. Yeah.
Nice. And Mitch, with the perspective over a couple of companies, how would you rate it?
I agree. I mean, we're seeing that there's a lot of data, there's a lot of high quality data, but it's not interconnected. It's not being leveraged for insight as much as it should be. Little pockets of excellence and a lot of great teams and utilities, but looking for more cohesive insights that we can pull.
Frederick?
Yeah, I think if you look at the very basic thing of household metering, right? I mean, UK, there's a statistic, only 40% of the households are metered, right? Until and unless you can actually measure and monitor something, it's extremely difficult to manage it. So water utilities have picked that up as an opportunity, and every single water utility now in the UK has a smart water metering program, and the aim is to see how we can reduce the demand, because I think the future of sustainability, I say, is going to be to do more with less, right? So it's not about just pumping more water into the and feeding the demand. So the overall goal in the UK is how you reduce per capita consumption from right now it's close to 140 liters per person. How do you bring it down to 110 liters per person, right? For that starts with metering, measuring the water consumption of these people. And then how do you kind of drive customer side or demand side management, it's called, right? So, by driving, kind of influencing the change of behavior of customers, making them more conscious about, of the water experience. So I think on your dark, noisy and element, right? I mean, I think we are still in the dark, because when it comes to water, there's very little data to work on right now.
Okay, interesting. Tommy?
I'm not sure I have enough data points to provide the ultimate answer. I can tell you that right before I came over here, I got a text message from our smart meter that I may have a possible leak because it detected irregular water activity. But of course, we had a big freeze, and we all had to turn our pipes on and let them run a little bit more than I normally do. So did the water utility ask me for the feedback after I checked and I saw that I didn't have broken pipes? No. And that is important in the AI feedback improvement model, so that AI could learn that during a freeze, you may have to run the pipes and there may be irregular, and so maybe the volume of water that you calculate is as a early detection for a leak is not quite that. Your algorithm's a little off, and you need to perfect that. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that until I can get more data into our whole system.
You being notified of a leak reminds me of about 2-3 weeks ago. I woke up and I had 4 SMSs on the hour saying I've got a leak at my house, and then my email had leak. Contacted the plumber. They spent 2 days going through the house, no leak. The municipality had sent it to the wrong email address. So that's probably bad noisy. Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's lots of data, there's lots of use cases, there's lots of sensors. We've got like a rich trove to build intelligence on. From my experience, there's lots of impetus, right? The boards and the executives are saying use AI, be more intelligent. And what we see is with the best of intentions, a journey to start to build a use case, and 6 months later, it's like it died. We didn't get to a dashboard, we didn't get the data, or we didn't get sign-off, or there was governance issues. And really sort of getting beyond, or to a pilot, and then beyond a pilot, to Fred's third point, it just seems like harder than what it should be. So I guess your experience of that process, and if you get stuck, why you get stuck, and how do we start really delivering production-grade value?
Yeah. Before I get to that question, I'm chomping to say this to Tommy. He brought up the lead service lines, and there was a mandate to do inventory in your system. Man, if I had an AI tool, I could just send it on its way and then spit the information back to me in a week, and we could submit it to the EPA, and we're done. That's how it sounds like AI is that powerful, right? And it took us over a year to do ours, right? So. But to your question, we have data dashboards. I'm a believer in full use of them, not to just say we have them and to make them look pretty. We want to be transparent, and the information that it illustrates has got to be honest and true, right? So we can actually address issues. For me, it always comes down to the people and the process. So I think dashboards kind of linger and go to the wayside when folks don't use it. But I think we stress that it's a tool for us to use. I think data dashboards could be punitive in certain places, and they don't. That's why you see them die, I guess. We use it to actually identify issues. I think the people, we have folks that, utilities, the folks that have been there for years, say decades. Typically, utilities are built by families. You could name 3 or 4 families in the organization. I think we all know that. And then also, there's folks that have the institutional knowledge about certain aspects of the system that aren't documented. They're not in the procedure, they're not in SOP. If they retire, we're gonna be in trouble. So bring them along in the process with the data dashboards. The process meaning, how can we get that in a procedure or SOP? And I think when we can document that, we can have an AI tool that pulls from all this information, so the next generation of workforce can come in and just basically, talk to the tool, and the tool can tell you the issues of low pressure on this end of the system and things of that nature. So I think when you get them to use it that way, you get that trust, and they start to use it more, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've also found that if it's being used with value and feedback loops and it becomes part of the workflow, then it sort of embeds, and then when that's working, then there'll be investment to the next one and it becomes virtuous. Mitch?
Yeah, what I think is so interesting about this topic is, it's easy for us to get tunnel vision and think that this is our company problem or our team problem or our industry problem. Earlier this week, I was meeting and we were talking about AI workflows and struggles with adoption, and it was with CIOs and CTOs across industries, so from MasterCard and from a number of other industries outside of engineering. And it was good to remind me that every industry, every company has this problem, and that's because it's a human problem. It's so easy for us, especially those that are technology focused, to think, if I give people data, they'll make the right decision, they'll use it. But the change management exercise that is required to transition that line of thinking is significant. And that should be a focus area anytime that we're trying to implement a solution like this. Understanding what are the real pain points, what are the job functions that we're trying to augment and support, and make sure that we're adapting the tools to meet those needs rather than just expecting people to adapt to the tool. And it's a challenge. I mean, it's something that's, like I say, it's not unique to us, it's not unique to water. And it's something that I think that all of us as humans need to really cope with. And I don't think we've done it yet. I think it's going to take a few more years for us to really accept and trust AI enough. And like you mentioned, that positive feedback loop is critical too. If we're using these tools and we're upset about the answer, do we say, or do our people say, I'm upset about this, I'm not going to use it? Or do they say, oh, let's work on this and make it better and make it meet the need?
Yeah, it's very well put. I mean, from our experience, we always underestimate the change management, and the failure happens at that point because we haven't invested enough in it and invested early enough in it. Just to add 2 other things that we also struggle with, the training is important, and also the fear management, right? Because if you implement this, people are worried that they're going to lose their job, right? So what's in it for you to implement this new technology that'll put you out of work, right? So that's also another dimension to work through.
Right, and as I was mentioning earlier, there's a lack of skills in the space. I think I can say quite confidently that in the water space, there's going to be plenty of work for us, even when we adopt AI more fully. But helping overcome that fear, that human element's key. And if you're spending money on implementing these solutions and you're not setting aside funds to address the change management exercise, then you're going to be in a weak spot.
So Frederick, at Swan, you'd have a good overview of innovation and AI pilots. What's your perspective on how it's going and what we need to do to break through?
Yeah, pilots to scale, right? I mean, there's an interesting quote of the deputy CEO of PUB. He said, on the transformation journey that they undertook, right, it was extremely crucial to ensure every single employee of PUB was on board on his mission. Right. I think the people thing is sometimes it's understated, but I think that is critical. I mean, any transformation project, it fails just simply because you're not able to get people on board that. And every single person needs to come on board, but it's not just the person. If you look at a water utility, the persons are different personas. You have the field person is very different to the CFO, to the CEO, to the procurement person, so it needs to be personalized. And it needs to be personalized in a manner where it's addressing the productivity of that individual. It gets back to the productivity paradox which Fred was talking about earlier today, right? How do you just personalize it to that level? Where experience is the current currency. I mean, data was a currency, but currently it's the experience. The better personalized solutions you get people to use it and get them on board on the transformation, and then every single individual in the utility gets on board, that's when you get on the bandwagon for transformation to achieve your goals, yeah.
Which is non-trivial, right? Getting the whole organization behind a single goal is quite a mission. Tommy?
Isn't there an AI button for that, I think?
Yeah, coming soon.
Yeah, so it's my job as the only elected official, I think, on the panel to kind of give you a little prep before you get to the bar. And that is, politics is not an industry that is actually always data-driven. I know I'm with a bunch of tech bros and gals, but this shouldn't be a newsflash that in politics, the politicians are not always interested in the best data. And so sometimes you're competing with ideology and viewpoints and email campaigns about whatever people think AI is going to do. Information warfare with respect to what is AI going to do. You will see, especially those of you at SAN, as you begin to lobby, you're going to face questions about, well, what does your product mean for AI data centers in our water? And you may face organized opposition in the next couple of years just based upon that issue alone, which may say we need to stop this until we can figure out the water situation. And it may not have anything to do, per se, with the product you're selling, but it will be in the body politic conversation. So I wanted to make sure that folks understood that the influence of campaign contributions and cronyism and relationship, all of that comes into play, not just getting the whole departmental staff aware and trained. That's a whole nother dynamic. That is a very inexact science. But I think to combat it, and I will say this as an elected, my mother worked for IBM for 25 years, and I come academically from a very data-driven kind of policy and academic life. But most electeds, if you actually watch the proceedings, they gloss over all the tech stuff. They're not paying attention in a lot of cases. And so it is important that you invite them to forums like these so that they can really digest it, as opposed to hearing about it maybe for the second time on an agenda of 100 items. All of that plays into the championing and the whole buy-in from a community perspective. So prioritization based upon leadership's needs, community needs, is really important to getting that. And the other thing I would recommend for those trying to get more business is to look at how cooperative purchasing agreements can help move your product faster through the procurement process, maybe because you're sole source, or because you've got a contract that's already easy to tee up and everybody get buy-in because it's already pre-negotiated as state cooperative buying. So anyway, that's enough for me.
Just, Sean, I think just to add what Commissioner Tommy mentioned, right, especially the data centers and water utilities, that is something which is really cropping up quite big here in the US, right? To the extent that the energy utilities are increasing the energy tariffs to water utilities. I mean, and the reason being because they just want to manage the demand and supply situation, right? So it's not just the water situation that the water utilities are going to be facing with the data centers. Sometimes it's overhyped in terms of the actual water that's going to be needed by the data center. It's going to need certain amount of water, but not to the volumes that some estimates put it out there. But it's more the energy side. And, so to Tommy's point as well, right? It's quite important to get that community element, the discussions on board, right? Because that's when, and that's it'll become even more stark going forward now.
And let me just say, pardon the analogy, but if I'm giving an inside colonoscopy look at what the industry needs to do to get this together, it very much should focus a lot of its programming on water and on power and how the AI can help it reduce energy. Because if you actually get to a point where, as an industry, you can say, yeah, we're taking a lot of energy, but we're saving it here. Or, yeah, we're taking a lot of water, but we've saved you an equivalent amount there. Those are going to be key to the future of the buy-in.
Tommy, I really like how you frame that. I mean, as a ex-actuary scientist and a lot of the people in the organization, we think if we can build the best algorithm that predicts the thing, we're going to win, right? But it's much more than that. It's the process, the workflow, the leadership, the community, the regulation, the politics, and really, almost to Fred's point, the productivity paradox. You've got this great technology, but the real world isn't sort of catching up, right? So a big part of this job of ours is to change the system, which is an end-to-end piece of work, which is long and challenging and much more than just a time series algorithm. This clock was counting down, now it's counting up, so I'm worried something's going to explode soon. So let me close out. We didn't get through many questions, but I appreciate the passion and insights and comments from the crowd. And if anybody's got stuff to add, we can talk at the bar. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up one more time for that incredible conversation on AI and the future of water.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? How has the session been going so far? Hopefully, you're feeling energized and learning a lot. So really excited to be here. My name is Asong Su. I'm a managing director here at SAN. I lead all of our work in the public sector. As you guys heard from Fred's keynote, we really spend a lot of time, helping leaders in local government, in cities, in counties, and states. Really help them serve their citizens better, right? So for our session today, we want to talk about Urban World Fund. And really the focus here is, to talk about how can you really help public sector leaders to be able to generate some of the funds that they need in order to fund a lot of the things that we've been spending a lot of our days today talking about, right? So I'm going to start here with this quote from Ben McAdams. So Ben McAdams was the mayor of Salt Lake County, Utah. And I think this really encapsulates a lot of what my talk is going to be about. So what Ben and his team did in Salt Lake County was that they really took inventory of all of the assets that they have. And when I say assets here for a city, we're talking about things like land that the city owns. We're talking about vacant buildings, parking lots, all of these assets that they own. So what they did was they took inventory of that. And what they found was that, shockingly, was worth about $10 billion, a number that was significantly higher than what they actually have in their books. And what they figured out was that if you could generate even a slightest yield from these assets, you can generate a lot of funds that they can then use to be able to run the infrastructure of the city without necessarily raising taxes, right? So that's the important part, without raising taxes on citizens, right? So as we go through our discussions today, so keep that in mind, that ultimately what you want to do is to be able to say, how do I put my assets to work in the city and then use those funds to improve the water network, the road network, and all whatnot without, kind of raising taxes. The interesting thing is that Salt Lake County is not unique. Right? Most cities in the U.S. are virtually sitting on a virtual gold mine without knowing it, right? And so on the flip side, cities are dealing with a lot, right? You have a lot of aging infrastructure. You have an aging workforce. There's economic challenges. Just this week, I think we heard in Washington, D.C., where there was raw sewage flowing into the Potomac River, causing those environmental challenges that's causing. But then on the flip side, cities also have a lot of data, as we've been hearing throughout the day, fragmented data in a lot of other systems. And the thing that actually compounds this even more to make it more difficult is that cities are struggling with funding cuts, right? So if you look, there's a lot of news articles about, like the federal government reducing the fundings that cities are getting, right? So on the one hand, you have this virtual gold mine that you're sitting on, but then on the other hand, you're dealing, with a lot of challenges that need funding in order to be able to solve those challenges. And so ultimately, the question, if you're a local government, is there a way that I can match these two? Can I leverage kind of this virtual gold mine to be able to generate the income and the resources that I need in order to solve some of the problems that I just mentioned earlier? So the answer is yes. However, right, there's always a but with these things, right? So let's first of all just spend some time to talk about, what's the current state. So there's a paradox, right? So, cities typically focus on the income statement, right? So they spend a lot of time, if you look at this iceberg, really thinking about the top part of that, right? It's the taxes and the expenses that the city has to deal with. That's what they need in order to kind of run the city. However, they spend less time thinking about what's really below, which is the assets that the city owns, all of the land and all of these other things that I mentioned earlier, right? So that's one first thing to keep in mind. And then the second thing is that there's a visibility gap, right? So a lot of cities tend to keep their assets on book value, right? So meaning if an asset or a piece of land in the city's books 50 years ago was a certain value, they've essentially kept that same value and haven't been able to bring it to fair market value, right? So that's the second current state. But then as you notice from the conversation that the Salt Lake County did, the reality is that that asset is actually worth more. So when you actually look at the value of it, there's a lot more that you can get from it, right? And so there's an opportunity here where you have cities that are really worthy, but they're cash poor, right? In that you have all of these assets in your books, but you're not really generating the income and the resources that you need from it to fund the city. And so this is where the idea of an urban wealth fund comes in, right? Which is okay, how do you then kind of bridge that gap in terms of being able to use those resources, to fund the city? And so the question is, what is an urban wealth fund, right? So put simply, if you think of us as citizens or corporations or whatever, you have assets, right? So we're here in Florida. If you have a second vacation home or something in Florida, rather than have that asset sit there yearly where you're not doing something with it, you typically use it to generate some sort of income, right? So same thing for businesses. If you have machines, you use those assets to be able to generate income. So for an urban wealth fund, it's really a similar concept. It's how do you use those assets, the land, the vacant buildings, to be able to generate the resources that the fund is that you need to do investments. In order to do that, for the urban wealth fund, there are three things that it typically has. One is things need to be transparent, right? In other words, they tend to be able to have value, know which assets you have, and then be able to actually value those assets, at market value, right? The second thing is that there's political independence, right? So these are put in a separate corporation, something that's private, that's at arm's length from the politicians. Because you're a politician, the short-term things that you need to deal with, it's very quick to make decisions that in the long run are not necessarily best, so you can put these, they tend to be in private corporations. And then the third piece here is that there's a clear objective in terms of maximizing value, right? And when I say maximize value, this is not thinking, like Wall Street where you want to make profit at all costs, right? It's maximizing value for the communities where this thing operates, however that value is defined, right? And so those are the three pieces that you typically would find, when we talk about an urban wealth fund. So the concept itself is not new, right? So urban world funds have been around. So I'm going to talk about 3 quick examples where this has been implemented. Unfortunately, none of them are here in the United States, which we'll talk a little bit later why that hasn't happened here and how we should think about that, right? The first here is in Hamburg in Germany, right? They set up an urban world fund where they were able to redevelop part of the city's harbor. And then the investments that came from that, they were then able to use that, to build a lot of housing units and then a lot of workspaces, right? And again, the key thing here is all of this was done without raising taxes, right? They were able to use the investment, from that. The second example here is from Singapore, right? I think if you follow a lot of, international things, you almost certainly know about Singapore. I know for the past 50, 60 years or so, Singapore, through their sovereign wealth fund, has really been able to move from a developing country to one of the most developed countries in the world, right? And part of the way they've been able to do this, there are other things on there, but part of the way they've been able to do this to be able to use the assets that the country has and then use those investments, to kind of drive development, right? The third example is Copenhagen in Denmark, right? So for this one, maybe I spend a little bit more time to add more color here. So if you go back, in the late 90s, Copenhagen was a struggling kind of manufacturing city, low tax basis, high unemployment. And so what the city did was they essentially took inventory of the land that they had. At that point, they could have done one of two things. They could, kind of keep the land the way they own it, or sell it, essentially privatize it. What they did was they kept the land, but they set up a private or public corporation to manage that as a private entity. And so then the next thing they did was be able to borrow against that land. And then they used the resources or the investment, the money that came from the land to build a railway, like urban transport. And the stops along those urban transport paths, the land around that area, the value went up because now there's like a subway running next to it, right? And so they could then use the higher returns that came from that land to pay for that railway, and then also use some of the investments that came from that to really be able to, fund things like, 100,000 homes and whatnot, right? So it's a very good example for where this has worked quite well, right? And so if I'm trying to, you're great, I'm hearing all of this is nice, I want to go out and set up an urban world fund in my city. How do I actually go about doing that, right? And so there are 4 steps, right? First thing is you got to take inventory of what you have. You need to be able to identify, what are the assets, and again, not every asset has commercial value, right? I might have a piece of land that's a public park, right? I'm not going to go, make money off of that. But if I have, the city owns a piece of parking lot in prime location, well, that's something that you can use if you redevelop it into like a mixed housing infrastructure with a parking garage at the bottom. All of a sudden, that piece of land becomes something that has more value with it, right? So the first thing is you got to take inventory of the assets that you own, right? And the second thing, you got to, have value for those assets. If you don't know the value of something, you can't really, extract things from it, right? And getting value means going beyond, valuing the assets and only looking at them at book value. You got to look at what's the actual fair market value for those assets, today, right? And then the third thing, which is we talked about earlier, is there has to be independence in terms of managing these assets. It can't be the politicians or the city running. So you got to set up, some sort of public-owned corporation. The ownership still stays with the city, but in terms of like the managing and the day-to-day running of that asset, you run it as a private entity where you really focus on creating and maximizing value from it, right? And so that's the third thing. And then the last piece here is, again, it's about putting kind of that governance in place in terms of, board of directors, the value in terms of saying, okay, we want to maximize, shareholder return or stakeholder return, whatever you want to call it, from those assets that you have, right? So I'm sure that there's more details as you go through each of these, but largely speaking, those are the 4 steps that you need to go through, to be able to set this up. So then, if this is such a great idea, right? How come we're not hearing a lot of this in the US and it's not running and everybody clamoring to do this, right? So there's 4 big things to think about, right? The first thing is just the way the US is set up. If you think about land and the assets of public or local government, there's typically 2 things. Either one, it's owned by the government or it's privatized, right? You don't have kind of this in between where it's owned by the government, but then you have a private entity running it for the government, right? And the difference here, when we say privatized, essentially means you've sold the thing to a third party and they actually own it, as opposed to the government still owning it and transferring ownership for another person to run, right? So in the US, primarily, you don't have kind of that setup where you can own and then, transfer. And then the second thing that we'll have is an inventory problem, right? In that in the US, given the federal structure of how the government works, and when you go to a lot of local government or in cities, things are fragmented. Piece of land, something is owned by the county, another piece is owned by, the school board, another piece is owned by, transport, so there's not a single clear path of who owns things, and it takes, it's not so easy to be able to quickly arrive at, a single ownership structure of those things. So that's kind of the second challenge that you have to deal with. And then the third thing here is like I mentioned earlier, is around this the valuation, right? In that you would have to modify or update the law such that people are not valuing things at book value, right? You need to then be able to look at fair market value for those things. It's not just that, it's it's also then a very manual process. You got to have surveyors go out and measure all of these pieces of land, such that you can then say, okay, here's actually how much it's worth, so it's tedious, a manual process that makes it, kind of difficult to be able to do, right? And then there's political friction, let's be frank, right? Sometimes, politicians and folks want to be able to keep control of the land, right? So you don't want to transfer that ownership and control of it to, a private entity. So you got to be able to overcome, some of that kind of political friction to get it set up. And the last piece here is also there's just lacking of a know-how or an understanding of the concept. You need people who've actually implemented this before to be able to engage and actually get it set up. Right, so those are some of the challenges of why this hasn't really taken off in the US as much, right? So we're not going to solve all of this here today, right? We are the data and AI, event after all, so there's got to be an AI angle to this, right? So we think that there is a role that data and AI can play in terms of helping with some of these challenges, right? As part of the solution. And the first thing is where AI can really help is in really 3 areas. The first piece is addressing that fragmentation problem that we talked about earlier. The fact that this land is scattered and has several ownership. So we're able to address that. And then the other thing is being able to help with those valuations. Remember I talked about earlier. It's a very manual process sometimes to go out and kind of get all of the valuations. And then the last piece is once you actually have the land, or you put some entity or an asset on there, how do you maximize your return from it, right? And so AI can also help with some of those. So in this first piece around solving the inventory problem, there's a lot, and I'll show you guys an example here soon. There's a lot of tools that we can use today to be able to really bring a lot of the data into a single pane of glass, where it makes it easier to be able to look at and know, who has ownership of the land, right? As opposed to where it's kind of very fragmented right now. And then in terms of the valuation piece, we can again also automate some of that work in terms of pulling, maybe tax records and all whatnot, as opposed to having people go out and manually do things. We can leverage a lot of tech to kind of, help with that automation as well. And then the last piece here is, again, in terms of once you actually have the assets and they're running, how can you increase the returns that you're getting from those assets in terms of using them well, so things like digital twins or being able to do things like predictive maintenance, right? In figuring out when things are going to fail before it actually fails. With a lot of that, you can actually increase the yields and what you're getting from the assets and then reinvest that money, into, financing for like public sector things that you have, right? So those are just some very few examples for how you can begin to think, how to leverage AI into some of this. So let me give you an example where this is not exactly doing something that's for an urban world fund, but the thinking and the work that we did here is directly applicable, to some of the concepts and the things that I talked about earlier. If you were in your first keynote this morning, you would have heard a little bit about some of the work that was done in St. Louis, where they had a tornado and it came through, and very quickly I was involved in that project. Within a day or so, we're able to very quickly pull a lot of the data together, and then leveraging AI, we were able to do a few things. First of all, the problem, what were they trying to solve, right? One is they wanted to figure out what's the economic impact of the damage, of the tornado. That was the first thing. And then the second thing was, from a recovery standpoint, how could we really optimize, the recovery, right? So the people who needed help can kind of get that help, when they needed it. So on that first piece about the economic recovery, we were able to use satellite imagery, and then to be able to very quickly assess, the level of damage for buildings. And then the second thing that was needed once you knew the level of damage was to say, okay, what's the economic impact of this damage, right? So then we're able to pull in, tax, assessor, values to be able for all of those buildings. Then you could estimate, here's how much damage that has. If I try and map this back to some of the things that we're talking about, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to use similar ideas in terms of satellite imagery and some of the open source data that we'll have to begin to quickly, identify and get, the inventory of those assets that we talked about earlier. And then in the same light, in terms of being able to figure out, some of the valuation, instead of doing it manually, you can leverage technology to be able to help with some of this. I'm not saying that this is a, kind of silver bullet that solves everything, but it certainly gets you started and makes it a lot easier to be able to, address some of the pain points that I pointed out earlier, if you were trying to implement this, right? And so ultimately the question here is what's stopping us from doing this, right? We've essentially, we have the assets, like what I talked about, right? The things sitting below the iceberg. It's a proven model because we've seen it work in other places before. We have some of the technologies that can help us address some of the pain points that I mentioned earlier. Cities are struggling with all of these challenges that they need to solve. If you can unlock this value, you can then use that to be able to invest and kind of make, solve those problems, right? So that's really the question that we want to try and discuss. I should have mentioned this upfront, that the way I want to run the session is I'll spend some time upfront here, like I just did, to run through a few slides, and then we want to open it up for discussion, right? So there's a series of questions that will make it, so it's essentially a round table. I know we're not all sitting around the table, but the point is for us to share our own ideas, given what you've heard today, where are we and how can we, kind of use some of this thinking, to help where we are. So with that in mind, I'm going to go to the set of questions to just guide our discussion. So I'll just open it up here for discussions. The first question here will be, again, what do folks think of the concept? Is this something that resonates, for some of the, kind of public sector leaders that we have in the room? Is this something that you've tried? So just open to hearing thoughts about this as well.
So this is an interesting concept, and I appreciate how you articulated the how, because oftentimes we will speak about ideas esoterically rather than translating them to implementation. I guess what's on my mind, and I think I mentioned this earlier on today, is the missed opportunity to stop focusing exclusively on monetizing and optimizing physical assets, and to think about how you would apply this framework to digital assets. If you think about infrastructure, I think there's an example we were talking about in a sidebar conversation where cities who lay broadband can then monetize the opportunity for telecoms to attach to the cables to then create revenue opportunities for programming digital divide, broadband connectivity for low-income communities. I wonder how you think that this model could apply to cities who can create the unity of data and package it and really think about valuing data so that it becomes a monetizable asset, because that's the currency of the future. I think we look at the physical environment, but there's an entire digital layer that cities are not able to leverage. So I'd love your thoughts on that in general.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I think it's a great point, right? I like how you framed it, because it's also an asset. So if I go back and look at that iceberg that we have, instead of just talking about land and vacant buildings, this becomes one more thing that you add to that, right? And I would imagine that, the framework in terms of identifying those assets, valuing it, setting up an independent entity and putting the governance around that to be able to manage it, and then having a very clear outcome, like, hey, look, we want to maximize value from this, that works for the community. I think that could also work, in this case. That's absolutely not something that I actually thought about, but I think it's a great idea, to be able to sit down and think about, how do you package all of that and put it together, right? So it becomes where you're not just thinking about physical assets, but then you can add digital assets to it as well, yeah.
So I think where the tension or the friction might exist is the valuation step, because we do not have a standard mechanism to value data on the open market like we do for other assets. It creates an opportunity to create a benchmark, like you create data standards on other things. But I think the city or the group of cities that cracks the nut on how to value and create a standard valuation for public data can then be at the forefront of monetizing it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So it's a great point.
So from a local government standpoint, what came to mind for me was understanding, the risk associated with it and how to quantify that risk. It appears as though it's about taking on debt, and that debt, and without getting into a whole lot of the structure, I don't know where that rests, if it's with that other organization, that other entity that's set up. But hearing a little bit more about the risk, because that's the exercise that we go through to understand what that exposure may be for the local government.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a good point. So you don't do this in a vacuum, right? Like, you absolutely need to think through the trade-offs that come with this. Like in that example that I was giving about Copenhagen, that's certainly one of the things that they had to think about, right? Like, there is the downside that, you might end up in a situation where you don't necessarily generate the funds that you need to be able to pay off, kind of the initial amount that they needed in order to get everything set up, So the governance and everything that needs to be put in place to ensure that this works in a way that actually benefits the community, I agree with you, it has to be front and center, and needs to be one of the things that, you would need to factor into it, So, but let me ask you something. Assuming you were able to manage the risk and everything, is it something as a local government, an idea that you think you would entertain? What are your thoughts about that? Yeah.
Absolutely, because we all of the governments, local governments, and I'll speak for them, we certainly are feeling the pressures and the pinch of our revenue sources, traditional revenue sources, certainly disappearing, financial crunch. So we're going to be forced. The reality of it is we're all going to be forced to try to find new and creative ways to generate the revenues to provide the services. So concept, but ultimately it is going to come down to being able to evaluate that risk. And will your citizenry or the public constituents see this as kind of leveraging debt, and again, which goes to at what risk are we willing to take?
The one place in the US where something like this has come closer is in Atlanta, right? So one of the things that they've done in Atlanta is they basically took asset of a lot of the land that they had. I think it was something like 700 parcels of land. And they've essentially put that into a public benefit corporation, similar to like what I was talking about earlier. And I think in the process of building a lot of mixed-use development that they can then use and again get the returns from that and kind of invest it. So it's not fully implemented in the US like some of the other examples that we talked about, but there are places in here where they're starting to look at how you can kind of leverage some of these as well. So yeah. Yes, Mayor.
Just a couple of questions, and just for full transparency, I am a consultant with SAN, so couple of things that came up that didn't come up when we talked about this before is how does this differ from land banks? A lot of cities already have land banks where they put all of their city-owned property into an entity that is adjacent to the city but still city-owned. And how do we account for redlining that often happens in urban areas where city-owned property is severely undervalued? And how do we adjust or account for the effect of redlining that currently happens in urban cities?
Yeah, no, I think those are great points. So I guess on the land banks that you were talking about earlier, how are those being managed? Is that a private entity that is it passed over to a private entity to own and manage, or how does that, can you say a bit more?
So the way that it runs in St. Louis is we have a nonprofit called the St. Louis Development Corporation that the land bank or the land reutilization authority sits under that nonprofit. And their sole purpose is to hold city-owned property either for future development or for people who want to do one-off projects. And currently, I would just say this is just St. Louis, where say you wanted to buy a piece of property, then the alderperson for that ward where that property is has to approve it before you buy it. And then you also have to present a plan to redevelop said property. Oftentimes it's very subjective because sometimes you can't get in touch with the alderman to approve it. Or that alderman doesn't like you and is not going to return your phone calls. It's a mess. So depending on the city, you have to standardize that process, make them objective as possible in order to be able to sell that land. But that land is often, or those buildings are sold at a deep discount, sometimes even $1.
Yeah.
So that's
absolutely. I think
how that works.
So I think in this case, right, it's similar, but it didn't go all the way, right? So if you think about what some of these other folks did, it wasn't necessarily about selling the land. It's like you put all of that land together, you get a private entity to be able to manage that land. And there's a clear objective, in terms of the governance that you put around it. Right. And that objective is around maximizing the value that comes from it. Now, the community and city leadership need to be clear in defining what that value is that they're trying to maximize. But it's not about just holding the land and then we kind of sell it. And I also think that this actually can be an opportunity to help with some of like the redlining that we talked about, because, rather than look at them as one-off things, you're essentially looking and saying, hey, look, for this block of area that was maybe redlined, how do I take this whole piece and develop it jointly such that, it kind of improves the value of all of the things that are in that neighborhood, right? So I think some of that, like approaching it that way, some of the things that I think these can actually help with, to be honest. Yeah.
Exactly. And I would say one caveat when you're if that is your case, depending on who's in the room, as the property values increase, You also want to develop policies that make sure that those who are currently there don't get priced out of those neighborhoods. So in St. Louis, we also developed a senior property tax. There's mostly senior citizens. So we developed a senior property tax freeze that goes along with that. So our seniors, their property taxes don't go up when the land value of the neighborhood starts to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to end it here, but like one last comment. The criticism that you typically hear about urban world funds revolves around exactly the point that you're making, in that you end up pricing, right? Some of the incentives will come to a point where things are misaligned. And so if you're not careful, you can end up in a situation like what Mayor Jones is talking about. So unfortunately, we're at time. Thank you very much. Really love the engagement. Again, something to think about as you travel back to your various locations. So thanks a lot. So.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel, AI on the Tarmac. I think we've got such a nice, cozy group here. We can keep this really informal and conversational to learn from our panelists. My name is Spencer Horn, founder and CEO of Cloudline. You may have seen the blimp upstairs. It's very hard to miss. But I'm moderating this panel in my capacity as a lifelong av geek. So this is just a indulgence of my childhood fantasies in many ways. I get to ask our guests some questions about airports where I can be found wandering with my mouth agape. But enough about me. I'd like to introduce our guests, starting with Justina Mann. Justina is the former vice president of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We then have Sarah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to say your surname, Sarah Nozkova, CEO and co-founder of Phlox Intelligence. And then we have Ricky Smith, the CEO of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Lest we forget, the busiest airport in the world? In the world.
The busiest and most efficient.
The busiest and most efficient. Now, I did say I'd keep it conversational because I was actually very curious about this. I have been an av geek long enough to remember when ATL took that crown from O'Hare, I believe. And
I think it was at O'Hare, that's correct.
Yes. And so I was always curious about the reasons Atlanta has been so much more efficient in its growth. And I think it's got something to do with the layout of those airports. I don't know if we can start with a quick...
Wow, that's not even one of the questions on the list, Spencer.
We're going off script now.
But I'll certainly
ad-lib, you'll be fine.
I'll handle it if you want me to.
Just a quick one, yeah.
Well, I mean, so we're celebrating our 100th anniversary. We've been around 100 years. Delta also has been around 100 years. And so over that 100-year period, a lot of people made a lot of smart decisions. One of those decisions was the idea of having parallel runways. And so we can have, we have almost 2,000 operations a year, landings and takeoffs simultaneously. So that creates a very efficient environment. Most airports in the country do not have that. They have intersecting runways. So that's part of it. We also have this, this system we call the plane train that moves, 300,000 people a day from one concourse to another, with about a 99.5% efficiency rate. That also adds to the efficiency. And so, that and the fact that we have 63,000 of the most amazing professionals in the country that helps each passenger get to the airport, that adds to the efficiency of the airport.
Incredible.
Current and past, you must add, when you talk about the 63,000.
She's cheating. She used to be at ATL as well. So.
Wonderful. So going over to Justina and Sarah, and Ricky, you can chime in here too if you like. We've just experienced one of the biggest recent winter storms. We've seen major disruptions across the country, and this is one of the most disruptive events since the pandemic. In moments like these, airports have to be highly responsive and really on top of things. where do you think airports struggle the most today to translate those early signals of trouble into preventive action?
So from my opinion, I should say, where the struggle is in the forecasting and planning and then the investment strategies for the airport, whether it's equipment, staff, software, whatever the case is going to be that's a part of the solution. I recall there was a weather storm in a previous airport that I worked at. They had to get the solution from up north. So I was in Houston at the time. They had to call to Wisconsin to have the salt brought down because everyone had planned to have their materials and equipment on site. We didn't have the equipment, we didn't have the salt. And so the bottom line is that wasn't forecasted. There was I think we have, I've heard it in Houston, they talk about even with the floods, it's a once in a 100-year flood, but they were having like every 2 years. And so I think it's in the people that are responsible for believing what is going to happen and how they are favored in their organization to be able to get solutions to resolve them. Because the only time when you can't be responsive, of course, is when you haven't prepared or you haven't anticipated it.
Thank you. I want to pick up on something you've said there about the planning and the budgeting, because of course you've got weather happening on a specific kind of timescale, but in airport planning you're talking years, if not decades. Could you say a little bit more about that?
So in a place where it is warm, like Dallas, where I am now, and Houston, where I've been before, Atlanta, of course, had some of the same issues. The decision to make the investment in the equipment and how often it was going to be used, because it's very expensive equipment, of course. And you have to not only have the equipment, you have people have trained, and you have to be able to maintain them, and then how often are you going to use it? And sometimes folks take the position when they have to make cuts in their budget to cut those things that aren't going to be seen to be useful and in a more immediate sense. And so that's what I mean when I say that. So you have to have like someone that is really good at selling up to senior management and leaders to say this is why we need this and we make this investment, even though it might only happen every 5 years. Otherwise, you'll have incidents that you've seen in the news across the years where cities have been shut down or because people couldn't move through and get to the airport. The airport might not be closed, but you can't get to it because of the roads.
Absolutely. And I take it having the right kind of data in hand helps win those arguments too. Sarah, you're bringing a new kind of technology to these settings. I wonder what insights you've learned with respect to the way that airports are able to respond to disruption.
Yeah, I would say a lot. We keep learning every day. So we work with wildlife management, everything from detecting wildlife to talking to them in their own language to make sure that they stay away from airports, but also all the way to reporting. So we work a lot with safety and wildlife management teams, and there's a lot of manual work, and there's a lot of room for improvement and where AI can actually make a lot of difference today.
Gotcha. Thank you. Ricky, do you want to add something?
Yes, I want to add to what Justina said. We kind of view snow removal preparation, all the costs associated with it, as an insurance policy, right? You've got to put the investment in, and you may not use that investment. But a year ago in Atlanta, for example, Delta lost $60 million on a snowstorm, right? Had the single snowstorm. Had the airport spent, I'd say, $5 million in equipment and other features, that probably would not have happened, right? It probably would have been much lower. So that's just to piggyback on her point. But each storm or incident is kind of like a fingerprint. They're all uniquely different. The weather, how it influences the precipitation that comes down. Even though the teams prepare for all of these events, you just don't know the uniqueness of the storm. And so what it comes down to is the team's ability to adapt, to communicate. Communications is always one of those shortcomings when you do an after-action review, right? And then in the case of Atlanta, because Atlanta does not get a lot of snow, does not get a lot of ice, we might get one, maybe two a year. This year it looks like it's going to be two. The team doesn't have the experience that you might have in Minnesota or Detroit, Chicago, what have you. Baltimore, right. Cleveland. So the confidence level as well for those employees who have to operate that equipment that Justina referred to, which could be we just introduced multifunctional equipment. It's one piece of equipment that does three things. That one piece of equipment could cost $3 to $4 million, right? And you have that sitting, and you may not have a snowstorm for 2 years, for 3 years, and so the guys don't get the experience to operate on it, so it's a confidence issue.
So given that situation, Ricky, it sounds like there are clear operational trade-offs that you're constantly having to make as you manage the airport. And I see the sort of one trade-off here as being the getting all of the equipment, spending that capital expenditure to be prepared, perhaps even overly prepared for the freak events. But another must also be balancing your efficiency and public safety. Tell us a little bit more about some of those trade-offs that you've got to make.
Well, public safety is not a trade-off, right? That is always the ultimate goal. In the case of a snowstorm, for example, the public safety issue for the airport is not as much, the public traveling on the roadway system, right? That's another responsibility. For us, it is making sure that any aircraft that lands or takes off is doing that in a safe way. Everything from de-icing an aircraft, and so, for example, on an airfield, if an aircraft de-ices and it takes that aircraft a certain period of time to take off, that aircraft might have to abort that flight and go right back to the de-ice, which is that could cause the flight to be canceled. And so it's a very efficient operation as well that you have to have, and so it requires enormous coordination between the tower, the ground ops, not as much public safety. They're not involved in airfield operations as much as they are in the terminal and the roadway system, but it's enormous coordination between the air traffic control tower and ground ops.
Yeah, so when airports do their budgeting process, I know I've seen it where you have a grading scale, and so the most points go to the projects that have public safety implications. So those are not sacrificed. But then when it comes time to spend the money for the projects that are above the line, in a matter of words, the ones that make the cut, yes. If there are innovative things that are on there that can have more immediate application versus something that you projected won't be used for 3 or 4 years, there are ways that people have not prioritized those things that are going to have an immediate use, like the snow equipment, et cetera. So.
Constantly figuring out that balance. As we talk about that, Sarah, I'm thinking about the way in which your technology, which brings AI into that operational setting, also deals with safety and what sort of level of readiness and resiliency needs to be built into that system in order to be applicable to airports where safety is paramount and, as we've just heard, not up for negotiation.
I want to remind the audience that these are questions that Spencer fantasized about as a child.
Yeah, they were not in the script. They were not in the script, but it's a good question.
This is just tapping my curiosity right now. I love this discussion.
That's a great question. Ultimately, we need to be able to trust the AI, right? And especially if we go from pilots to really a rollout and making sure we have a whole system that is not just a couple of maybe devices into having thousands of devices that actually are observing the environment all the time and helping us to not only gather decisions but also ultimately make decisions on their own. So for us, we work a lot with the wildlife and safety teams because they have the knowledge. They know about the airport, the environment. There are so many things changing also depending on seasons or weather. And that's knowledge that the AI kind of needs to be able to be, firstly, as good as humans, but ultimately much better. So
as good as and also better than humans.
Yeah, and it's everything is about data, right? So the more data, the better it will be.
I think your machine can probably speak better to the animals than humans can.
Yeah. And right now they try with pyrotechnics, or you have maybe trained falcons, or you have other frightening devices. But animals are way too smart. They will figure it out. They will get used to it in a couple of days. So yeah, good point.
Do you, just to that point a bit further, do you have the sort of machines and humans in the loop with your system, or it's primarily the machines talking to the animals?
Yeah, so our sensors they look kind of like a wildlife camera. You can put them alongside a fence perimeter, make sure coyotes or foxes don't come into the area. But also we work a lot with the birds and so on that usually gather at the airport area or proximity. And yeah, they are static. But of course we work with kind of the wildlife personnel now, so it's more like a tool for them to evaluate and use. But then in the future we hope that a lot of the tasks that they are doing today, when they are maybe patrolling and manually logging in wildlife, all of that the system can do so that they can be efficient and do other safety related tasks.
Yes, yes. So Justina, with that in mind, this really high bar, as good as humans and better. If we think about DFW for a second, which, if my AvGeek records are correct, is the second largest by land area in the country, second only to Denver.
The size of Manhattan, I thought that was one of the coolest things. 27 square miles. It has its own city. It has its own zip code. It's massive.
That's an incredible operation. And it's growing. It's expanding right now. Is it America's biggest hub? Is it?
I think so.
It must be. So
yeah.
Things are growing, they're big already. What does that threshold look like for you in terms of what AI still needs to achieve to be trusted in that sort of operational setting?
So full disclaimer, I'm not at DFW anymore, but I live there and I've traveled through there about 2 or 3 times a week sometimes. I will say that at DFW and knowing the executives and the team, first of all, DFW is an authority, which is significantly different in their ability to get to implementation than a city, because they have different barriers. Still have some opportunities, but they have more flexibility in their purchasing and planning purposes. One of the coolest things I remember is when we did an agreement to do the digital twin for the airport's capital program, which was first in that for that company, and they developed a partnership with them. I wouldn't have been able to help them with that if I was at Atlanta, because they don't have the ability to strike those types of relationships. So I think for DFW to kind of break that barrier is to kind of, because they are very much in sync with each other in terms of teams for solutions. So in order to build that trust and break the barrier, to look at, as I think I heard Fred Swaniker talking about earlier, looking what the real problems are across the airport and coming up with a solution that addresses not just one but multiple concerns. I know that airport at Richmond that I'm at right now, someone came in and sold a particular software system. It's going to be great for them and they want to roll it out agency-wide, but no one else wants to use it.
Yes.
And so, but what I need in procurement is something complete that won't provide, but I'm pigeonholed for not being able to purchase it because someone else sold this other solution. I've got to fit my operations there. So to me, you need champions that are more fully informed about how the solution works for the entire system in the airport, and the IT and AI companies tighten their pitches up a little bit. A lot of times folks sell what they have and they know what they're familiar with without necessarily understanding the environment that it will be utilized, and talking to one business unit or one stakeholder is not going to give you that solution.
Rule number 1, know your customer.
Times 10.
So just to that point very quickly, bonus Spencer question here. You referred a little bit to that governance structure also within DFW. I'm just curious whether that differs from airport authority to airport authority. Can that look very different?
Oh, absolutely. So Atlanta, of course, is my first airport. So that's city-owned, airport-operated. Houston is the same way, but it's a 3-airport system. DFW is an authority. Richmond is an authority. And then Ricky was at the only state-owned. So you can probably even say more about the difference in the structures.
So, I mean, as Justina alluded to, an authority will have more flexibility in procurement and hiring and contracting and how you can be innovative in terms of structuring deals than a city-owned airport, because it has the same bureaucracy. The airport is part of the same bureaucracy that the rest of the city is a part of. And so, I mean, obviously, given Atlanta's position in the world, the ownership structure doesn't necessarily inhibit the airport's ability to grow. That's purely an environmental and economic factor. But there are barriers to operating in a city or even a state-owned airport. BWI Marshall is a state-owned airport and has some of the same barriers to entry. But most airports are owned by city government. Most of the large commercial airports are city-owned airports, and they're doing quite well.
So the CEO reports to the mayor of the city. Is that a good mental
Depends
model
on
to
the
have?
CEO, the general manager, the airport director, right there, they report to the mayor of the city.
Yeah, so you said that, when even though Atlanta has these barriers as far as being a city, they're still able to perform and function and be the world's busiest, most efficient. I think the sacrifices come more in terms of innovative projects. So we're not talking about safety. We're not talking about things that are regulatory in nature. But to me, that's where it comes into play when you're
You
talking.
need broader buy-in.
Yes, and that's
more
that's
stakeholders.
AI, because that is something that is innovation. That is something that's coming in that doesn't solve a problem that people know how to deal with or address immediately.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's right. I mean, not speaking about Atlanta specifically, but typically what an airport, because airports, it's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Airports are completely different than other city departments, but typically a city or a state will have policies and procedures and rules that are general to that government, and the airport's subject to the same. Although we may be the only unit that's responsible for generating revenue, being more customer focused and more reactionary or proactive by that nature, and so the bureaucracy itself does prohibit the airport from maximizing its growth sometimes.
Gotcha. That's a very helpful picture to have in mind. And just while we're on that point about the stakeholders in the system, if we think about decision-making a little bit within the airport system, Ricky, and we think about the potential for embedded intelligence to be feeding live data into that decision-making structure, where do you see that potential? And I'm thinking here in particular, when we see these kinds of disruptive weather events and storms and other things, we can see big knock-on effects from that. So in addition to my question about where the potential is, I'm curious as to whether Atlanta is going to be running okay tomorrow as the cold comes in. I have a layover through there at noon, and just while I have the power of the microphone, I think it's a good answer to get out of here.
Right before this session, I called the tower and I made sure they had your seat assignment. You're taking that.
Greatly appreciate it.
So you're going to be okay. We're going to make sure you're stuck on the tarmac for 3 hours, okay? No, I think what you'll find, regardless of the model, is that airports have very talented, innovative thinkers, right? They don't lack the ideas, right? Be it AI or whatever other technology, or best-in-class approach to doing something, airport professionals are able to come up with it. Where they may run into a buzzsaw is, again, as I said
Don't say
earlier,
procurement.
I'm not going to say procurement. I will say a culture that sees the airport the same as it does any other city department, and therefore applies the same policies and practices. I always call it managing to mediocrity, because an airport doesn't lack resources. We have the resources to embrace whatever technology is needed, but where a government organization is managing the airport to other departments that are also gifted and talented, just don't have the resources that an airport might have to be innovative, we're held to those lower standards. And you find airports all over the country dealing with that, unless, for example, you are an authority, and there, in that management model, it's a product of how forward-thinking and sophisticated the board or the commission might be, and that may or may not enable or disable the airport from employing certain technologies.
So it sounds to me like one of the big rate-limiting steps here really is about stakeholder buy-in and managing all of the different decision-making facets that touch an airport. And that's very, very interesting, because I didn't realize, I'd been thinking of this very much from the framework of what needs to happen on the tech side in terms of advancement and readiness. But it's interesting as we think about how that actually needs to be bringing on board those stakeholders. Sarah, coming back to you for a second and thinking about an airport within its context, how do you see AI, and specifically what you're working on, reshaping the way in which airports are interacting with their environments?
Yes, I mean, every airport where we work is very different. Also very different almost every day, depending on the season and kind of the wildlife activities and so on. And I mean, with AI, we need to give it a chance, I think, to just get it out there, start kind of figuring out what are the KPIs, what are the metrics that we want to see, and then we need to be a little bit patient as well, I think, to kind of see what is the North Star, what can we actually achieve, and see how can we provide the resources and make sure that we can guide it, because it's very hard to kind of have the 100% impact from day one. It's always about kind of the knowledge of the people and the area, and then kind of building the AI to make sure that it understands that specific context. But we are getting there with different airports now, and it's exciting because it's kind of the learning curve of the AI. It's very fast. So. Exciting. No, we can't. It's a really exciting time, and there's a lot of things happening also with new releases, new possibilities every day.
Can you give us a little bit of a sense of the breadth that is covered by your product? You know, I think many of us perhaps have in mind things like you've got bird strike risks at very large airports. I've flown into very small airfields in South Africa where the pilot will overfly the runway before they land to scare off any wildlife. And one of the most fun stories to me is there's an airport near Kruger National Park where they keep cheetahs to chase off any wildlife, so they keep the runway clear, which is quite fun. Give us a sense of the sort of breadth of what you cover here. Are you dealing with smaller airports with land animals too that are getting onto runways and things?
Yeah. So we just started to work with Denver International, for example, and it's not only birds. Denver had quite a bad rabbit strike last year that maybe some of you...
Is that the wheels of the aircraft?
Yeah, a small rabbit. The engine caught fire. They had to revert emergency landing, the whole thing. So even small animals like a rabbit or even a turtle sometimes can cause big trouble. And we work with all of them. So it's everything from rabbits to coyotes to deer, different birds. But one system can see about 150 feet. So you need multiple systems kind of to make sure that you have everything covered.
As we, this one I'm going to put out to all three of you. As we think about the tech stack at an airport, what stands out to you right now as the legacy system that'll be most in need of an update in order to accommodate some of these rapid changes we're seeing in technology? I'm just thinking of that one piece of legacy tech that's sort of been dragged along, and you'd really wish to see updated, that will just sort of release things in terms of moving forward.
Well, I'm going to describe that legacy system as the airport.
Oh.
Right? I mean, in the U.S., airports are lagging behind in terms of investment infrastructure compared to some other countries. And so if airports are going to continue to meet the growth that's forecasted, we're going to continue to be the busiest and most efficient in the world, we have to figure out a way to move more people through a system that's not growing at the same pace. So to do that, and we have cameras, we have thousands of cameras all over the airport. We've layered AI over our camera system so that we can take a better look at people, we can predict how people are moving for both security reasons, wayfinding, customer experience, even financial reasons, because to the extent that we know what your interests are, then we might encourage you to go to a particular concessions, for example, to spend money. And so security checkpoints. I mean, security checkpoints are not going to get bigger, at least not at the rate of growth. And so our ability to get people through security checkpoints through biometric facial recognition is going to be key. Again, the airport itself is not going to grow at the same pace as passenger growth, and so we've got to be more efficient in terms of how we move people through what will become a smaller infrastructure.
Ricky, just to that point, given ATL is celebrating its centenary, what have you observed to be the biggest evolution in that tech stack? If I'm hearing you, there's a bit of a lag on the actual physical infrastructure, and it'll take capital expenditure to catch up. What do you think has evolved and gone well, or have you seen just in terms of the evolution of that operation?
I mean, it depends on what period you're referring to, because it's 100 years old, but recently, I mean, one of the major checkpoints for Hartsfield-Jackson is the security checkpoint, right? We can get people, into the terminal quicker. We can get people in aircraft out of the airport quicker. However, but getting them through security checkpoints is a challenge. And so we've introduced facial recognition systems in a partnership with TSA and Clear, where now you can go through the checkpoint without pulling out your ID, without showing your boarding pass. It just simply reads your face and you go through. However, the challenge is your bag doesn't move at the same pace. So we're trying to figure out how we can, the industry is trying to figure out what kind of technology we can employ to move the bags through the terminal as quickly as we have. And so there's been enormous advancement. There are models in other countries where their checkpoints move at a much more efficient rate than U.S. airports. But I think that's the next major advancement for airports, is moving people through security checkpoints.
Right. And Justina, would your experience be similar or different in any way?
I like that you said it, and I agree that it's the whole airport is what needs to be updated. And that lens goes back to the point about you have individual solutions for business units versus things that address the entire ecosystem that is the airport. And so when airports get in a position, because I think those investments were made at kind of a piecemeal approach, right? So we can afford this right now and this right now, but they're not connected. And so when you have those decision makers and those leaders that are addressing a right now problem, then you're in a situation that we're in here at airports across, it's not one airport that I've been at, it's a common denominator, even though if you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport, that they have these disparate systems. And so to me, how you build trust is being able to show how it works, not just in one area, but across the board. So when you have these meetings where people are deciding how they're going to, what money they're requesting and trying to make justification for it, if you have partnerships with the business units or between the airlines and the airport with the FAA. I think I was listening to something, Canada was talking about it recently. When they are able to get solutions that work, it's when they partner with the airlines and they take an approach to go together to the FAA to get approval for them to be in the system or to make the case for it, and then you can sell it everywhere else as a result of it. But if the airport went by itself or the airlines went by itself or even the vendor went by itself, it'd be a different response. So I think the partnerships are going to be able to lend to the success of what the future of the airports look like. That's, of course, tricky based on how airports are set up, as we've talked about. And so I think it's just going to take some different thinking that's been done in the past. And the problem is that in some organizations where you have been, or folks that are responsible for operations have been told what to do, and now they're even, I'll just say procurement in that way. So in the past, procurement has been paper pushing, just would tell, we want this, go get it for us and bring it back. And now they're going to procurement and saying, now how do we get this? Well, they haven't been thinking like that in the past, so it takes longer. And by the time you get them brought up to speed, then the technology has changed and you've lost the opportunity to be like Atlanta first in a couple of few things.
Yeah, I mean, for example, we're embarking on we're at 108 million passengers a year now. We're embarking on a master plan update to handle 160 million passengers. And it has to be done, to her point, it has to be done in that approach, because when we can add 5 or 10 additional aircraft gates, that gives the airlines more capacity to handle more people. But if we're not expanding the ticket counters, for example, if we're not making the restrooms larger, then you're just creating capacity issues in other parts of the airport. So there has to be a comprehensive and connected approach to planning airports.
So alongside that multi-stakeholder approach, the cooperation here is really coming through for me. Sarah, we've got just a minute, so I'm going to ask just one last question.
Sarah needs to handle Jumanji that exists at a lot of these airports. These animals are out of control. I'm looking forward to you growing your business.
Well, exactly. And I'm very curious. You're bringing brand new tech into these environments. I doubt you're showing up and they're going, right, let's plug into the airport API, so to speak. Where do you see these points of friction arising and dealing with some of these legacy systems? And does it differ from, you've described you deal with some very different settings and sizes of operation?
Yeah, it does. And I mean, you also kind of mentioned the cheetahs and so on. There's a lot of different airports that have trained dogs or trained falcons. So we always try to kind of see how can we be an additional tool in addition to what they are doing, and then kind of expand from there. So usually we just pick the hotspots where we know we have the biggest problems with animals, because that's where we can kind of work on the impact from almost day one, and then kind of we earn the trust and we can expand a little bit. But I mean, our system is it's completely automated and it doesn't need to work with any other system, but it can. So it's always about the preferences, and it's a very high-stake environment as well. So we want to be very cautious about how we do things.
And a latent environment too. Like some people, like I was at an airport and they had someone sitting in a booth watching for wildlife, and we had to update the booth and put air conditioning in it because it was in a hot city. And so when I heard about your stuff, I'm like, oh, that's very cool. Not only can you replace the actual body in an unair conditioned toll booth for animals, you can you have a solution that doesn't necessarily put the animals in a space that they wouldn't want to be in. I thought that was cool.
Exactly. Yeah, it's about coexistence. So.
And there's a PR element to it as well. I mean, at BWI, for example, deer strikes was a big deal, right? But you don't want the public to know that you're shooting Bambi, right? So, so there's a PR element to it as well.
With Sarah's tech, so.
I love it. I was just fascinated that it speaks the language of the animals and talks to them and tells them something. Could you tell the people about what you told me?
It sounds like sci-fi, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Should we think of this like when the dogs push the buttons? Is it sort of something like that, or?
I would say we take it kind of a couple of steps forward. I mean, everyone has heard a wolf howl or birds sing. That's their own complex systems. Or like how do they communicate? It's just that we haven't been able to decode what it is they are saying. But now with generative AI and with wildlife scientists and bioacoustic experts, we can kind of start pairing the intent and the behavior to the signals that they have been using. So it's something that we would not have been able to do even last year or 2 years ago. So a lot of things are happening. I believe we will be able to kind of decode a bit more also in the upcoming months. But already now it's working pretty well. It's completely different to frightening devices or gunshots, because then they will just not care after a couple of days.
They adapt. Well, this has been absolutely fascinating. I want to thank each and every one of you for the conversation. My childhood AFGeek has been sated, at least for today, and I'm sure the audience feels the same, just in terms of how interesting all of this content was. So thank you all once again for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel, Nikki and Palash. Now, before we talk about AI, I want to start with you as humans and innovators. Can each of you just share a moment where a creative decision changed the direction of your work in a meaningful way? Maybe starting with you first, Nikki.
The turning point for me was realizing that I was creating something that didn't directly fit into a category yet. But that didn't stop me, and I didn't wait on permission. I still followed and trusted my creativity. And that's how Zanaya came about. And that views how I look at innovation forever, because now I'm on the forefront of something great.
And so, I guess maybe what inspired you to create Zanaya? I mean, and how did you also learn the artificial intelligence skills to do this in the first place?
When I first started, back in June of 2025, 6 months ago, when I created Zanaya, Zanaya wasn't directly an R&B artist. I wanted to learn AI because I love technology. And you know, I just wanted to see what AI was about and how far technology could really go. So Zanaya was one of my 4 characters that I created when I was learning it.
What are the other 3?
I had a kids cartoon, it was called Little Lyric and the Crew. I had Grandma Lou, she was like a grandma that just kind of gave like wisdom quotes online. And then I had Colt, he was sort of just like a funny guy who just made videos.
So you were just playing with different AI tools, creating different characters, and Zanaya was just one of them?
Correct, Zanaya was like a social media influencer, just making videos, posting on TikTok. Again, playing around with AI because I was really intrigued by it. So
where are the other 3 characters today?
It was too much to handle once Zanaya blew up. So they're just sitting back. It was too much to handle when Zanaya blew up.
Okay. So would you say that she almost was created by accident?
I would definitely say that this journey wasn't intentional. The music part of it, it was not intentional. Again, I was learning AI. After I learned it, I started teaching it, maybe like within 3 to 4 weeks. So in the midst of me learning and also hosting Zoom classes and teaching people, I came across the Suno ad on Facebook. And I'm like, okay, what's this? I looked into it and I put my poems in there. And I was so amazed by the results that Suno gave me. It was almost unbelievable. I'm like, what's going on? So I merged the music with Zanaya. Instead of creating a new character, I just kind of repurposed her. I put it out on TikTok. And a day or two, the feedback was crazy. Crazy. So I just kept putting my poems in there and merging and making videos, and 30 days later, record labels was reaching out. I wasn't responding at first because, again, the music industry was not something that I wanted to get into. I was, again, just wanting to learn technology because I love tech.
Wow. So you were playing around with technology, you're curious about AI, using these tools. You create Zanaya as a social media influencer. She starts going out there, and then you fuse it with music. Next thing you know, it takes on a life of its own. And so all of this that you're talking about has been created in the last 6 months.
Last 6 months. This literally happened. I put Zanaya music out, the first album, like July 19th. The end of August, I'm sitting at 2 label tables in California.
Wow.
Listening to the deals.
Listen to the deals. And so you signed the deal.
I did.
And so who got the money?
The creator of Zanaya.
Who's the one sitting on right next to me? Unbelievable. I mean, this breaks all kinds of convention with law. I mean, are there any lawyers in the room? Like, just curious about, like, yeah, you're a lawyer. All right, we're going to hear from you about how, I'd love to hear your opinion on this. All right, so, Palash, can I ask you the same question? Can you tell me about how a moment in your career where creative decision just changed the direction of your work?
Let's see. There's this one time it's related to AI. So in my role as head of music television, I put together a project that I thought was a home run, right? It involved the Russo brothers, the highest, earning directors in history, and I put together The Weeknd as the music side of it, and an AI company. And I thought this was the biggest streaming artist in the world, the biggest, highest grossing directors in the world, and with an AI company, and they were all interested in creating a show that would have more AI involvement. And
TV show?
TV show.
TV show, yeah.
Series. And I went to our, internal committee, and I couldn't get anybody to approve it. And the thing they told me is that, do you really want to be the poster child of the first AI show against the talent agencies and the unions? You'll be the target.
Was this before the Hollywood strike?
This is right before the strike.
Okay.
So it was one of those things that maybe at another time it would have been different, but it really made me understand the ecosystem which, at a major studio, that you have to operate in.
The constraints of innovation, where the classic innovator's dilemma, right? Really think about, as you're trying to innovate and bring new things to life, there's going to be resistance to change and fear and anxiety and so forth. So just talking about that, today there's a lot of fear around AI and creativity. Fear of replacement, of loss, of dilution. What do you think people are actually afraid of losing? What were those executives that you were talking to that were so afraid to greenlight the first AI show? What were they afraid of losing?
So major studios, they have deals with the unions, the SAG, Screen Actors Guild, producers, directors, every crew member. I mean, on a movie set, you can't actually empty out the trash. A union member has to empty out the trash. So that's how, at that level. And so you can't really do anything to go against the unions because you'll get blacklisted. So, and you really can't create a film or television show if you're not in compliance with all of these parties. So I think that's, the element that AI, use of AI, has to be to a level where you're not in conflict with these unions. So for example, right now, I would say AI, the use of AI, most people don't even know that it's being used, right? It's not visible. It's in visual effects. It's helping in previs, things like that. There's three parts of content creation. There's pre-production, there's production, and there's post-production, right? And so in pre-production, studios work with external creators, right? The writers are not employees, the directors are not employees, producers are not employees. So when a writer creates a script, you'd have to assume it's all him, but
nowadays you don't know.
You don't know, right? Yeah. But that is something that the studios is not responsible for because we don't know, right? How can anyone really know, right? So that's one element. Second is, on the visual effects side, there isn't anyone that is complaining about using AI to improve timing and reduce cost. And it's generally improving the product, right? And it's not offending anyone, so it's quite allowed.
So it's a moment of disruption and profound change. Now, entertainment has been hit with several waves of innovation. I remember when we had, cassettes. Does anyone here remember when you had cassettes? Yeah. Then it went to to CDs, and then, MP3, and then there's things like, Napster and all these things, right? And streaming and Apple Music, Spotify, sorry? And now it's back to vinyl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, eventually the music industry was able to figure out a new model with streaming and Apple and, YouTube, and folks
started making money both from merchandise and film. What do you think
the business model eventually is going to look like in this AI world?
Yeah, I mean, these large companies historically have always resisted change until they had no choice, right? The music industry from 1998 or 99 to 2016, it was in a decline. And Napster happened in around 2000, 2001, and they resisted it for years, right? Until they realized that there was no chance in surviving until you adapt it. It's you know, it was out of the box, right? You're not going to put it back in. You can't go back to physical and just ignore digital. The same thing happened with Netflix. Netflix started streaming, and in the early years, all the major studios were happy to license TV shows to Netflix because it was a nice revenue stream, and they didn't worry about the change of the industry until, call it 2018 or 19, when Disney finally said, you know, maybe we need to kind of do this on our own. But by then, the cost of entry was so high that they really faced a lot of problems. And today...
Now everyone's trying to get into streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, when there's a step change technology, it's proven that you better figure it out faster.
You don't want to be the last one to do it. You don't want to be the last to do it.
Because you're not going to survive.
Yeah.
Because it gets too expensive to adapt later.
Yeah. Now, you know, entertainment is built on trust between the artists, the audience, and the platforms. What does AI need to get right for the industry to embrace it at scale rather than resist it and be the last to change?
I mean, I think for, at least for creativity, if you're going to use AI as the centerpiece, the main course, there should be some level of transparency, all right? So audiences need to know if the center main character is completely computer generated, then they should know that. And
like the video we just watched.
Right, exactly.
How many of you thought that was a real person? Some of you? No, a few. But I guess you knew that it was an AI artist in the description. You were buying it, yeah? You were buying it. You thought it was a real person. You thought it could be. Yeah, okay. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Gen Zs, they are very anti-AI, right? Because a lot of people are using AI in a really subpar way. I mean, the quality is not there. And so I think it's important to be transparent and also use it responsibly, right? You know, don't let it become everything, you know, it's all AI. It has to be assisting people and creatives.
The transparency, being clear about how it's collaborating versus taking over and so forth. Now let's go back to you, Nikki. Zanaya Monet didn't just go viral, right? She charted Billboard, as we talked about just now. She signed a multi-million-dollar record deal, and you built a real audience. So what are the hardest creative and commercial decisions you had to make to ensure that this wasn't treated as a gimmick, but as a legitimate artist?
The hardest decision I had to realize was that success wasn't the danger. Misunderstanding was. Going viral was easy. Being taken serious was not, especially with an AI artist. So I had to build a whole life around Zanaya as if she was a real artist. And once the people felt the work being put in, instead of questioning the process, now the conversations change.
So how did you go about building all of the real things around Zanaya?
Just from, creating her from scratch, just, giving her a name, giving her like a personality. She only sings about, healing and she's a very emotional person. So now she's grasped like all these fans worldwide. And so it's almost like she has her own identity.
So you put in the work to actually create the identity and the personality and the values and all of those things.
Correct.
How much of the artist that we see in Zanaya reflects you?
100%. I feel like Zanaya is just an extension of me. She just delivers my messages.
Okay. So what do people most misunderstand about Zanaya?
I think what people misunderstands the most is, as I said earlier, this was not intentional. I was just learning AI, having fun, and everything just eventually came together.
So, as we're moving beyond tonight, just think about AI in general. When does AI feel like a collaborator rather than a tool? And can you give an example of when AI surprised you or made you rethink how you create?
AI feels like a collaborator when it makes my job harder and not easier. AI can give me a million options all day long, but it's not going to tell me which option matters the most. That's when it forces me to use my own taste, my own thinking.
Because the AI doesn't have taste.
No, not sometimes. Again, AI just give you options. You still have to be the person behind it, making the decisions, showing up to do everything. So the surprise isn't what AI creates. It's me realizing in the end that it was all my hard work.
That's something profound you're saying. You're saying AI feels like a collaborator when it makes your job harder to do.
And not easier.
And not easier. Okay? That's deep. When it makes your job harder to do than not easier. So when it's challenging you to think for yourself, to be more critical, to have really pushing you to use your own judgment.
Right, to rely on my own thinking, my own judgment, my own taste.
And so when we're on there on ChatGPT and it's just giving us all kinds of options and we get lazy and we just pick one.
Correct.
Then that's not really us collaborating.
No.
Then we are the tool.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very deep. Okay. Now, Palash, what excites you most about the future of creativity and AI?
I think what AI enables are less resourceful individuals to realize creative ideas. So for example, for too long, creativity in the premium space of film and television was limited to people with a lot of resources and connections, right? You couldn't even get into a room if you didn't have that, and if you weren't in the room, you obviously just couldn't do anything in the world. And so what AI has done, I think, is allowed people all over the world with no connection to Hollywood or anything to create premium products and tell stories and those stories are, I think, more accepted by audiences because they're not a big company using AI to save money, but they're, enabling, young creative storytellers to show what they can do from their ideas. Mm-hmm. And I think that we'll see more and more filmmakers coming from all over the world through AI without a lot of resources.
So it's democratizing the ability to create access markets and opening up a whole new wave of talent that maybe before had been locked out by all the gatekeepers. Exactly. So before, if I wanted to create a film, I would have to have some connection that knew some connection that eventually could get to Steven Spielberg to look at my script in Hollywood. Now I can produce and put my pilot on YouTube and suddenly, I've been seen.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube helped with distribution, right? I mean, and now with AI tools helps with creation.
Creation and production.
Right, so now with the creation and distribution, if you create something good, you will be noticed. Yeah. And I think that's very powerful for people all over the world.
Yeah. All right, now as we close, I want to open up for questions shortly. Leaders in this room run cities, they run healthcare networks, large infrastructure projects, all high-stakes, real-world decisions. Many of them are grappling, and they're being asked to modernize systems that weren't designed for AI, like the music industry. You guys, that wasn't designed for AI. And we're also trying to understand what is possible, what are the risks, what are the fears, what are the possibilities. If you had to give these leaders in the room one piece of advice from your own creative journey, because they all need to be creative right now, you all need to be creative right now, to think about how do you use AI in your worlds, right? What advice would you give the leaders in this room from your own creative journey?
Sure. I would go back to, well, first, large companies. Like in my consulting days, I was at BCG Consulting for many years, working with large companies. They're generally slow. They're not innovators. They're not even fast followers. And that's fine when change is incremental, right? But when you're talking about a step change like AI, if you don't innovate early or adapt early, you will get displaced, right? And you know, Netflix example, where it was ignored for many years until they ate everyone's lunch. Right now, everyone else is trying to survive while they're thriving. And the same thing I would say for large organizations. AI has the ability to take out large industries and large players. And even in the public sector, I think they could be challenged by privatization, you know, because if they're 5-10 times more efficient than public sectors, you know, policy will probably, you know, shift to privatization. So I think we're at that stage where you really have to think about adapting, because AI is not an incremental change.
So this isn't one of those slow incremental changes. It's so disruptive that the faster you adapt, the more likely you are to survive and thrive in this new wave. Okay. Nikki, what's your advice?
Learn AI. It's
Learn
here.
AI.
It's not going anywhere. I feel like everybody should learn it. Even if you're scared, you won't know until you take the chance.
And I can attest to that. You know, at the ALX, we have a course called the AI Career Essentials course, which is a 6-week course where you learn how to use all these AI tools. And, you know, I've been in education for 20 years. I've started several schools, trained 1 million people. I'd never taken any of the courses myself, you know. But I took the AI Career Essentials, and it was an amazing course. And I then said all my staff had to take it. So everyone took the course, yeah. And, you know, it is something that has opened up my eyes, and so, you know, and allowed me to be more productive and effective. And so, yes, you're right. AI is here whether we like it or not. And so we at least need to learn about it so that we know and can distinguish between the hype and the facts, and to know what is truly a fear and what is maybe overblown anxiety, and so that we can actually then start to make those decisions as humans to thrive in this environment. But at the very least, we owe it to ourselves to learn about what AI is and what it isn't, and to at least empower ourselves to be able to make those judgment calls. So Frontier Institute of Technology will be offering AI Career Essentials as well in the US, and you will all be able to take it. It's a course 6 weeks long, 5 hours a week, or you can sit, like I did it in 3 days. I just did the whole thing. And even your grandmother can take the course. So you have no excuse for not at least learning about the basics of AI. All right, I'll open up for a couple of questions, and we can wrap up. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Can we have a microphone?
Thank you. I'm wondering from the two of you, each from your own perspective, the implications of Zenaya and you know, could the entertainment industry, I'm thinking movies as well as the record industry, the music industry, and all of that kind of thing, completely be AI in the future, or is there some balance that's appropriate? And what are the implications for the industry?
I can take it from the film and television perspective. I think at the beginning, what will be accepted more are bringing back deceased actors, right? Because then you're not replacing a living actor, and you're bringing back someone from before, right? And you know, Elvis Presley or somebody else, right? And yeah, Charlie Chaplin, exactly. So I think that is, you know, going to be very easily acceptable. But you know, I would say music industry is the leading group. If you look back in history, music, you know, what happened in music happens later in television and film. So I think what she has done with a music artist is the bellwether of what's possible in the future for film and television.
Is there room for Taylor Swift in the future? Or are they all going to be Zendaya?
Traditional artists will always be around. I don't think traditional artists will never go anywhere.
There was a company that did holographs of on stage live of Buddy Holly and Roy Orbison, and I went to go see it, and the place was packed. The entire theater was packed of people in their 70s because they remember going to the original shows and they wanted to relive that.
Right.
So that's kind of what I'm talking about.
So my question, Ms. Nikki Jones, is what do you think, as it relates to what you've been able to accomplish with Zanaya, would be considered doing too much for the industry? I think about like when K-Cups and the guy who invented came back and said, oh, I wish you would have done it, created this recycling problem. So what do you think would be considered doing too much, and what would you do to make sure you don't get to that point with your artist?
I think I'm already being seen as doing too much. Because I've been taking a lot of backlash from, like major artists and things like that. But again, it's AIs, and with me being at the forefront and being the first one, it's going to be a lot of backlash, and, I'm going to be the one that have to take it. But I don't think I'm doing too much. I'm just doing something new that they're not used to.
All right. Any last questions?
Right here. Chris Lee, Mayor of Tuskegee, Alabama. My question is, what does tour revenue look like for AI artists? And what are the plans, for the live or streaming, or how does that look like?
We are talking about the holographs along with the LED screens. Nothing said in general yet. Tour revenue, I don't know. I can't wait to see either.
Yeah, still to be figured out.
Yeah, it's still new.
Any last questions?
Maybe the holographic technology will help, right?
Maybe the holographic, yeah.
But I think the LED screens with the live band will give you more of the feel.
Well, before we wrap up, I'm going to share one opinion that I have about where we're going with this. And it's coming from what I'm observing about hiring. So, in the past, I never really put much emphasis on interviews. Because research shows that when you're hiring someone, the correlation between how they perform on the interview and how they actually perform on the job is something like 15%, right? Yeah. So interviews are terrible ways to hire people. People tell you what they think you want to hear, and most of us are not tuned to be able to detect, right? So when you give someone an assignment, then your signal and the correlation between how they perform on the assignment and how they perform on the job is much higher. It can be up to 40%, right? And if you combine a structured interview with an assignment, you can get up to about 60%, right? And the highest form is 70, 80% if someone does an internship or they work with you, right? So one of the things that I've been doing over the last 20 years is I don't really put much emphasis on interviews. I give you assignments. But now I can't trust the assignment anymore because, yeah, right? So I don't trust the assignment. So I'm grappling. So I'm starting to think that I'm going to have to shift entirely the way that I hire to live work. Come and work with me for a day or two. Or I need to see you put this thing together on a screen. I'm not going to trust the assignment that you give me anymore. So when it comes to music, entertainment, aren't we going to go back to analog forms where I'm actually there's going to be a rise in live performances and seeing the authentic human self and, almost going back to how music and art was created 100 years ago. And analog art, a rise of that at some point. I mean, and this is this is one of the things that my theories is that we're going to see a rise of humans who are creative and lots of small ways being able to have communities of artists that want to see them in the flesh, in intimate settings, in large settings, and who knows, this could create a whole new wave of opportunity for folks. So again, this is a very exciting time in the world, right? There's so many unknowns. And I think we'll be surprised by some of the things that will come out as technology emerges. Okay, I'm going to wrap up with rapid fire questions. Zanaya. Nikki. Yeah, exactly. She's one of the same. First app you check in the morning.
Facebook.
You on Facebook?
You said first app, Facebook.
First app you check, you're still on Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram. I be having so many notifications.
I thought only grandparents were still on Facebook. Wow.
I love Facebook.
I've never met, I mean, you're not Gen Z, are you like Gen Alpha? What, I don't know what generation you are.
I don't know. I'm still with the old school.
You're still old school. Okay. Facebook, wow. What about you, Palash?
My stock portfolio.
Stock portfolio, okay.
See what happened overnight.
Text or call, Palash? Text or call?
More text now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nikki, most productive time of day?
For me, overnight.
All right. Nikki, sunrise or sunset?
Sunrise. I get more done in the, sunrise.
Early morning.
Yeah.
Now, what about Zanaya? Sunrise or sunset?
So now you're going all day.
All day.
All day.
All day. Palash, try new food or stick to favorites?
No, always new food. I love to cook, so inventing new recipes and trying new things are my thing.
That's your thing, all right. Nikki, one app you'd cry if it disappeared?
I don't think it's an app that I kind of cry over.
Oh, so there's no app that you're so addicted to that you wouldn't mind getting rid of?
No, I don't think so. But definitely soon enough, maybe.
Definitely soon enough. Palash, one task you'd happily let AI do forever?
Attend a lot of unimportant meetings.
Nikki, biggest myth about your job?
Biggest what?
Biggest myth about your job?
It's easy.
You probably think it's easy, all right. Palash, fashion mistake you'll never repeat?
That's a lot. Sure. Hard to say, really. I mean, maybe two different shades of the same color.
Okay. Palash again, creativity fails when, in 7 words or less?
When you overthink about what the audience wants, instead of creating what you really feel, right? Because there will be an audience for what you do, but if you try to reverse engineer it, I think it becomes something old, or something that's a derivative work rather than original work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Last question. Nikki, creativity thrives when?
You try.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.